Nehal, you may start.
Hello, good afternoon, and a very warm welcome. I am your host for the afternoon, Nehal Shukla, and you are watching second edition of Women Disruptors 2020, powered by Z5, supported by Industry Association partner, Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, network partner, Public Relations Consultants Association of India, and gifting partner, Rene Cosmetic, an initiative by Adkali. At AdGully, we constantly endeavor to recognize women's talent and leadership across diverse fields. Last year, we launched our unique and distinct mentorship program for women, which drew a lot of attention and was highly appreciated by the industry. We have launched WSUIT, a special initiative. We converse with remarkable women achievers in media, entertainment, advertising, marketing, public relations, and communication industry, and leadership and evolving culture at workplace. Adding more to the women workforce is the key to unlocking India's GDP and bring in a diversity of perspective in workplace. In the A&M industry, women have already entrenched themselves in roles like creative, client servicing, media buying, strategic, planning, and business development. They perform at every level of leadership with the highest level of purpose, integrity, and efficiency. Our women disruptors have a proven record of delivering organizational objectives at the highest level and have made a mark in the international sphere as well. May I have the promo of the event, please? Thank you. I would now like to invite Vijaya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Gully, to share her welcome address. Ma'am, over to you. I would now like to invite Vijaya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Gully, to share her welcome address. Ma'am, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I seem to be having a bad Zoom day today. Hope all of you are doing well and thriving against all odds. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Can you all hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you, Vijaya. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon again. Hope all of you are doing well and thriving against all odds. As a woman leading a company, heading a team with diverse personalities, working from home, guiding a child, going through his own teenage angst, managing home and family, it has been a kahani ghar ghar ki for all of us. And I believe we have done good. It took a global pandemic for the world to realize with full conviction that women can successfully lead not just organizations, but steer nations through unprecedented crisis. Hitherto considered soft skills like nurturing, empathy, multitasking, work life balance have become the management mantra in the new normal. We women have learned to go from whipping up breakfast for the family in a jiffy to Zoom meetings. We've managed tantrum throwing toddlers and gone to Zoom meetings in a jiffy as well. Uh, from doing meetings in our pajamas to power suits, I think we have all done it. In fact, women have learned to adjust and adapt to everything. While COVID 19 had disrupted the world, we have seen women disrupting the workspace and taking the lead. AdGally is proud to present the second edition of Women Disruptors, our humble endeavor to honor the outstanding women across sectors who have achieved remarkable success, set new benchmarks for the industry, inspired many others to carve out a niche for themselves, and have contributed tremendously to their respective fields as well as to the society. With Women Disruptors, we celebrate not just the achievements, but also share the success mantras, address issues pertaining to women in the workspace, unhesitatingly tackle issues generally brushed under the carpet, such as inclusivity, gender sensitivity, pay parity, harassment at workplace, hashtag #MeToo, that are still alarmingly high, and so much more. AdGally aims to convert Women Disruptors from a successful and significant event to a movement and a platform for women, by women, and of women with your support. Please join me in the discussions that we have lined up for the day ahead. I am sure there's a lot that we can learn from and also contribute to by actively participating in this second edition of Women Disruptors. I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you once again. Before I leave the stage, I would like to call upon my senior colleague and editor, Ms. Shanta Saikia. I wouldn't want to, I had a prepared speech. Unfortunately, I have taken a most of my time figuring out the Zoom persona. So I leave it to Shanta to take it from here on. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Vijaya. A very good afternoon to everyone and a very warm welcome to the second edition of Women's Disruptors 2021. I must add here that Vijaya actually is going through a very bad cold phase. So We are hearing her voice properly today, I think, after almost a week, I must say. But that's us. We women have lived through so much, have gone through so much, and yet we strive through all this. I remember that our inaugural edition of Women Disruptors in 2020, which was held around this time, and that was actually one of the last live offline industry events in the country that year before the global COVID-19 pandemic confined us to our homes. And since then, we've been communicating with and seeing each other via one screen or the other. Without doubt, our whole lives have been turned topsy turvy, and we've had to let go of a lot of things that we've been familiar with. I know I had prepared a speech over here, but today what I'm going to share with every one of you comes straight from my heart. Disruption is something that we've become very familiar with. Some have started dreading this word, some have started embracing it. And in fact, embracing disruption is something that we've all had to do it whether we liked it or not. Our entire lives, our businesses, the whole economy, the way of life, everything that we've been familiar with has been disrupted. Yet we have strived through. And here we are a year later. It was around this time when the COVID cases last year were creeping up, were going up every day. And we were looking at it with a lot of apprehension. Every time we were watching our news channels, our newspapers, as to what is the number of cases that are going up in the country. Have our neighbors got it? Has that person who's come from abroad, have they brought it to India? This apprehension has now given way to probably some level of familiarity over here, where we are also enthused by the introduction of the COVID vaccine. And hopefully we'll get back to some semblance of normalcy. But here we must remember that disruption probably has become the new normal itself, because we don't know what lies ahead. And it is with this that we have to step into unprecedented waters. And we have to keep adapting to it constantly. Now, adaptation has become a very constant process for all of us. And somehow I feel proud to say here that we women are probably genetically geared to adapt to a whole lot of situations that probably none of us have faced before. And I hope that this entire pandemic has showcased to the world the true essence, the true power of women, be they in leadership positions, be they at the lowest rung of the corporate world. But everyone has contributed, be it the corona warriors, be it people working in the administration. Everywhere we have seen women coming out and really leading the way over here. I'm not demeaning the contribution of men. They have been here and equal partners. Equality is something that probably we will take away from this entire pandemic situation. Over here, everyone also talks about inclusivity. And inclusive here, we mostly mean gender sensitivity, including more women in the workforce. And of course, the number of women in the workforce is dismally low compared to the men over here. But over here, this comes straight from my heart. By inclusive, we should also not forget the huge population out there who is probably not as mobile as most of the people here. I'm one of them. I met with an accident which snatched away my mobility, but that didn't snatch away my capabilities, my effectiveness at the workplace. But a lot of places were not accessible to me. Hence, I've been working from home since 2025 to 2015. Work from home is another phenomena that we have become very much familiar with in this pandemic period over the last 1 year. Has it really been that bad? We've been working through, we've been effective, we've been leading our organizations, working over here, we've been coming out with our website news over here, we've been conducting meetings, we've been doing everything while being immobile at our homes. So I believe going forward, we should also give more opportunities to people who are probably not as mobile. That doesn't take away from their capabilities. So, with these thoughts, I would like to introduce and welcome you once again to Women Disruptors 2021, because these are the outstanding women across industries, across sectors who have contributed so much, not just to their organizations, but to the society as a whole, to their organizations. And they have really, really shown us how to navigate through these very terrible times, these very trying times. In over the course of the entire day, we have lined up several panel discussions and keynote addresses by women who have shown us the way. So, without taking too much of your time, once again, a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. And I hope there is a lot of takeaways from what our women leaders, our women disruptors share with us throughout the day. So thank you so much for hearing me out. It came straight from my heart. And now over to you, Nehal. Please introduce the next session. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, ma'am. That really gave a good kickstart to the event. Our first speaker for the Women Disruptors started her career at McKinsey and Company. She moved to AQR Capital, one of the world's largest systematic asset managers, as Edge fund manager. She also had a stint with Forefront Capital, which was acquired by Edelweiss. In her spare time, she is a keen blogger on Twitter and an avid bridge player. Her life story is narrated in the video, The Girl with a Broken Neck, which has garnered over 1.8 lakh views. I am pleased to announce our keynote speaker, Radhika Gupta, Managing Director and CEO of Edelweiss Asset Management Company. Over to you, ma'am.
I think you need to allow my video. I think you can see me and hear me now. Let me just, in this day of Zoom, do a quick sound check.
You're audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to the entire AdGully team for having me here and for celebrating this wonderful initiative in an industry which is completely different from mine. I have to say that, when I became CEO of this business 3-4 years ago, I had not come from a marketing and sales background, and there was a lot of debate about who would become the CEO of the mutual fund business then. And, because I was reasonably young in this business, I was not the front runner candidate. And sort of one of the prime reasons I was not a popular candidate was also that I didn't know sales and marketing, and especially marketing. And our business is a very consumer facing business. So sitting here today and, addressing a platform like AdGully, which is a premier advertising and marketing audience, makes me feel that, even your biggest limitations sometimes, are not such big limitations. So thank you for helping me get rid of that. So I feel very happy to be here. I was told to talk about a bunch of things, but I decided that I would keep this conversation and maybe the next 15 minutes very simple in what I wanted to say. I wanted to share, and I think there's been enough talk about the challenges women face at work. I think there were some beautiful comments made by the earlier speakers on where the future is. I just wanted to leave those who are listening to me with maybe 5 pieces of advice. And the pieces of advice are actually inspired by my own industry, which is very different from yours. It's financial services and money management. But I think both careers and money are businesses of behavior, and money has a lot to teach us about how we can conduct our careers even as women. So I just want to leave you with those 5 pieces of advice. The first thing that I want to tell you, which I learned from the money management business, is about the importance of taking risks. Um, I think all of us are brought up to live with the words settle down, bade ho jao, settle ho jao. Settle means get a great education, get married, have kids. And Sania Mirza says that, even if you become world number one, you haven't really settled down till you meet the expectations of society. And I want everyone listening, and I believe as women, we should challenge the word settle and really learn to take risks with our career and with our lives. I remember moving back to India when I was 24 to start Forefront Capital, and at that point, it was a crazy idea to go and start a startup when you had just survived the 2008 crisis on Wall Street. Until date, people ask me, why did you do it? And reflecting 10 years later, I always say that young blood is hungry and foolish, but you have to take those extraordinary and disproportional bets in your career. Even if you don't know anything about money, you know that in the money world, there are two fundamental instruments. Finance is built on two fundamental instruments. One is a stock or a share, and the second is a bond. Bonds are like deposits, they're very safe instruments. They pay you a constant coupon, and you get it every month and it works out just fine, and you know what you're going to get and there's no real risk. Stocks are the stories of companies. Stocks move up and stocks move down, and people in the media write stories about stocks and people cover stocks widely. um, as much as I love both instruments, I can tell you nobody writes great stories about how much wealth a bond creates. Great stories are always written about stocks. And I think we should conduct our career like a stock, not a bond. So choose opportunities to take risks in your career. We can take more risks. The second thing that I want to tell you is, and money management taught me this, is that it is important to think big. The good thing about the money management industry is that it's one industry where your starting point doesn't matter. You could be a very, very rich individual today, but you could squander all your money, not save it, and end up like a pauper 20 years later in life. And you could be someone who starts and, Google this story later of Ann Shieber. Everybody talks about Warren Buffett. But Google the story of Ann Shieber later. She was a humble income tax officer in the US who just saved money efficiently, invested it, and retired as a multimillionaire, actually leaving a lot of wealth to charity. One of the greatest things about the money management industry is that it doesn't matter where your starting point is. As long as you keep at it, you can actually think really, really big. Um, and I think, and I'll get into trouble for saying this, sometimes Indian women are not taught to be as ambitious as we need to be. And I would tell you to have really, really big ambitions, because if you can think it, you can achieve it. About a year and a half ago, there was a bid for a large government project, which ended up becoming the Bharat Bond ETF, and it became the product that our AMC has become the most famous for, perhaps. And typically in the mutual fund industry that I come from, we have this great caste system. So big AMCs are big and small AMCs are less cool, and you have more respect if you come from a big firm, and you have everything is about the size that you're at. And the belief is that, if you're small in size, then you're small in respect and your aspirations are almost small. I call it our own internal caste system. Um, so we were the smallest out of the 5 mutual funds that were bidding for the Bharat Bond program, and we went to Ministry of Finance as a part of this bid. And while we were in the waiting room, one of these creaky sort of old waiting rooms, someone from another asset management counterpart came to us and said, "What are you guys doing here?" I mean, the look was like, "What are you guys doing here?" And the question was, if you even get this mandate, will you be able to manage it? Um, and I just laughed and I was startled. And I said, "You know what? If we get it, I'm sure we'll be able to handle it. And incidentally, we got the mandate that day, and we were a 10,000 crore asset manager then. Bharat Bond in itself is a 30,000 crore program. But because we had the ability to think big and not let our starting point be a function of our ambitions, we could get a quantum leap in life. And I think life gives you these great moonshots. It gives you these occasional opportunities to kind of strike more than you think you're worth. So think really big. The third thing that I want to tell you is that it is important to realize that you will fail. You will do stupid things, you will make mistakes, and you will fail. In fact, you'll have tremendous big public failures. And you know what? That is okay. When we moved back from India and started out Forefront Capital. We were three kids, and we had come back from the US. And anybody who comes back from the US, it gives you a tremendous amount of arrogance. 3-4 years of a Wall Street career give you a tremendous amount of arrogance. And we designed our first sort of product, and I really think it was the rocket science of financial products. And we launched it in, I think, September '09. And we thought people would be running to give us money. I mean, you've got three Wharton educated kids who've come back from the US, and I mean, people should be rushing to give you money. Our first product, despite our best intent, was a disaster. Um, Mutual fund companies and asset management companies are defined by the size they manage. I don't know what the advertising equivalent of that is. When companies are thousands of crores of assets in size, we started Forefront Capital with an asset base of 25 lakhs. That's the minimum they did. And 1 year later, we were still grappling with having 2 crores under management. And we went through about 2 to 3 years of solid failure in products, in thinking, and a lot of stuff. And I think it happens to the best of people. The strange thing is that we live in a world where you're taught not to embrace your weaknesses and not to talk about your failures. But the fact is, all of us will fail, and we'll fail again and again and again. And it's okay to put your hand up and say, listen, I failed. I think in markets, one of the things that money management teaches you is that markets fall and markets rise. And when markets fall, you can either call it a crash or you can call it a correction. And a crash and a correction is the same thing, but the words are very different. A correction is something that falls, but it's an opportunity to reset and start again. So think of failures in your life not as a crash, but a correction, an opportunity to bounce back. The fourth thing I want to tell you is that, 2 days ago, someone posted this question on Twitter, and they said the easiest formula for happiness is XYZ. And my answer to that is the easiest formula for happiness is to define your own definition of happiness. I think the world, especially with women, tries to give you your own definitions of happiness. Oh, you should be work-life balanced. I mean, why should women be the only people in the world to think about work-life balance? Doesn't everyone have work and a life? Why should you even be stressed about, the word balance makes it seem like you're sitting on a seesaw and you're constantly going up and down, perennially not trying to handle work or enjoy life, but just working on balance. Don't stress about the world's notions of work-life balance. Define what is your definition of happiness. One of the things we say in money management and personal finance is there is no right answer as to what the best fund is, what the best way to invest. The right answer is the one that works for you. So I always throw this notion of work-life balance, and I say life should be work-life harmony. Sometimes work takes more time. Sometimes you may want to do fitness, and that takes more time. And sometimes life and family takes more time. And it's absolutely okay. Find your own definition of harmony. In personal finance, we say that finance is finance later and personal first. It's about doing things that are right for you. And I would tell you to do things that are right for you. And the last thing I would tell you, which I also learned from the world of markets, is that it is important to do well. It's very important for a stock to do well. It's very important for a company to do well. But it's also important to go out and tell your story. And I think historically we've been weaker at this. Find your voice and please go out and share that voice with people around you. Don't be a quiet soldier. I think I'm talking to a group of advertising and marketing professionals, so perhaps I don't need to say this. You're known for telling the stories of other brands, but also tell your own story and the story of your own careers. It's very important. A few years ago, and the reason that I'm on many of these forums, I was invited to a workshop on storytelling that they organized for a large group of leaders at Edelweiss. And I learned about the power of storytelling and honestly talking about your own weaknesses, your own issues, your own vulnerabilities. A few weeks after that, I, decided that I wanted to tell my own story, my own challenges with my looks growing up, my own issues with failure and rejection before I got into McKinsey. That is well documented. And I did this talk called "The Girl with a Broken Neck." Till then, I had kind of been struggling to find my way, with my male colleagues in the mutual fund industry. After I did that talk, I swear my life changed, girls. People still write to me every day saying they've seen that talk and they relate to me not because I'm a CEO of some asset management company. Some people don't even know what an asset management company does, but because they found something in that talk that was common. One guy who was an IIT engineer working in a fintech company told me I talked about wearing cheap branded designer clothes, fake clothes, and he said it reminded him of buying clothes off Linking Road. Another girl told me that she has a bald patch on her head, and she related to me because of my broken neck issues. And I've got messages from people who are 15 years old and people who are 70 years old, and I've got messages from all parts of the world. And that, I think, is the power of telling your story. So go out and tell your story to people around you. I want to end, and I don't want to take very long, with one of the stories that was very formative when I was growing up. I grew up in a beautiful country called Italy. Rome was where I did high school. And the highlight of Rome, if you ever visit Rome, is the Sistine Chapel. Now, if I ask you who painted the Sistine Chapel, chances are you'll know it was Michelangelo, a world famous painter. But there's an interesting story behind the Sistine Chapel. When Michelangelo was asked by the Pope to paint the Sistine Chapel, he actually said no because he was a sculptor, he was not a painter, and he told his biggest rival, Raphael, to go ahead and do this. But the Pope kind of insisted that he did this. And Michelangelo then went on this process and he embarked a bunch of help. And if any of you have seen the Sistine Chapel, you will know that the ceilings of the chapel are painted. And painting a ceiling and painting frescoes on a ceiling is hard. By the time you start painting the ceiling in their frescoes, plaster dries. And I'm not an artist, so I'm not going to go into this. And for years, he had tremendous amount of back pain doing this. But the final product that he left behind is a masterpiece, and he left behind a story and a legacy. If Michelangelo hadn't taken a risk, he either wouldn't have painted the Sistine Chapel or he would have painted the floor. He didn't have to go out and paint the ceiling. And I think Michelangelo's story is a story that inspires me tremendously. I think all of us can go out and create our version of the Sistine Chapel. We can take risks, we can think big, and we can know that sometimes in doing that we'll fail. And we can define what is happiness to us and create our own version of something world class. So, with that, thank you so much for having me and wish all of you a happy International Women's Day.
Thank you, ma'am. That was wonderful hearing from you. Now, I would like to introduce our first panel discussion for the day. The discussion would be around the new normal is providing more opportunities for women leaders. This session would be moderated by Nikhil Runta, Country Manager, Verizon Media, and he will be joined by Jasneet Bachal, Chief Marketing Officer, Yes Bank, Meenu Bagla, Vice President and CMO Science, Sanghamitra Guha, Senior Director, Capgemini India, and Suparna Mitra, CEO, Watches and Wearable Division, Titan Company. Over to you, Nikhil sir.
Thank you so much, Neha. And that was a really inspiring set of stories from Radhika as well. First of all, I would like to start by congratulating both Bijoya and Shanta for the second edition of Women Disruptors event. This is quite incredible. And I would like to welcome my fellow panelists, Jasmeet, Nino, Shangamitra, uh, and Suparna. I think it's an amazing panel of women that I'm quite honored to be a part of. When I looked at their profiles, I was just amazed the kind of industries each one of them represent, from media to banking to lifestyle to technology. So we have it all, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion today. And like Neha mentioned, the topic that we have that we want to talk about and discuss amongst ourselves is about how this new normal is bringing in more opportunities for women. So before we jump into the topic, I thought maybe let me start by setting a little bit more context. What has happened in the last 12 odd months? Obviously, all of us know we are part of this. What has happened in terms of the pandemic? But one of the big things that has happened is in terms of how whether it's men or women, there has been a considerable amount of tough times in terms of job losses. I was looking at some, recent data from the Center of Monitoring Indian Economics, and there they mentioned that if there are like, out of 100 men, almost, close to 80% of them initially could get back by August 2020, but out of 100 women, only 40% got back to jobs as compared to December 2019. So today we are here in this context not to discuss some of these things, what happened and why it happened. It's more about the celebration of the incredible agility and resilience that women have shown. And to start with, I wanted to start with this, this concept that some of us might have heard of, that, there are leaders who are wartime leaders and there are leaders who are peacetime leaders. So clearly, we have been in a wartime. And so first question I wanted to start with to all of you leaders here was, to what do you feel are qualities of these wartime leaders? Some of these qualities I'm sure you would have displayed during the last 1 year. And what are the lessons that we can share with our audience today in terms of how to go through these times? So maybe, if I could just start by asking Minu to start with, and then maybe all of the other panelists can also jump in with their thoughts.
Hi, Nikhil. Thank you very much, first and foremost, for inviting me to the panel. And at the cost of sounding arrogant on behalf of the entire women community, I must say, whether it's wartime leader or peacetime leader, women are all-time leaders. Okay, so that's what I would say about us women. I think we have been trained, we have been nurtured, right, to face any kind of a situation with resilience. And to your question, Nikhil, what are the things that has personally made me go through the whole pandemic situation better at personal and professional front is, and this has been my mantra in my professional career and my personal life is, and I call it #don't settle. Okay, don't settle, because whatever you see right now is not permanent. Whether it's a pandemic, whether it's a success, whether it's a failure, whether it's a personal crisis, whether it's something happening on the professional front, this too shall pass away. So don't settle has been my mantra, and I'll talk a little bit more in depth, but I would love to hear what Sanghamitra and Jasmeet had to say about it.
Shangamitra, you want to go next?
Sure. Thank you so much, Minu. And it's lovely to be with women colleagues and friends. And I really am missing meeting up in person. That is one piece that I'm really missing out on. And thank you so much to you, Nikhil, and to Adgali for having us on the panel. it's great to be part of this sisterhood. So if I were to talk about what is it that makes for leadership during these times, as Meenu also rightly said, women, I think, are known to what we call the Durga syndrome. So, we always have multiple things that we are juggling in our life. So we have been known to be capable of doing that. And that is the kind of A game that we have brought to these times as well. I think it is well documented today that countries which have been led by women, which is New Zealand or Taiwan or Germany, have done so much better in terms of the way that they have handled the crisis than some of the other countries led by their gentlemen counterparts. I think what we bring is the empathy, the ability to communicate and communicate in a very transparent manner and communicate at a level which is identifiable to a lot of people. That is where I think the distinct difference between the styles that a woman brings in vis-a-vis a gentleman. And of course, leadership traits is not simply defined by gender. It is also something which is innate to many people. But probably these traits which are innate to a woman is what qualifies and has distinguished the way that we have handled the times that we have gone through. I, for one, have always found that little line from Alice in Wonderland, and that happens to be one of my favorite books. I keep going back to that because one needs to have that little smile and laugh as we go through the trials and tribulations of life. So these times, I think what we have done is we have found that rabbit hole and done that headlong jump into it and found ourselves in a whole new world. And we cannot go back to yesterday because we were a different people then. So as Alice says, I was a different person. We all were. And the times have changed beyond what it can go back to, which is a good thing because it gives us a clean slate. And I think rarely is a generation given the kind of clean slate that we have today. So it is up to us to rewrite the ways that we will engage with in a larger world. It is up to us to bring in the change, and it is up to us to do it now. With that, let me hand over. I think I have been taking a lot of time. Let me hand over to Jasmeet and to Suparna to share their views.
Hey, Jasmeet, you want to go next?
Yeah. Hi, Nikhil. And hi, co-panelists. It's lovely to be with you all here. Thanks to AdGully for having me here on the panel too. And I actually come from a very different point of view. And I do think that, gender has nothing to do with leadership. Leadership is actually gender agnostic. And, of late, we've really seen a lot of research data and a lot of write-ups also that talk about, XYZ traits being very dominant in women leaders and the other traits being very dominant in them. But I would like to stay away from stereotyping. And I think that is really the way forward. And we should actually not get in the zone of, looking at leadership from a gender lens. And really looking at these times, from a leadership lens and not just a gender lens. I would say that the past few months, given the pandemic, given the disruption that has happened, has really been something like, shifting sands. So every time there's a new impression with an evolving scenario, because which has been changing so fast across countries, across regions and everywhere, across consumer minds, the consumer mindsets, that every time, there's a shift in sand, we're left with a new impression to deal with as leaders. So what does that really translate into? We've all figured, by now that as leaders, we definitely need to know how to handle ambiguity. But in such times, we went beyond ambiguity. We were actually dealing with most humans around us, having a dominant emotion of anxiety. And anxiety is something at these very, high levels across people and at very high levels is what we have not as humans dealt with earlier, at least in our generation. So how do you step up in times like this, which are way beyond ambiguous? What are the traits that you get to the fore, right? We've seen that, most people have started expressing themselves very differently. We've seen in the pandemic, people, the tonality of self-expression has sort of evolved. People are coming out, they're talking more. So as leaders, can we, also cultivate and be more listeners, be more solution providers, be more trusting of people, the human race around us? How do we, have that interconnectedness at an individual level with ourselves, with our teams, with our organizations, and cultivate it even with society at large? So how do we play that role of, being the connectors, curators of things which are more positive, which are actually providing solutions rather than adding to the anxiety? So that's really the role that we've seen. And thankfully, I think marketing is a profession that really allows you to do that in multiple ways. You can see positive messages, you can curate positivity, you can build the right platforms. It helps you get that outreach. So that is where, I think from a marketing lens and a marketing leader's lens, it becomes very important. And these 12 months have definitely been ever evolving, but they've also been very rewarding in terms of how professionally we could have, worked with the community.
Well, that's great, Jasneet. Thanks for sharing. I think these are some interesting thoughts and a point of view. I totally agree with you. In fact, I was talking to a friend yesterday, and he did mention that one of the emerging trends he's seeing is that there was a time when, a lot of women said, "I want to be a heroine," but today I think the trend has changed. They want to be a hero, and like a lot of movie personalities today, they don't want to be called an actress but an actor. So I totally agree with you that we all, especially all the corporate leaders, need to move beyond the gender. uh, it's a more of a leadership point of view rather than a man or a woman point of view. On that note, Suparna, would you like to share your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. It's lovely to be here and listening to everyone speak. So, in my case, I actually took on the role of CEO on April 1st, 2020. So, somebody gave me this epithet of lockdown leader. I'm like, okay, it sounds interesting. So, I think the last 12 months, and see, I actually moved from being a CMO, being a marketing person to a business person. And, I'll just briefly state how, across different months it kind of panned out. I think the first 6 weeks when the entire country was locked down, we were in a kind of state of shock and awe, and it was extreme anxiety. But as a leader, I think what I kind of exhorted the team to do is, since you can't do any, you can't manufacture watches, you can't sell watches, why don't we look at what we can do? And we use that time very effectively in relooking at our processes and ways of working. We are a almost 33, 34-year-old company, and there have been many things that we've been doing in a certain way the whole time. And some of this was about sales processes, some of this was about manufacturing processes. Like, we did a full understanding of why we have the inventory of raw material and WIP that we have. And normally, nobody would have the time to do this. Or in the factory for plating, we did trials that normally, because all three shifts are working, you don't have the time. So we did that kind of work, and it kind of kept everyone occupied mentally, intellectually, and emotionally bonded. The other very big thing we did in the first quarter was communicate. It was communicate to the entire, business, all the employees, communicate to stakeholders. We have a lot of franchisees, vendor partners, distributors, to communicate to the entire ecosystem through mails, through cascades, through Zoom calls, smaller groups of people. I even did about 60 one-on-ones through from April, I think from May, June till about November. Because I realized that a lot of people were feeling very isolated, and they were feeling helpless. And just 1 hour that I would spend with them, listening to what they were doing, how they were feeling. And there were lots of very happy stories, and people really loved being at home and bonded with families. There were stories of anxiety, there were stories of mental health not to being that good. And it just gave, there were stories of people getting COVID. There was, of course, if somebody in one of our employees had COVID, I would have definitely heard of it. But I also realized that of the 60 people, 2 of them, their spouses had got COVID and they had been through a really tough time. And I had no idea, if you don't record really, So it was a communication, really reaching out both in large groups, small groups, and individually. And that really helped. And the third thing was, as the markets lifted, and as I think I started traveling from August out of Bangalore, we're based in Bangalore. And at that point, the anxiety was very high, and I myself was a little scared. But through August till now, I've made, I don't know, maybe 10, 12 business trips, and just being with people, going, because the stores are working, right? The factories are working, all of them are working. And it just seemed to me that it would be very important for me to show up there where people are working, and with all of the COVID risk. Right now, in the last 2 months, I think the anxiety has come down. But I would say till end December, it was still very high. So demonstration of solidarity was something that actually really worked very well for me.
That's very interesting. And wow, what you mentioned, some 60 101s in 2 months. It's incredible, I think, because I can relate to it. One of the things that I've always heard is that when the times are tough, you multiply the communication. How often and how much can you communicate, especially as leaders, because that is very reassuring for all the people that we work with. I was actually, I think some of you have mentioned some very good points, from the Durga syndrome to the shifting sands of change. I just wanted to move the discussion a little bit forward into more the personal space. All of you are very senior leaders, and we've gone through some very interesting times. So it will be really nice for everyone to hear some stories or anecdotes about how you went about, maybe managing your own day-to-day life. All of you play multiple roles, I'm sure, whether it's at home or at work. I think we've heard a lot about the work piece, but are there other things that, would be very interesting, how you went about, like some of you did mention about the anxiety that all of you were feeling, or some of you were feeling. Beyond that, what were some of the other challenges, and maybe how did you go about, managing some of that? So it would be very interesting for our, audience who's here today to just maybe get a peek into your lives as well. And if I could request, maybe just need to go first this time.
Great. So as you rightly said, Nikhil, we wear multiple hats, and that's true of, like it is true of women. I think that's even true for men. Having said that, particularly in the case if you are mothers, right? Culturally in India and maybe a lot of other Asian economies, the mother, in spite of being a working mother, really remains, the primary caregiver. And I think what has happened really is with the lockdown and the pandemic and education going online and everything, I do think that that in most families, the male gender, has the husbands or the fathers, whichever way you look at it, they have also realized and learned to step up. you know and it's been a tough ride. It's been a tough ride for everybody, I would say, because whether you're doing whether you're even being the primary caregiver, it's not like you're physically present to handle everything yourself. We all saw a breakdown of our support system in terms of help not being available and all of that, right, for a long time. So what we've really seen is that how, as a family unit, you're able to have an equitable distribution of not only power but also responsibilities. And what I believe is that, as we even straddle through this, and as we are going to come out of this into a new normal, or we're still in an evolving scenario, I believe, and I would like to believe, this will have positive outcomes, for society at large. Because what has happened is that we've been forced to have a redistribution of power. So for equality, we always need both the genders to work together, right? And in this scenario, whether it's been forced or it's been voluntary, it's largely been forced at a environment level, but at the household level, it may have been largely voluntary and semi-forced. Okay, but I do believe there will be very positive outcomes of this in the long run, because what we need as a society, we need to actually give equal opportunities to both genders. And the equal opportunities will only come when the power distribution is equitable in terms of responsibilities, decision making, chores, primary, caregiving to children, and all of that packaged into one. So I do think that we will see a lot of positives. There have been a lot of downsides of the pandemic as we talk about it, anxiety and all of that, but there will definitely be medium to long term positive outcomes, and this being one of them. So that's from my end.
Thanks, Jasdeep. You want to share any stories, anecdotes, thoughts?
Yes, I must say that, I didn't know that somebody else here, Suparna, have a very similar story. So when you talk about change, I must say that between the month of April and June, April and actually December now, I changed job, I changed city, I changed houses, of course, and I have I have old age parents, and I have a 17-year-old son. So I don't think so. I had the problem of not being the decision maker. My challenge was to make those tough decisions, right? So when do you take a call to make that change and go ahead, right? So I would say yes, change was a big one in my life for sure. And you asked the question, Nikhil, that we all dealt with anxiety, worry, fear, self-doubt, right? I would say that, this is a mantra that, one of my mentors have taught me long back, is that when you cannot travel outside, travel inside, right? And I think the whole lockdown time, the 3-4 months, was a beautiful time for us to travel inside, introspect and reflect and connect with people who never got the time to do that, right? And Suparna, as you had rightly mentioned, I think maybe because we were not traveling so much, I could actually connect with my associates and my new colleagues better, because we didn't have the boundaries of connecting in person, right? We could just jump on a Zoom call and still connect with them. So I would say that was the second way that I dealt with it. And I think somebody mentioned work-life balance. I said, I think I've given up on the concept of work-life balance. There's nothing called work-life balance. Let me just be very, very, assertive out here. There's something called, and this is something which we have learned in our Hindu mythology, right? It's all about the harmony. It's about work-life integration. And I must tell you that, when I came on board, I think the first thing that I made it very clear to my team, you can take your calls in pajamas, you can have your kids, crying behind you, you can have the dogs barking in your screen and coming in your lap and being with you on the screen. We are all human beings. So stay human. We are not robots. We are not perfect. We are imperfect human beings that are dealing with this pandemic. So I think the celebration of imperfection also helped me to deal with this scenario. I would say those are the 4 things that really helped me to deal with the situation, Nikhil.
That makes a lot of sense. I just see Neha springing up. So just Neha, keep us honest. How much time do we have?
5 minutes.
You're on mute. 15 minutes. Okay. So we have some time. So maybe continuing with the same discussion, Suparna, anything that you want to share on the personal front, how you dealt with certain things during this time?
So yes, I think a lot of things are very common. I think experiences are common. I do think, and I think many of the other panelists may be working out of Bombay. In Bangalore, funnily enough, things were quite normal very early. And though pandemic was raging, everybody was doing everything. Like I started to come to office from I think 6th of May, which is very, very unusual. The first month, there were just a few of us. And then, of course, we have, 50% who come on one week and 50% who come on the other week and all that. So I had to actually arrange for my household help to come back. Otherwise, there was no way I could. So we jumped through some hoops and it was okay. I think for me, so the question really, a lot of people ask, a lot of people tell me, oh my God, it must have been so hard and you must have spent so much time, worrying about business. And I realized that I wasn't worrying about business. I mean, business would come back when it would, and it did. It was a matter of time. And, irrespective of the category or the business or the function, whatever role you are, eventually work will come back. It'll come back in some new shape and form, but it will come back. I think the only sleepless nights I had personally were when there were people, in my team who were really, really sick with COVID. I think those were the ones that, so, every morning I would get, and I continue to get, what the previous day's sales were, and, how that is going as against a target. But every night I would get how many more people have got COVID across the country. And that would be the one. And after some time, I told the person who was sending it, please send it to me in the night, that I don't get sleep. I mean, there's very little I can do, honestly. So send it to me in the morning. So yeah, I think that was really the anxiety. If you reflect, everything else, I felt there was some positive coming out of it, like it was mentioned, we had time for ourselves, we had time for a lot of long forgotten hobbies, just being in the moment rather than running around and rushing around. But the virus itself continued to be, and even now I think continues to be, a source of anxiety till we get large numbers of people vaccinated. I think, that is something that was quite stressful.
No, that is so true. I think, like you said, everybody, all of us would have had some similar experiences. But yeah, the degree differs for each one of us, and there we are. And even I am in Bangalore, so I can vouch for it that it seemed that Bangalore went back to normal a little earlier. I have teams in Mumbai as well, and I think there were struggles at many levels there. A lot of them live in homes which are much smaller, and there were families now which were stuck at home, and people who were working together. So a lot of challenges. So it's just amazing how people have been going through it. So Shanghamitra,
and
any
Nikhil, just
thoughts?
to add to your point, I must say,
Yeah,
when
sure.
you talk about, the recovery part of it, destiny, as they may say, the school that my son goes to, that used to go to in Noida, was the first school that was exposed to the virus. The apartment community that I lived in was the first apartment community where we had the first case of India. So by literally, when it hit and it said, okay, it's India's first case, the school went on all TV channels, the apartment community went on all TV channels, and it's like, what has just hit us?
Yep. Thanks, Meenu, for sharing that. Over to you, Shanghamitra.
Thanks, Nikhil. And as Suparna shared, as Jasmeet, Meenu, and all of you were sharing, that the times were different, and we were learning different things. We were connecting with our families in ways that we have not had the opportunity to in the recent times, because all of us usually have these mad schedules where we are rushing from airport to airport, and weekends we are trying to catch up on the last mails that we have. So rarely do we get the chance to catch up on things which are happening at home. So that was one of the things that we personally took back as a gift of these times. But we are some of the lucky ones. And life has not really been this easy for many of our women counterparts across. We do know that the pandemic has affected people on the other side, which is our side of the gender, in much more critical ways than it has meant. So the job loss, and you called out that number earlier, Nikhil, for women has been that much more, which has exaggerated the divide that was already there. And in terms of the numbers, if we look at India perspective, we were always seeing a decline in women in the workforce. And we have seen that steadily sliding from 34% in 2006 to where we are standing today at around 24%. So this effect and overturning that will take some time for us to get over as an economy. Thankfully for the industry that I am part of, the IT and ITS industry, it has been a positive impact that we have seen. And currently for the industry, the figures are hovering around 35%. For my organization, we are at 38% of diversity. If I talk about my own teams, it has not been a very easy going for every member, because there have been multiple things that each member has been doing. And I'm not talking only about women here. Our men colleagues have also been wearing multiple hats and juggling different things, where time has not had any boundary and any meaning in the times when we were locked down, because the world always thought that we are available in front of our screen at any point of time. So Minu was talking about work-life balance and work-life harmony. Neither balance nor harmony existed at this point of time. So it has been a bit of difficult going. Suparna was calling out about how we, all of us, were affected by our own team members coming down and being diagnosed with COVID, especially in the early days when the protocol for treatment was still not that well established. We had family members of our teams coming down, and that anxiety was something that we tried to manage. What I had done personally for our team is we had put together smaller teams who would call each other up to maintain that solidarity. So what we were really missing out on is the personal touches which were possible when we were in office. And, some bit of friendly advice, somebody saying that you could do this or that, and often a simple distraction of just going out for a coffee break and a tea break. All of that was no longer possible in the times that we were going through, and also battling these crises. So what we did is, therefore, we put together these sort of soothsayer team, which would call each other up, maintain that contact, and we would get to know also that if everything is fine at a team member's place, and I have a fairly large team, so not always is it possible for me to call each one of them personally up. I used to have a weekly call where I would talk to each and every member, and it is a call where I have the entire team present. And the smaller groups will always be in touch with each other. And what we have found as a result is that we have emerged from these times a much strongly bonded team. We have something called a pulse score, which we have a rating of how people are engaged. And amazingly, and the organization is asking me, what is it that you have been doing? Is there something which is going on? Out of 10, the pulse score for the team currently stands at 9.3. And it is not because of me, it is because of the entire team which has come together and spoken much more to each other during these times.
That really, I think these are some such interesting stuff that all of you have shared, in terms of what you've gone through at a personal level, and also how you've managed your various teams as well. Before I move on to probably the last question for today, I just wanted to share something, which I have experienced, during the last many months of the pandemic, is since all of us were working from home, and my wife is a teacher. And for the first time in my life, I probably appreciated the job of a teacher much more than I ever did. I saw her teaching every day, trying to struggle with how to communicate with the kids through the day. I can't tell you, how much ever I would have thought I understand, how teachers go through their day-to-day lives. But my empathy quotient has gone up tremendously, because you tend to always think that what you do is is very important, and and stuff like that. But when you see that in front of you every day, I think the whole perspective, and I think one of you did mention there, we will all change as people. We were what we were before the pandemic and what we will be after the pandemic will be totally different people. And I feel that change already, setting in, so there's a huge appreciation of how things used to be. So yeah, I could also relate to some of the stuff that all of you did mention. So thanks for that. So, on that note, since we are almost coming
And
towards
Nikhil, please thank your wife on behalf of all of us. I think what teachers have done for our kids is phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And don't envy them. Don't envy their job at all.
No, I would definitely pass on the wishes. Thank you so much. So, as we come towards the end of our session today, I just wanted to end with as we started on a very positive note, that there are a lot of challenges, a lot of stuff that everybody has gone through, but hopefully with the vaccination drive on full swing and things improving, and we can all see that there are things coming back to normal. So, is there like that one piece of maybe advice, or one piece of any thoughts that you want to share with all our participants today in terms of looking at the future, what they should keep in mind, especially a lot of our women who are going through a transition, who are looking at doing better in their life, moving up in their jobs, because all of you have done that. You are all very accomplished leaders in your own organizations. So if you want to just share maybe that one piece which will be helpful for everybody today listening to us. So maybe Suparna, you want to go first this time?
Yeah, sure, Nikhil. So, the one piece that I would want everyone to consider, and it's a very simple thing, keep working at your work. No matter what happens, the ups and the downs, I think it's important to remain focused on what your core competence is and continue to upgrade skills and continue to look at new things and just hone your work. That's the final frontier. Because a lot of the other things are very personal, not from, I mean, it varies from person to person. It depends on the person, because you have, each person, their life circumstances, the opportunities, the challenges will be very different. The life stages are a very big thing in women's lives and careers. It's difficult to give a uniform answer. Everyone will have to navigate their own personal journeys and professional journeys. But the one thing that remains always is, like, keep learning, keep honing your work skills, keep enjoying, be a lifelong both student and master. I think that would be what I would share with everyone on the call.
That's a good advice. Thanks so much. Jasneet, what do you feel?
Very briefly, I think it's just about believing in yourself and just keep moving forward.
Yep. The always evergreen advice. Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. Keep moving forward. Shangamitra?
Let me read out a few lines. This is a very favorite of mine. Amanda Gorman, the 22-year-old luminous poet who really made the stage come alive in the US presidential inauguration. A couple of lines from her, I think that really resonated with me and resonates with most of us women here, because it is about the hills we climb. And through our life journey, there are many hills we climb. So just to quote a couple of lines, if we are to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we have made. That is the promise to Glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare. So let us dare. Let us dare to climb every mountain, ford every stream, follow every dream. That is where it will take us.
That's so beautiful, and thank you so much for sharing this. And I would just add, I just saw this recent Nike ad today morning So just keep on doing the crazy things, I guess. Keep on doing more and more crazy things. So, Mino, last but not the least, what do you want to share?
Well, I have just two lines to share, Nikhil. One is something that very recently our founder, Mr. BVR Mohan Reddy, we were talking on multiple forums and conversations. And one line of his conversation stuck with me, and I think it's going to be on my wall for a very, very long time, is you are the best investment of your life. So not just babysit your career, parent it, right? Wow. I think that's one. And, I was moved and I was inspired by this line. It's very strong. And second is something which one of my women mentors very early on in my career told me is that, Minu, when you go up there, don't forget to send the elevator back down. Very important. And many of us forget about it. So those are the two lines that I would say that I have to say to all the women out there, and wish them a very, very happy International Women's Day. And Nikhil, thank you for taking up the challenge to do this Power Pack panel.
Not easy to manage women and 4 specially articulate women here.
Absolutely. In fact, when Bijoya asked me to do this, I was almost like, "Are you serious?" But I think it's been a very, very interesting chatting with each one of you. Some amazing stories, experiences, anecdotes that each one of you shared. And, thanks a lot for that. I would just, the last piece that I wanted to leave everybody with is, which is a principle, a philosophy that I follow is, look for the good, because a lot of times we tend to look at what is not right with us or with our teams or with anything in life. It's difficult to look for the good. So just keep looking for the good. And on that note, thanking everybody here, Bijoya, Shanta, and the team, and wishing all the women here a very, very happy Women's Day in advance. Thank you so much.
Yeah, wish you all a happy Women's Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a big pleasure and really enjoyed the talk. Thank you, fellow panelists.
Thank you.
Over to you, Neha.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Has been an important figure in Indian advertising for over 2 decades. He has observed and contributed immensely to the changing face of Indian advertising. His contribution is limited not just to India, but he has also created impact for Indian brands in the United Kingdom, South America, and other countries. Right? Now, Rose Dondi, founder at PTG Communications, on stage to share his. Over to you, sir.
Hi, thank you, Neha. I just will do a quick sound check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay.
Yes,
great.
sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I must say a big thank you to Ad Gully for having me here. It's an absolute privilege and honor to be a part of this wonderful event. We've all been used to ground events and, sitting in various panel discussions across the country. But what has happened in the last 1 year has actually been disruption in many ways. And I think we've all managed to adapt and absorb that. So I'll just take exactly 10 to 15 minutes on this whole thing of disruption. When I was asked by Ganpati, who is an ex-colleague of mine, and of course, who's a very integral part of Ad Gully. So disruption is something which is almost like a middle name. And if you don't have that as a middle name, I would very strongly recommend all of you who are here, including my dear friend Mona Jain, who I can see on the panel here. All of them should actually bring disruption as a part of your persona. It's not about switching on, switching off. It's not something which you are there today and not there tomorrow. It's an ongoing part of your life. So one of the things which has always bothered me is status quo. if it's not sort of broke, why fix it? So that's something which has always bothered me, because you have to have that question in your mind of why and why not. And Suparna, who was here on the earlier panel from the Titan Group, I'm sure you must have all heard of this big brand called HMT. Where is it today? Titan came and disrupted the entire watch industry and removed a huge giant called HMT, which was almost synonymous with watches, literally from the face of our country. But they didn't stop over there. And I must share with you the most disruptive thing they did, which actually has given Indian industry a whole new phenomenon. And that is Tanishq. We've all grown up with family jewelers. Our parents, our grandparents used to go to a family jeweler, our neighborhood jeweler. Today, people are going to Tanishq. No one ever thought that corporatization of a jewelry brand can actually work in India. Complete disruption. And by the grace of God, hard work and great ideas, today Tanishq is a healthy, flourishing brand with the Tata Group. So a huge company, which is normally seen as a big elephant, changed the way business was done. I'm sure even Ritu Gupta from Dell, who will be coming on the panel next, will talk to you about how Dell disrupted computers in the US in the late 80s and the early 90s, when IBM and the other big boys were dominating. Here came a brand which threw a question at the techies, and they became the first brand to customize a computer for you. Disrupted the entire computer industry. Another a great example. I think in the last 1 year of this entire lockdown, something which has really been disruption in many ways has been the complete explosion of Netflix and Amazon Prime. There were cinema halls and cinema, there were television channels and TV, but suddenly people realized that they could actually get a combination of both, and Netflix and Amazon disrupted the entire market. Hotstar, Z5, OTT, where did they come from? And therefore, this ongoing process will carry on. If Netflix and Amazon think that they're going to be here for the rest of their lives and for the rest of posterity, no, something else will come and disrupt. But if you are a disruptor yourself, possibly you've got a head start, you've got something which the others are trying to either copy, follow, or excel or better. I must also share with you, I think there was a very interesting mention about telling stories and telling your own story about disruption. And Radhika, who was the first keynote speaker, very interesting thing. And I really like the way she said that tell your own stories. Don't feel shy about telling your own stories, because each of us is a story. Each of us has a beginning and one fine day an end. Along the way, we write our own stories. So again, I will have the pleasure of mentioning Mona, because she was part of this entire team when we were both at a company called Hindustan Thompson, HTA, which is now called Thompson and Thompson Wunderman, etc. Dabur was an old, wonderful sleeping giant with great products, from the Chyawanprash to the Hajmolas to the Hingolis and the Pudinharas of the world. But when we, as the agency, we were not a product design company, we were an advertising agency. And I still remember that moment when there were 20 people in that conference room at the Dabur office, and one almost collapsed after lunch. And we said, and I told Mr. Burman, can I have 2 Hajmolas, please? And he sent me a big bottle of Hajmola across the table with about 50 tablets inside it. And I said, sir, I just need 2 Hajmolas, please. And you won't believe it, that's when we disrupted the entire thing and gave them the concept of the Hajmola sachet, the 1 rupee sachet with 4 tablets inside it.
You're in a mute, sir. Yeah.
There was some glitch. I think there was a network drop. So that was one of the interesting things, which was real disruption, where the product changed from being almost medicinal to being almost fun and available at every panwala shop, at petrol pumps, everywhere. The same thing happened with Pudin Hara capsules, where Pudin Hara in that bottle with that green liquid, which you would, you sort of shut your eyes and close your nose and drink it, suddenly became gelatin capsules. So please don't think that the disruption which you do has to only be within the guardrails of your job. No, you can think out of the box. You can think differently. I mean, I'm sure if a lot of you must have heard of this gentleman called Deep Kalra and how he came and make my trip. And the travel agency business got completely disrupted. And of course, there are many followers here like Yatra and websites, but somebody had to come and disrupt the business of travel, of airline bookings, of hotel bookings, Airbnb. I think Simran is going to come next on one of the panels, and she's our old neighbor and a great friend, and she'll talk to you about how Airbnb completely sort of questioned this whole concept of hotels and bookings. So when you're looking at disruption, please do not let anybody limit your thinking or your thoughts or your ideas, because the wildest ones, the craziest ones are the ones which actually take the next leap. Coming to the issue of the last 1 year and the pandemic, etc. One thing I have learned about, and along my entire life, I think, that you might find some of the most interesting disruptive ideas from children. Please don't ever worry about what a child says, because there could be a germ of an idea. There could be some very interesting things. And because they are not influenced by history, they are not influenced by what others think. They want to do what they want to do. And kids have always been, I think, great inspiration for disruptive new things. They are the ones who are the grumbles. They are the ones who question you. Why can't it be done this way? Why can't it be done that way? Why do I have to do it this way? And that is the beauty. And that is something which also all of us have to keep alive in ourselves. If you let the child inside you die, chances are you will not be able to think of any new idea or any disruption in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years for the rest of your life. So one of the most important things is, please keep the child alive. Please keep thinking differently. And I think there was a mention about, Sangamitra mentioned about dare. There is a risk factor. If there wasn't a risk factor, everybody would be a disruptor. So there is a risk factor. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. You have to dare, you have to think differently, you have to think out of the box, and sometimes fail. But that does not mean you stop thinking and you stop wanting to change the way the world is. Nikhil, who was the person who handled the panel wonderfully a few minutes ago, Nikhil mentioned about IKEA and about keep doing these crazy things. I think that's something which Steve Jobs has always been, a great believer in. And I think that is where today we have to focus on. If we don't do the crazy things, I don't think we'll be able to change the world. Ladies over here, I think it's a great honor and a great privilege for me to be here, and wish you all an absolutely wonderful Women's Day. I don't want to extend my time. I want to keep it well within my 10 minutes, and hope that very soon I'm back again on a panel and enjoy interacting with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next panel discussion will be on the topic Empowering Women Leaders for Inclusive Growth. The panel will be moderated by Radha Radhakrishnan, Global Head, Corporate Communications Wipro Enterprises. Joining her for the discussion will be Kavita Lakhani, National President, PR and Digital Marketing Council, Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ahana Dhar, Regional Communications and Media Lead, Asia, the Rockefeller Foundation. Bhavna Imran, Regional Communications Leader, Corteva AgriScience. Dr. Sujata Sudhindra, Head Human Resource at Aditya Birla Sun Life and Head of Diversity and Inclusion at Aditya Birla Capital. Namita Ramani, Senior Marketing Manager, Tata AIG, General Insurance and Council Member, Wiki. Shipali Khalsa, Head of Brand and Corporate Communications, SBI General Insurance. Over to you, Radha ma'am.
Thank you, Nehal, and welcome to all my panelists here today, and good afternoon to one and all. Let me start this panel with Shafali and Bhavna. I have this question to you guys. Based on your experience in PR and comms industry, how far do you feel the industry was inclusive early on in your career? And how do you see this situation today when you look back and when you see what it is today?
Hi everyone. Thank you, Radha, for your question, and thank you for starting with me. I would say it's my personal POV that the space of the PR and comms has been always dominated by women. So I would say I have not seen since the time I have started my career 17 years now. I have seen this rather the dominance by the women in this field more than ever. And I guess now it's growing with more women getting into the workforce. I would say there's no such reservance in that, especially for this under this field of PR and comms.
Thanks, Shafali. So mine is slightly different. I have come from a marketing communications background. I didn't spend too much time in the advertising agency, but did spend quite a few years working with GSM and telecom early on. So as a part of the large group, I used to report into to the entire sales and marketing team and report into the head of business. At that point of time, typically what happened was, while I was responsible for brand and reputation, people always looked at me as, oh, she is that young girl who does banners and posters. I tried my best to tell them that I'm helping you all build a story, build the reputation and brand of this big, large GSM firm. But somehow the team just couldn't get it. So I just thought it'll be, we have to figure it out. And like Don Draper in Mad Men says, if you want respect, go get it yourself. So I decided that I'm just going to do that. In the next monthly review meeting, I got them all together and sort of told them a story. And the story helped me to land the importance of brand and communications to take the entire GSM brand forward and the sales forward and how it is an essential part of the role. But what I also did was told them that I have an additional headcount in the brand team. And this time I'm looking at exploring a man to join us and to give us some diversity of thought. What happened? I think I combated two biases that day. One, the fact that women do only stereotypically young tactical roles. I mean, not capable of doing strategic roles. And the other one is, of course, the role of brand and communications. But the reason I stated this is, I think from there to now, we have moved forward. I mean, you see organizations and all the organizations intervene with systemic changes and systemic processes to bring diversity and inclusion. We have the business resource groups and we have women panels, and people are coming together to bring diversity together. So there is huge change. I mean, I think we've come a distance, but there's a lot more for us to cover. Radha, you're on mute.
Yeah, I know. I realized that. No, I just said that it resonates, the early part of your conversation when you're talking about how people looked at the function and looked at you as somebody who's creating, posters and banners. Because way back when I started my career in a tech company, I mean, in the technology side of Wipro, actually, a similar kind of, so what can you do as marketing communication other than, churning out these banners and posters? And yes, I guess we have seen a lot of progress from there on, but I guess we still have a lot of ground to cover, and
that's Kavita, that's what I actually wanted to talk to you about, because we have also seen in the industry that there are a lot more women employees, women career focused people early on in the leadership journey, but when they start progressing, somewhere it starts dipping, and it starts dipping very badly. So what do you think are the reasons, and what is your take on that?
So thank you, Radha, for this lovely question. I just like to begin by saying a big hello to all my co-panelists and to all our viewers. Uh, I just love this topic because, like Bhavna said, there's so much that's happening around it. But, I just genuinely feel that there's a very long way to go. And, one of the things that I observe is that, uh, women are working against gender
Correct.
stereotypes that have been ingrained for years and centuries. So it's not we've just woken up today and it's a yesterday problem, but it's been around. If you look at it, when I would say humanity started, the evolution of humanity, men were supposed to be the breadwinners, and women were supposed to be the nurturers, right? And from there, right from there, the mindsets have always been on that track. So women are supposed to be taking care of the family and the children, and look after the house. Men, on the other hand, are supposed to have the killer instinct, are supposed to be going out and kind of pending, ensuring that the family has resources, financial resources. So if you think about it, uh, this was a role that was actually defined by society, and to some extent, what we are doing now is turning it on its head because times have changed. That's what's happened. And what we had at the evolutionary stage of humankind does not actually apply now. So the economy is different, the scenario is different, and I think unfortunately the mindsets have not really changed as much as fast as they should have, and that's where the problem lies. Mindsets and behavioral changes are not reflective of today's times. That's what I feel. So, what can really kind of change here is both genders, men and women working towards this change. Because very simply, I think uh, most most people agree now that balanced leadership is the way to go, and there's merit in it for economies, governments, countries, organizations. So there's absolutely no doubt on that front. I think the big challenge is how do you make it happen, and that's where we are all grappling with it. And I think there's a lot of work going on around it at organization levels. Um, However, I truly believe that it has to come from within when it comes to women specifically. So their way of looking at life has to change, their goals have to change, because I truly believe that, if you have a goal, you've got to work towards it. But first, to begin with, you have to have a goal. And your goal, like Shefali was saying, there are so many women at, within PR and comms.
Yep.
But how come none of them are, why isn't there balanced leadership at the top is a question that I'd like to ask. Because truly, when you enter the profession, the media and communications or the communications industry has possibly the largest representation of women, maybe close to 38%. But when you go to the highest levels of leadership, it falls to a dismal 3%. And that's what I think we should be kind of trying to change.
That's an interesting point you made, Kavita, about stereotypes and mindsets. And when it comes to mindset, it's not just about the organization or the other gender, but it's also a mindset that you carry with
Yes.
yourself. But when it comes to at an organizational level, and here is where I want Namita, Shafali, and Bhavna to come in. In terms of our companies giving fair opportunities between let's say a competent male employee and an equally competent female employee, right? And what are the best examples that you guys have seen in terms of positive change in the workplace let's say in the last 5 years, because needle has moved significantly in the last couple of years. So maybe referencing it to 5 years would be a good thing to do. So Namita, would you want to take a shot first?
Sure, Radha. Thanks a lot for the question. I think I would have loved to say yes, companies have taken efforts and it has actually fruitfully implemented on the ground level. But unfortunately, the answer is no. Companies have been doing a lot of efforts, but ultimately it is not going to the ground level and it's not impacting the people that it should be. According to the study, I think 76% companies want to be diversified and want to attain gender parity. But when you ask the employees that how far are you aware about any such initiatives taken by the company? Unfortunately, they are not aware. So there is a huge gap in terms of what they want to achieve and what they have achieved so far. So, for example, I don't know. I've just come across this example where Apple and Facebook they wanted to offer a service of egg freezing to the ladies, and it was taken very negatively. And they were saying that it's a PR stunt, or possibly they want to basically stop women getting into the reproductive stage and want to devote more to the company. I mean, companies got to be really careful in terms of how they're forming an integrated approach towards attaining this goal. While we see a lot of designations being allotted to achieve this goal, but I think on the ground level, it still takes a lot of time to achieve that.
Yeah, and Bhavna, I mean, let me just ask you the same question. What is your thought on it before I sort of put in my views?
Sure. So I think like Kavita has mentioned, right? I mean, we do see 38% and more number of people coming on board. But what happens? How does that number fizzle away as you grow up? And just to borrow a phrase from one of the organizations I work, they call it the leaky bucket. Well, why does the leaky bucket happen? And why is the attrition in women so high? So I'm sure the companies are offering the roles, but are they making those efforts to keep the leaky bucket plugged in? And typically, when does the leaky bucket happen? It is when somebody is taking a life stage decision, right? You want to take an off to follow your spouse, have a child. What are the interventions which the organization is offering at that point in time? I mean, they are offering physical interventions, like providing a creche, offering some mother's rooms. But is that what is enough? And I know I love this saying which says diversity is being invited to the party, but inclusion is where you're asked to dance at the party, right? I mean,
yeah.
The organizations are doing a lot of things to ask you to be diverse. They are telling you, come join us. We are offering the roles and, equally competent with males and doing everything. But are they doing it in spirit? Is that happening in spirit for us? I mean, look what Namita has just mentioned. The intentions of the organizations are perceived both wrong by us as women and also as men, looking at it as, as either a gimmick or things like that. But I do believe, and as an optimist, I believe that there is change happening. I remember seeing an inclusion poster which had a mother and a child, and the line said, "Don't presume I'll not join in for a late night meeting or a dinner." I mean, that is so good. I mean, we ourselves as women are judgmental about these things, right? So if somebody is looking at such minute unconscious biases, that means there is somebody thinking. But yes, it has to take a long while before we get there. The two positive, I think, things I'm feeling really good about is one, the entire concept of allies. Today, you see a lot of male colleagues and leaders who come forth with positive affirmations. One of my senior colleagues refuses to speak at any panel, irrespective of how respectful that is, saying that if there's no women speaker, I will not be speaking on it. I mean, small gestures, but these are just, I think it's getting there. I mean, there's a lot more happening behind. These positive affirmations are helping us push you to do those changes. And I'm hoping that these changes will bring us to the next level, and the inclusion actually happens, and then we're going to be joining the party and the dance.
Yeah, I mean, actually, to that point, I guess, it gets much more fast-tracked if a male says that I will not participate in this panel because you don't have a woman on the panel and you don't have proper diversity on the panel. So let's hope that we get to that stage as well. Shafali, what are your thoughts on this point?
So I think I have a little different approach to this. While to some extent, I would say I do echo what Bhavna is saying, that very commonly we see that every forum, and with the COVID triggered lockdown, we've seen we all have been participating in a lot of panels, right? So all these panel discussions, webinars, which has suddenly spiked up, we see a lot of women participation. So I definitely buy your point, Bhavna, on that. In fact, I would say yes, even the corporates. Largely, I would say we are all talking about the corporates, not really touching the other industries which are out of our purview, or not even thinking about those industries. But largely speaking of the corporates, I would say we have really grown very positive in terms of the women participation in the CXO level. In fact, today's Times of India also reads some stats. India is actually having a women participation of 39% at a CXO level compared to 26% globally. This is all positive signs. In India, it is 47% of women who are CEOs of the companies compared to what is 26% globally. 41% CFOs are women in India compared to 22% globally. So we are progressing. I somehow I think I'm the only odd man out that is having a very positive approach here. I'm not very pessimistic, but I would touch wood. I would say fortunate enough to have my career in a very positive such environment, I would say. In fact, currently I'm with SBI General since 2 years, and we have about 18% of women in the leadership role. So which is a positive sign, right? And in fact, talking about the corporates also, there are guidelines that they need to have certain percentage of women representation even in the boardroom. So we are progressing. In fact, in my last assignment where I was working for the longest tenure of my career, 9 years I've spent, I had seen women in the boardroom as well. You know, so I feel very proud of the corporates that I have worked with. And somehow I have a very positive approach to this, that India has progressed. In fact,
surely, it's just that.
Sorry, just to add one more thing. About 3 or 4 days, I'm a very still a fan of those offline newspapers. So I'll again cite one example that there was one full page ad 3 days back, if you can recollect. A leading Chinese automobile manufacturer, they had put up a full page ad saying that we have 33% of women workforce, and they are aiming to make it 50% in 3 years. Yeah, so sorry, but I'm very positive.
No, I mean, I think all in this panel are only hoping and really wanting passionately that this tribe grows and grows much more faster and at a faster pace than what it is. Ahana and Sujata, you guys have been a bit quiet. Sorry, I mean, my next question to you guys. One of the biggest barriers to making progress in gender equality rests in the minds of men and women, which is what Kavita pointed out as well. But my question to you guys is, how can we overcome? There is a lot of unconscious barrier, and how do we overcome that?
Sujata, would you like me to go first, or?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Radha, for that question. I think I come from a social impact space right now. And so this is a question we actually ask ourselves very often, not just within the workspace, actually, but also the people that we're working with every day and to make an impact in their life. The unfortunate truth is that gender bias is so deep-rooted in our society that it's almost automatic. Even the most progressive or work among us, can be guilty of it. Unfortunately, these biases function as an invisible barrier for women in the workplace, at least. While most people know that women have different experiences than men at work, every time I spoke to majority of leaders in my earlier experience, most being men, sadly, were in denial about that particular fact. Every conversation ended with men saying that they believe men and women have identical opportunities, workplace experiences, career paths. Consequently, I think what they wanted to convey was that they believe women do not succeed because of their individual choices or capabilities, but because of unwelcome they do not succeed because of their individual choices and capabilities, and not because of hostile work environments or other such factors. And let's take a simple example, considering that all of us are communications professionals. Women and men with similar skill sets are often described very differently. I think language at the basic illustrates this gender bias.
Yeah.
Men are called persuasive and women are called pushy in the exact same situation. Men, when they keep following up on a work opportunity, are called relentless or strategic. And I've heard this personally. Women are dismissed as aggressive or, calculated. So I think to achieve gender equality, we all have to learn how to identify our own unconscious bias and start actively working towards it. We need people to be comfortable calling it out without any fear of retaliation. And then men and women to be okay hearing and confronting their own biases. Even though managing discrimination can be challenging for leaders, it's a lot harder for employees to work in an environment where their identity is devalued. My husband, from a personal idea, my husband recently went through one of these trainings. Sorry.
Yeah, please go on.
My husband recently went through one of these trainings and he said something very interesting that I always remember. He said that being in a position to tackle the inequality that you yourself may have never have to experience is an ultimate privilege. So yeah, I think those are some.
That's a dream situation, Hannah. It's a complete dream situation, and hopefully we all get there very soon. Sujata, your views on this point, please.
Yeah, so good afternoon, my co-panelists, and good afternoon, everybody. I think when you're the last one to speak, your first four co-panelists would have actually, said it all. So I have to add a little value. I completely, definitely resonate with what Kavita and Ahana said. You cannot eliminate bias. You can at the most reduce it, because instead of saying why we should, where did it come from? It came right from your childhood. It was all scripted, because we expect a child to behave in a certain way. The minute you're defining a behavior, the bias sets in. It's as simple as that. I'll give you a small example. When it comes to technology, we want the latest technology. You want the latest iPhone. You want the latest medical treatment. You want the latest comfort. But when it comes to mindset, we are very, very clear that this is what the role that you have to play. Yeah. And I think pandemic, while it created havoc, it just, broke our mindset. The myth that talent has to be mobile has the best lesson that we especially in HR has learned, that if you're talented, you don't have to be mobile, you can operate from anywhere. I think that's one of my biggest takeaway. Now organizations play a very, very great role in reducing the biases. See, unless and until the senior management will not believe in this, how much ever we all talk about it, it will not happen. As simple as, can we make the profiles, the CVs, gender neutral? Can we use a gender neutral language? Can we ensure all the communications are gender neutral? That's all. We are saying that meritocracy is the underlying factor. There is no compromise on meritocracy. We are not asking for quota. We are not asking for favors. We are saying make it gender neutral. Now, the best quote that I remember what Jeff Bezos said is, who is a potential? Potential, we will say, data. He should be data driven. You should know markets. You should know segments. No. The person who is able to make the decisions, right most of the time is a potential. For example, that individual has, the thinking ability, foresight, can look into future, can understand, what is abstract. That individual is what you have to look for as a potential, rather than saying gender. Yes, it's nothing against men. I'm saying, first, women should accept, yes, I will want to stand alone. I have to speak the truth. It's okay, I will stand alone. And secondly, I should be very clear that this is what I'm going to express. Thirdly, I think organizations should start feeling comfortable with data and gut. We are so number driven that we feel very confident if I'm rattling off numbers without understanding that women have this innate ability. So, I feel it'll happen like this, and it happens largely like that. Again, it's a thought processes, but for us, it just comes as one information. And so now coming back to the organization, I think people will start believing it, when we are calling for diversity, that when they see benefit or they're penalized. I'll give you the smallest example rather here is, when the pandemic struck, we said, please start wearing masks. We will not listen. But when you impose a penalty, you will wear mask. It's as simple. Till we reach a certain stage or a certain percentage, it has to be a process. Then it can become a culture. Then it can become your behavior. But until then, I think you should have your systems, processes, enablers, and rewards and penalization to make it happen from an organization perspective.
Yeah, I agree to some extent, Sujata, but I also have, I mean, earlier in my career, I do not know whether that happens even now, but earlier in my career, I had also seen a lot of organizations sort of saying that for this particular role in marketing or communication, they have decided that they would recruit, a female candidate. I'm honestly, I have some reservations around that because, and in fact, there are some places where I have said that I will not come. I mean, if you guys, I don't even want to apply for this because if you guys are straight away telling me that this role is reserved for a woman, right? I mean, I'm really not comfortable with that thought process as such because I feel that that itself has a certain kind of a bias and a certain kind of a subtle messaging probably internally also you're weaving, which is not good. And somewhere I think, Kavita, this is probably the right time for you to step in because you were the one who first made this comment about it all resting in the mind, and I want you to conclude here in terms of how can all of us, whether it is male or female, overcome this unconscious barrier.
I can't help thinking that, one of the things that I feel is that, women need to have, now whether it's, I'm going to pick up both the genders separately and then organizations. So we've talked quite a lot about what organizations should do. Shifali debates it all with us. But I think I'm glad to hear that she's had a couple of great experiences. But by and large, majority organizations, I'd agree with Namita, that a majority of the organizations that I've come across have great intent, but don't have on the ground policies or that enabling culture. And cultures are not built overnight. So I think one thing that I have to say that, somewhere I'm going to agree with Sujata that, the most important thing is that this has to be a buy-in right at the top, at the CEO level. It needs to be a KRA or a key result area for the CEO to ensure 50-50 leadership, balanced leadership right at the top. The rest of the levels will then fall in place. The culture will fall in place. The infra will fall in place. The flexi hours or anything that is required to make it happen will fall in place. So I would say at the organization level, just one single point and we are sorted there. As far as men and women, the two genders, I think men are already playing a highly supportive role, and I think they need to continue on that path. The more they do it, the better they're going to be appreciated by the women around them. And I think it's also good for them because I think they're getting a very different perspective to layer theirs. So I truly believe that we need to celebrate the uniqueness and the differences of both the genders. So from that perspective, I think men have a huge role to play. And Bhavna actually gave us very granular examples of how they can be supportive. As far as women are concerned, I think one of the things that they need to do is, like I earlier on said, have a plan. And that plan should be to be the best that they can be, to go for the leadership roles that they need to, that they aspire for. And I would say, how do they go there? Because that's very important as well. It's not good enough to just wish for something. You have to have a very, very specific plan. And there are only three things that I would say over here. That, one is that look for a mentor who can and actually lean on their experiences to help you get there. Secondly, build your networking circles. I think this is what men do effortlessly. They are born networkers, I would say.
Absolutely.
Going for a Friday evening beer session is just like something that they do all the time, Whereas women have other priorities like family and, they just don't think it's worth the time or whatever. So I think they need to now make that effort to network, and it's possible because of I think COVID is good because there are suddenly so many networking opportunities online that women need to kind of use it to their advantage. And the third thing, which I can't stress enough on, is really upskilling and learning. And I think this is an area that's so important for leadership. So in my mind, learning and leadership just go hand in hand. Today, if you're not better than the best, you don't stand, and it doesn't matter whether you're a woman or a man. So these three areas, and I think they'd be able to work around any kind of self biases that they have, or inner barriers that they have, because these three areas, which is really about having a goal, looking for the mentors, looking for networking, and working towards it, kind of helps you get that confidence. So I think that's where you break through that mindset of yours that I can't be a leader, or should I rise, that ambiguity, that you have. So yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, so in fact, where there is barrier of any kind, the pay gap is something that closely comes with it, because they are like two sides of the coin, right? I mean, bias and pay gap. And we have seen across sectors, in fact, we keep reading all kinds of reports saying where there is huge pay gap between a male employee and a female employee doing similar kind of roles and having similar kind of experience levels, etc. So, how significant is it in our industry? And Namita and Shafali, I want to ask you, what is your opinion on how these imbalanced policies and pay gaps can be addressed by an organization? Namita, can you hear me? Shafali,
Yes, yes.
can you?
Hi. Hi, Radha. So, like I said, that developing a policy is one thing, and getting implemented on the ground level is another thing. So, I think couple of steps which I think can work this very well is probably when you're hiring. Of course, look for a. I mean, to maintain the diversity, you'll have to look for women employee, and not just basis the gender. Of course, you'll have to look at the skill set. You'll have to look at what is the pay gap that they have, because pay gap is across the industry. So I think when you look at, there is already a difference in the pay amount that your company would be paying, and the current salary. I think we should stop looking at that, and we should actually develop this process, as try to manage somehow and get onto the industry level pay as the other gender would be getting. The couple of other practices probably give them rather than the other point which I wanted to pay attention to is basically, rather than getting these benefits, I think I completely agree with Kavita that these benefits will be very will have to generate a little sustenance approach. But when you're actually working on yourself, working on your own development by mentoring and developing your skill, that'll probably, you'll be able to overcome these challenges and overcome these balances in a very nicer way, and you would not feel that you're actually getting any sort of favor from anybody. So I think, yeah, I think we should develop skill set and then get those sort of deserving position than having getting a favor from the organization.
Yeah. What do you think, Shafali, on this? Shafali, can you hear me?
I think Radha Shifali seems to have lost the network. I can't see her.
Okay. Okay. Oh, fair enough. So that sort of brings me to the last question of this panel actually, which is, and Namita, I'll probably continue with you because I mean this is also something where I want your opinion on it. Do you see more women taking the hot seat in the future? I mean, what can companies do to like how they say break the glass ceiling, how women can break this glass ceiling, and how companies, what can they do to get more and more gender equality in C-suite?
So, rather, the answer will again remain the same, that I would personally believe that rather than taking benefits which are just made for women, we should, of course, work on your own development. We should have a plan in place. You should actually be so strong that you can fight all odds that are coming on your way and reach out to the position. The only thing I think what is missing in our gender, possibly. I don't know if I generalize this thing, but I think we don't value ourselves as much as we should, So the moment we start valuing ourselves, nobody can actually take us for granted. It may be anyone for that matter. It may be a women. It may be when you're competing with women to women, or maybe a competition is somebody on the opposite gender. I think it's the best time. Pandemic, of course, has given us this value to this time to basically connect with ourselves, develop our competencies, and be so strong mentally and emotionally that nobody will actually take you for a ride. Or maybe if you're deserving, then of course you will have to get this position. Nobody can really take you on a ride just because of your gender. So I think companies, of course, can just recognize the value that you can bring it on the table, and with an intention to bring this sort of diversity in the whole corporate world, that is again going to benefit them in terms of becoming more agile. I think that's the only thing I can probably.
Yeah, so Sujata, like what Namita was talking about, how do you make companies, see value and realize the kind of value women bring in, and how do they, have this gender equality in C-suite specifically? So, what are your thoughts?
Rather, for any organization which is very progressive, it will be a three-pronged approach generally. One, they should be sustainable. One, they should be profitable. Three, they should be futuristic. Simple. For this, for these three things, two things are very critical. That means I should be innovative. I should be customer-centric. Correct? And for these two things, you need diversity. That's a simple answer. Research over the years and years has said a diverse organization is the most profitable organization and has, been through different crises and yet sustained themselves. So diversity is the answer there. Now here, it is the organization and women who have to travel together. And let me just take 30 seconds to tell you a short incident which happened with me in Aditya Birla Group 10 years back. I was working with a she was a consultant, and she said, Sujata, what is that you're willing to give up to get in? That is, what are the chores that you're willing to give up? We want to micromanage everything. You want to have a perfect family, perfect house. It does not mean, I'm not talking family, means not the quality part of it. My house should be always clean. I should be a perfect cook. I should do everything myself, and I want to be good. Doesn't work. She said, learn to, just outsource, which is not relevant to you, so that you can focus on your dream. I think that is what we need to do. Then coming back, the organization knows that if they have to be futuristic, they have to ensure that they're sponsored. This sponsorship has to happen by the senior management. Coming back, talent management cannot be a 9-box matrix at all now. You have to relook and look with a different lens that talent is now going to come in a different way. And thanks again to the pandemic. With technology in place, I think most of the roles are gender neutral. I'll give you the smallest example. Collections job, which we thought is a very man should go and collect money. With so much of technology, I think it's become gender neutral. I'll not say it is women, it's for man. It has become gender neutral. With technology, many things have no biases there. Secondly, I think it is the CEOs and the leadership team should be working with HR. It just can't be HR just hire more women. It doesn't work unless and until the CEO and the leadership saying we should have whatever is the percentage of women on board. If that happens, we will listen. I'll give you an example. If you are saying this is the target you'll have to achieve, you all will get this much bonus, that we all understand very clearly. So why can't we understand this? So till you reach that level playing field, it's very important to have processes, how much ever, the employee at the grassroots level is trying to, make a noise, but unless and until it is not conducive, unless and until you're not going to give me all enablers which will make me successful, it will not happen. It will be a very good feel-good conversation that we are having across the panel. So unless and until the senior management team is not serious, this will not happen. So the accountability lies there. And of course, as an individual, like what all of us are saying, you have to keep constantly upskilling and learning yourself.
True.
Radha, if you don't mind, I would like to jump in.
Yeah,
here
sure, Ahana, go ahead.
For like a minute. I think it's not enough to be aware of the problem. And it's certainly not enough to throw a quota in place or another training initiative. which actually requires no real effort from leaders, to be honest with you. And to solve inequality, I think we need leaders who are educating themselves, researching and understanding why these challenges exist in the first place, or what are these barriers that they're upholding, unknowingly. And very often, and this is where I differ from what probably Namita was saying, very often we put the onus on women themselves. We put the onus in us upskilling ourselves, us asking, reaching out and creating a network, which I think is absolutely very important as one part of that entire journey. But if there is no systemic change to the whole thing, I don't think any of this will matter, to be honest. And, and I don't want this to be a very bleak conversation, a very dark conversation. So I'm going to give you a small story that I loved hearing when the first time, about women helping women, which is what this is about, which is what the day coming up is all about. So there was, a while ago when President Obama took office, 2/3 of his top aides were men. Women had to elbow their way into important meetings. They had to get in, and many times their voices were obviously ignored. So female staffers adopted a meeting strategy that they called amplification. When a woman made a point, other women would repeat it, giving credit to her. This forced the men in the room to recognize the contribution and denied them to, claim the idea as their own. So this is, there are obviously these amazing, brilliant things that will keep coming up, and we as women will keep making sure to lift other women with us. But I think none of this will happen without systemic change at ground level.
Completely.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just, unfortunately, we are running out of time, and I'm just sort of summarizing few takeaways for all of us. One is that it has to start top down. There has to be a management buy-in, and there has to be a complete involvement by the CEO or the head of the organization, as they call it. Second, I think is the fact that as women, we need to understand, and we need to both introspect as well as set the expectation right. And like what Kavita says, not give up, midway. The third, of course, is the fact that the ecosystem around us needs to be constantly sensitized. We need to bring in a fundamental cultural change, like what I was saying just a little while ago about probably more and more men should sort of say that if there is no women in a panel, if there is no women in a meeting, if there is no women in senior leadership, then probably something is not right. I mean, start hammering that message that you guys are not doing something right. I guess these are some fundamental things that will help us look at cutting down biases and bringing in that equality, not just in terms of role, not just in terms of how the organization runs, but also in terms of pay, because at the end of the day, uh, all of us feel nice when we see that even how we are getting compensated, there is a fair amount of treatment, right? So thank you guys. Thank you. It's great to have you guys on the board on this panel. And thanks, Adgali, Vijaya, Madhura, Nehal. It's great to have been part of this. Over to you, Nehal.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much, panelists. Our third panel will discuss what it takes to cultivate women leadership at the ground level. The topic of discussion is women leaders of tomorrow. Are we encouraging them enough? This session will be moderated by Girish Huria, Executive Vice President, Growth and New Initiative, Avian WE and Western Region Chair, PRCAI. He will be joined by Arushi G. Phillips, Corporate Communications Lead, FCB India, Priyanka Mehra, Director, Marketing and Communications, Avas Group India, Simran Kodeshia, Country Communications Lead, Airbnb, Rohini Saldana, Director, Corporate Communications, South Asia, Bundaman Thompson, and Saloni Shah, Head, Consumer Product Division, L'Oreal India. Over to you, Girish, sir.
Thank you. Suddenly, technology starts playing its own challenges. Thank you, Nehal, for the warm welcome and introduction. Okay, we've got Simran. I thought she was having some trouble joining in. Welcome, Simran. Welcome to all panelists, and thank you, Adgali, for providing us the opportunity to have a great discussion around a topic which is about women leaders in India. Are we encouraging them enough? And I would actually start by asking my panelists to really share their views on this topic itself. Are we encouraging women leaders in India? Uh, and if yes, how? And more importantly, what are your organizations doing to encourage each one of you and the so many women leaders in your organization? So uh, I would request each one of you to share your own views and thoughts around it. Go around the panel, and then we'll take up the other topics. So we'll try and break up this entire panel discussion into two themes, which is about specific personal experiences of each one of you and some general observations and actionable items that we would like the women leaders to take of today and of tomorrow, both. So over to you, Priyanka. Would you like to share your own thoughts around this topic, and more importantly, how has it been encouraged in your organization?
Sure. Thank you so much. And thank you, Adgali, for kind of giving us a platform to speak about something that's close to all of us. So I think I have very confidently say that after completing 2.5 years within this organization, I know one thing for sure, that if you come with a certain expertise, you come with a certain skill set, you have a seat on the leadership table. Now, what you do with the seat, there's an equal opportunity to everyone who comes in, right? Doesn't matter whether you're male or female. So that's one. Secondly, we also kicked off Women Who Inspire last year, which is an initiative which looks at changing an entire cultural mindset, whether it is from a point of view of policy making, or it is initiatives, or it is, how we have biases, like, which we are not conscious of. So that is something that we are working on a leadership level. And I'm very happy to say I have two male colleagues on the core committee with us, because there's diversity of views with all the women that they bring in. We also kind of tied up with the UN chapter for unstereotyping. So we're also a member of that. So I am happy to kind of belong to a place where women leadership is encouraged, nurtured, and there's mentoring that happens within these programs. And you don't know something unless you've actually worked in the organization. I think 2.5 years is enough of proof that it is. And I'm extremely happy to bring about the change. Going back to the umbrella theme, right? Girish, this topic is so vast that maybe the whole day all of us can sit and speak, because there's so much to do. And I would like to speak about this topic later, but I've just kind of put it there, and the rest of the people can kind of add to it. There is a lens of equity, not equality, that we need to look at, right? So when you're saying, are we doing enough? I think everybody, and I'm optimistic about it, because there's a lot of awareness. There are conversations like these that are happening. And people are, when you talk about something, you're likely to do something about it as well. You hear it so many times. Amplification is happening. You know the right to the wrong easily, right? You know something's off. We know that what happened 2 years ago as well. So my point is, we need to change the way we collectively look at something, because to have an equal way for both the genders to kind of achieve things in professionally, personally, first you need to get them to a level of equity. Equality will follow. So I think there's a lot that is happening. There's a lot that can happen. And there's a lot that we can speak about, but I will kind of leave it at that and let my colleagues kind of take over. Girish, you're on mute.
Girish, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, I said I love the fact that you spoke about equity and equality will follow. I think that's a fantastic headline to take. Rohini, your thoughts on the topic, and most importantly, what is it that your organization is doing around this whole conversation?
Absolutely. Thank you, Girish, and thank you, Adgali. While we're headed in the right direction towards building an optimal gender balanced workforce, we still have miles to go. I truly believe only when you empower and enable women to be their confident best will a revolution be underway. But to come to your question, are we encouraging women leaders enough? I think that question still remains relevant, because subconscious biases exist in every organization in varying intensities. So more often than not, owing to societal expectations, responsibilities, pressures, women take extended breaks, drop out of the workplace. And there have been also incidents in companies where people have reservations about hiring women because they might go on maternity leave for an extended period. So I think the first step in that direction is to remove any unconscious or conscious biases that surface in any part of an organization. And you have to do that through a concerted and sustained effort over a period of time. And we need to actively work in identifying these biases. We need to invest in diversity and inclusion training programs and pave the way towards a more balanced gender approach. But the ultimate goal, and this is the ultimate, should be in attaining workplace gender equality, where a woman shouldn't have to choose between sacrificing her home or work domain owing to the competing demands of both. To give you a sense of what we do at Wunderman Thompson, diversity and inclusion, to just tell you, has always been an integral part of what we do at Wunderman Thompson. It's, as a company, we've always been welcoming and supportive of women at the workplace across levels. In fact, our leadership team, of which I'm part of, is a 50-50 ratio with an aim to move towards a 50-50 split across our entire workforce within 2 years. And gender balance in teams has become a non-negotiable KRA for all team leaders. As an organization, another thing that I feel is important, because I keep talking about, is not only about being, empowering women, but you have to give them a safe environment, and that's what we do at Wunderman Thompson. We relentlessly pursue our commitment in providing a harassment-free and safe workplace for women. When they feel safe and they feel supported, will they thrive? And that's what we do at Wunderman Thompson. We've in fact conducted a whole host of gender sensitization programs to build empathy amongst genders. We're always constantly on identifying biases and creating a more balanced gender ratio. In fact, we support our women employees and go out of our way to help them manage their family and work life. There's something called life state support that we do. I'm not going to go into details. I'll just give you a quick run through of our programs. Another one is that we have something called Pass It On. Pass It On is it's an experiential program that has been designed to maximize individual potential, deliver personal impact of senior women leaders, which focuses on their goals and value alignment. Over the last couple of years, we've had programs like SHIA, which is an inclusive and democratic networking platform for all our women across the group to inspire each other, empower each other. We proactively thought of harassment, how it insidiously creeps into the virtual workplace. It's not about the physical workplace. There have been complaints even in the virtual workplace. And we've accordingly conducted workshops for employees so that women could recognize sexual harassment in a virtual setup. We've also successfully conducted one-on-one mentoring programs for our women. There's something that we have called the Helen Lansdowne Razor Scholarship, which awards about $10,000 for selected female students who are pursuing an art program. So we've really gone above and beyond when it comes to supporting women, empowering them, and maximizing their output.
Lovely. I think there's a whole host of initiatives that your organization is undertaking, and kudos to that. Simran, we were talking about empowering women and really getting a seat at the boardroom. And I think one of the things that we spoke about is what are the things that we should be doing, or what are the things that organizations are doing currently that attract women leaders like you. Would you like to share some aspect of things that are happening at Airbnb and how they are encouraging women leaders like you?
Sure. Thank you, Girish, and thanks, Adgali and Vijaya, for having me here. I am Simran, and I lead communications for Airbnb in India and Southeast Asia. So, Girish, just to sort of share, Airbnb is a global community platform. So we're essentially based on people-to-people connection. 55% of hosts on our platform are actually women. So, we can never ever be a platform which has any, biases towards males, because most of our community, which represents the brand, which makes the company what we are today, is because of our women community. When it comes to taking care of its employees, Airbnb has diversity and belonging at the helm of its core values, and culture is something which always comes top down, and our founders are extremely committed to the fact that every employees, and diversity in today's day is not just about gender, but it's about communities, it's about parenting, like Rohini just mentioned. It's about women coming back to work after maternity leave and then feeling welcomed, and not feeling that they've sort of missed out on an opportunity to be promoted or raised, or a good raise. So I think some of those things are extremely critical in making sure that women leaders of today are encouraged, and we're encouraging women leaders of tomorrow. One thing that we do at Airbnb, and I sort of lead the Women at chapter for APAC, all across APAC countries, is that this chapter essentially is a small community of women employees across Airbnb offices, where we do these monthly chats called Lean In. Lean In is a book which was written by the Facebook COO Sheryl Sandberg. So we have these Lean In communities where we actually talk about work-life balance. We talk about how to ask for that raise from your boss. How can we sort of do better in becoming better spokespeople for ourselves? Most of us are comms professionals here, so we speak very well for our companies, but do we speak in the same way for ourselves? So some of those things are what are encouraged, those themes are encouraged, and it is very definitely a place where we don't really see bias against women. In fact, we're an equal opportunity employer, and I'm extremely proud to be a part of this company.
Lovely. I like the adage lean in. I think there's a lot of depth in that concept and thought. So I'm probably going to pick up some of these ideas and use them sometime later. Saloni, you obviously lead a very a business which is mostly targeted at the woman itself, but clearly, and the organization itself stands a lot for the women community. So your thoughts on encouraging women leaders, and what's your organization doing?
So I think, yes, Girish, we come from beauty, but as L'Oreal, I think there are a few things we do right. I think the number one is that we focus on ensuring diversity. Diversity is, at the core of our business, and today we want to create products which are for people from all walks of life. To ensure that we have products from all walk of life, I think it's also important that our team members must be as diverse and inclusive as the world itself. And I think this is something that we give a lot of focus on. We foster workplaces where people from all ethnicity, social backgrounds, religions, gender, age, etc. Feel welcome. So I think this is the number one thing that we do, and we have a lot of programs around this. I think the second thing that we do well as L'Oreal is also in order to ensure equality at the workplace, right? There are a lot of programs that we undergo as managers in terms of how you hold conversations, what are the do's and don'ts, what's appropriate and what isn't, because there are a lot of subconscious biases we have in at the back of our head, and this is done in order to tackle that, and I'm very happy to share that as L'Oreal, we are EDGE certified. We are the only FMCG company in the country who has got an EDGE Move certification for 3 consecutive years. And this certification is awarded to companies who have implemented a framework of change and at the same time achieved significant milestones. So to your question, to say, are women leaders encouraged enough, or are enough women encouraged? I think the answer is yes. And lastly, in terms of ensuring support, as a woman is going through her own personal journey, I think L'Oreal has a beautiful program which is called Share and Care, where there is help which is given across the whole journey, from assisting with maternity leave, of course, which is the most basic right, to medical assistance, to creche facilities. And I think, the proof is in the fact that today 90% of women who go on mat leave come back to, their jobs and come back to and resume their own positions at L'Oreal. So I think there is enough that L'Oreal is doing when it comes to encouraging women leadership and ensuring that there's diversity in everything we do.
Awesome. Thanks, Saloni. Arushi, yesterday when we were talking, you obviously were very proud of the fact that your organization had possibly the only CCO as a woman leader across the ad world in that sense. So I'm assuming from that place to today where you are in your organization, I'm sure there's a lot that's happening. Would you like to share what is your organization doing to really encourage women leaders and move from that one CCO to many such leaders in the organization?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Girish. So I'd just like to say, I think we're just moving forward on the way to having more Swatis in our organization and in advertising as an industry as well. So actually, nice that you picked up the example of Swati, and I would just like to emphasize on this point that many people may claim they have these policies and all of those other flexi hours and all those other initiatives. But what really is needed is empathy and a good culture, which an organization has. So I really want to focus on culture because culture is not something that you can hang on the walls of your office. It is something which comes from within, and actually it is the people. So if you talk about culture of an organization, it's in its people. So so that is what I would like to focus on, that since Swati joined us in 2016, that is when she took over the role of a CCO. And today she is the most awarded, most celebrated Indian and global CCO. So all of us in the industry, all of us in the agency really look up to her. And it is when she joined FCB, she was able to explore her full potential and be what she is today. Some of the amazing campaigns that have come out, like Shindur Khela, I don't know if all of you have seen it or not. It's about changing a 400-year-old tradition and talking about inclusion and diversity. So that is what we do here, because if you have a good culture that helps you grow, that gives you the freedom, the creative license, the security, that is when a person will be able to thrive and excel at what they do. So, yeah.
Awesome. So empathy and having the right culture is
Yes.
what you believe will really help organizations drive home the change. From that particular section, I'm now going to, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask each of the panelists specific views around certain areas, and so that all the panelists get a voice in, and we are also saving time in that sense. So but the next topic is all about general observations and what should be the actionable agendas. And we obviously heard a lot about all your organizations doing so many initiatives to make sure that there is empathy, there's the right culture, there's the right framework, the policies, etc. However, despite all this, right? I mean, there are studies that are coming up which have divergent views, but one of them that I picked up a couple of days ago was this whole LinkedIn survey, which talks about the fact that 85% of the Indian women still miss out on the raise or a promotion. And despite having all the right policies, despite having all the right environment that organizations are trying to build, why is that this feeling that still exists within the community to say that, hey, are we getting the right promotion? Are we getting the right raise? And I think Simran spoke about the fact that we also talk about helping women ask what is required for their own good, right? So despite all this happening, why do we see such data points coming through where people are still really focusing on saying, do we get the right raise and do we get the right promotion? So, I'm going to throw this observation open to Rohini, Simran, and Priyanka in any order, whoever wants to take it. Rohini, you want to go first? Okay, Priyanka, you unmuted yourself. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm familiar with the study that you're referring to. So while we were formulating policies in terms of looking at more women friendly and what can we do despite everything that we provide, it is more evident that the age between 30 to 40, you see the, women not being able to jump to the next level after having done various things. And as we all clearly know, a woman's work life cycle is distinctly different from that of a man, right? So obviously there are various reasons in terms of at that particular time, by the time you're 35, you're ready for your promotion. You also possibly want to raise a family, you want to settle down. So this prioritizing in this, I would attribute that as a large point to possibly missing a promotion, because it depends where you work, what you do, and where you are in your life cycle in terms of the choices you're making. But a lot of women, and then women leaders across the spectrum, I myself have known and spoken to, that this does happen. So then what is it that we kind of do? So a couple of things that we are working and we are doing in terms of suggestions and takeaways, that, when someone possibly comes back, whether it's a sabbatical, in this 2 years, and I have to narrow it more to you, maybe 35 to 40, because we're talking about a raise, promotion, going to the next level, right? So when I come back, maybe or maybe not, I am ready to take the kind of pressure I have been taking 9 months, 6 months, a year before. I may have not wanted to raise a family, but something else, I'm taking a sabbatical for. So is there another person who can take, and I run a PNL. So then is there a person, a second in command, who can kind of take half the pressure off me? This is also the person who I'm co-opting to kind of be there while I'm there. And this is why there's a two-way communication with you and your organization to be able to say, I want to come back because the culture is transforming, your culture is open enough to have a conversation. And this person, Girish, this is what this can be the game changer, and where it is, that person is also a woman, so you're constantly also having a second rung of leadership. These people are working together. And I am being very practical. Sometimes this may or may not be possible, right? But this is something that is a co-opt possibility where there's a partnership. So someone's also feeling extremely comfortable. So while there's a lot of, and an offer of upskilling yourself constantly, this is what organizations like us are providing. Secondly, I think we constantly talk of hard skills and do stuff, with a lot of research also shows that as women, we carry a lot of baggage and guilt, which comes of conditioning, right? It may be the most educated, the most well-read, travel exposed, doesn't matter what your income bracket is. You wear a suit doesn't mean you're confident. And these research studies show that. So organizations need to also kind of help you with soft skilling to instill that level of confidence. Like Simran was sharing, how are you going to ask for a raise where somewhere you're doubting yourself? And I'm not talking about a different level. I'm talking about the highest level of leadership. So a lot of these factors contribute to the question that you're asking and the inferences that are coming out of the study. So it all kind of ties in together. So our organizations are working, our organization is working on all these things. And, I think collectively what I've heard we are, but I think sometimes it's sensitization to what someone's going through when they come back, like the softer, more human touch as well. And that needs to also like a sensitization. So we have a mentorship program, right? Mm-hmm. So, but who's going to sensitize the mentor to, the mentees that they are coming back to something? So I think a combination of hard skills and soft skills would be something that would really help these situations.
I love the thought of saying that those who are mentoring, they also need to be sensitized. And I think that's a very, very valid point that you're making, Priyanka, because organizations forget that it's a sum of whole, right? And it's not about somebody who's in a role that he's supposed to or she's supposed to mentor means that that person is also not getting impacted. So I love that point. Rohini, do you want to take a stab on that as well? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Girish. So I funnily happened to go through the report myself. It popped up on my LinkedIn feed. So I found it was a very interesting one and something that we kind of all knew existed, but shed light on how long that road to the equality still is for female employees. And some of the reasons that women have cited that come in the way of their career that I just want to talk about is workplace discrimination because of household responsibilities, something that Priyanka spoke of, lack of guidance. I think this is something that really I wouldn't say resonated, but I can definitely relate to lack of guidance through networks, and that gender is a barrier when it comes to attaining future opportunities. Now, while we're aware of this, these are a few things that just the top of my mind, I can think of that organizations can do is to provide all organizations need to provide a level playing field for attracting, for hiring and retaining talent. Now, there should be no other criterion for hiring or promoting people other than their skills and talents. And companies need to be, I know most of them put it up in their contracts, on their websites, that they're equal opportunity employers when it comes to employment and growth decisions, but it has to necessarily mean that, and it should be seen in your gender representation and gender ratios, right? On skills, competencies, merit, and potential, and that's the only determining factor. Moreover, to ensure that women don't miss out on growth opportunities, I think companies need to seriously look at reskilling. That is when you come back and upskilling women, something again that we've all spoken about, but especially I feel at mid-management levels, so you're groomed for senior roles. Now, companies need to reimagine their diversity practices and offer, I know with work from home, that's become a reality in 2020 about work from home, leveraging technology to maximize our potential, but offering, I think, greater flexibility to caregivers, provide reduced and flexible schedules, and more sabbaticals such that women can fulfill their family obligations and feel professionally enriched and fulfilled and their authentic selves at work. But one thing I want to just touch upon, Girish, is that I feel, and that's our theme at Wonderman Thompson for Women's Day, is allyship. And I always believe women can be women's best allies. But in reality, and having come from a hardcore PR background, I can tell you that's not the case. Women can act, and that's a fact. I'm being honest here. I find when you have a direct reporting, luckily I have a boss who is a man and who's very supportive. But in the past, you do have women who are not necessarily supportive and encouraging and things like that. So what I feel organizations need to do is have men in senior leadership roles who advocate a holistic work environment for women to ensure equality, support, and parity. And that's important because you have men in these at top positions in companies, not necessarily women. And I think sort of sensitizing them and having an encouraging, supportive environment so that women can be their best selves at work.
Fair. Thank you. Simran, I'm just going to shorten this for you because, it's a fantastic program that you guys are running, which is around asking for the right salary or compensation. So if you could throw a little bit more light in terms of what's the program, what is it being done, so that, all the people who are listening in can learn from it, because we've spoken a lot about empathy, creating the right environment, mentoring the people, so on and so forth. But I think if there is a good example that's around from your organization, then why don't you talk about it?
Sure, Girish. And, I really echo what Priyanka also said. And I would like to touch upon a little bit on that with a small incident that I'd like to narrate. So I follow Indra Nui and her posts. I used to really follow her. She's one woman leader that I sort of look up to. So, she always talks about that, women possibly maybe can't have it all. She's come out and openly said that, she feels guilty about not going to all PTM meetings for her children because she was in board meetings for Pepsi. When she was first announced the global CEO, she actually called her mom to tell her that, I've become the global CEO. The mom said that, all of that is great, but, there's no bread at home. So make sure you pick that up first and then we'll come and talk. So, this bias doesn't necessarily exist with men or people we work with. I think it is a poor roommate that we all sort of live with every day, which is, which also comes from within us, that sometimes we keep doubting ourselves and we keep, looking for this external validation. So, when we have to ask ourselves, can women really have it all? It's up to us to believe that, within come. And obviously, like, Priyanka said that, your biological clock and your career clock are literally ticking at the same time. So I think it's just important to have some bit of perspective on what is important at what time. So I think, not to have, if you don't have a raise this year, but you want to start a family, can you wait for that raise next year? So I think just always look at your life in some bit of perspective, not with the next 6 months, but, always have a 2 to 3 year horizon with where you're going. In fact, if last year has taught us anything, I think it has taught us that, life is very uncertain. So don't try and plan too much in life because nothing's going your way anyway. So just try and go with the flow. To what you just mentioned, Girish, so that essentially is like a Women at, which is like a global chapter. So all offices sort of have a Women at lead, and we sort of have these lean-in conversations every month where we sort of it's an open forum where women can talk about it. I'm heading for a performance appraisal and I do think I need a promotion. How do I ask my boss? And then like we're all of us sharing our experiences here. People from different countries can actually share their perspective, and you'll be surprised that the story from other global counterparts is not very different from what it is here in India. So I think it's literally coming of age for women across the world and not just here. I think we have to first sort of be champions for ourselves, ask for what we think we deserve, and I absolutely believe that women can actually have it all.
Lovely. Thank you, Simran. During the course of this conversation, a lot of you came up with this word, which is called unconscious bias, right? And that exists, whether we accept it or not, but it is still around. So I'm going to actually ask both Saloni and Arushi to really throw some light on what are these subconscious biases and how do you see that playing out on a daily basis in your organization?
So, Girish, there are many, right? And I think the list goes on. There are biases that can range from sexism to stereotyping. For example, assuming that women will not be able to take up certain kind of jobs, and I just heard a panelist earlier speak about, one of the roles linked to collection and saying that it was never meant to be. Exactly, right? It's not something a woman can do, but that's changing today. Or for that matter, the women will not be able to give 100% to their work once they have children. And like Simran just mentioned, the clocks are always ticking. I don't know for what reason, but they always are somehow. So there are, many of these biases that exist very much today as well. And I think they largely exist because of a pattern, right? Because of years of conditioning that we've all been through, whether it's in communication you see, or from the time a mother or parents know that they're expecting, and you start color coding life. You start color coding everything. You start compartmentalizing things to say, hey, it's a boy, it's going to be ABC. It's a girl, I'm going to do XYZ. And I think that's where the actual change will need to happen if we want to see things differently a few generations down the line. Because like it or not, no matter whether you walk the talk, whether you make changes culturally that come top down, bottom up policies, everything said and done, but till you don't change this conditioning, until we don't act upon it from the time kids are born, I don't think there'll be years of having the same kind of conversations. It will change maybe from when women to transgender to something else at some point in time. So yes, they exist for men, women, for everybody, and I think the only way to change it is to change it from the root itself.
Wow. That tells me that I got to go back to my son's school. Okay, Arushi, your point of view.
Yeah, very rightly said, Saloni, and thank you, Girish. I'm basically in agreement with everything Saloni has said, that we're all humans, and this is the way that we've been brought up, and this is how our conditioning and the society around us has been laying down rules for us, and this is how people function. And even in an organization or a agency, which is a multitude of people, wherein these people are coming from different backgrounds, different cultures, different societies, so definitely they have those unbiased subconscious and unbiased subconscious and unconscious biases that do dominate their thinking process and whatever they say and do. So I think what can be done to tackle them is it's a long way to go, and the society overall needs to change. And it's just not a small effort, a company, an organization changing and leading up the way, but then the entire ecosystem needs to change, because this is more or less a chain effort, a chain reaction. In a conversation that was going on just before our session, there was another person who said that in meetings where men are there and they don't see women, they need to raise their voices and they need to say that where are the women? Women also need to be a part of this meeting and conversation. So that is exactly what it is. And to be very honest, there are a lot of biases that I see in advertising agencies as well. For instance, Aloni would also
Sorry,
agree.
Arushi, you got to be crisper because we
I'll
have
just
one
take 30 more
final.
seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I was just saying about biases that, for instance, it's a makeup brand. So we say that, oh, only a girl will be able to handle this well because it's a makeup brand. So these biases come from within, because that's the way we've been conditioned, and that is something that comes immediately to our mind. So yeah.
Fantastic. So we all spoke about, I think one of the things that I've been hearing is that there are these biases, there are things need to change. Yes, there are many things that need to change, but let me put you guys in a spot. What, according to you, all five, are the 2 or 3 action agendas that you want to do to make that change? So it's very easy to say that the organization should be doing this, or the workplace should be having this, and grassroots level of education be changing. But let's have some clear agendas and action points for each one of you to say, here are the 2 or 3 things that we will do from here on to encourage women leaders. So crisp, because I think we're running short of time. So probably 1 minute each for each one of you.
I think one of the most important things that we need to do is, as women, we need to start supporting women. I think that's where it all needs to start. I think everything else will be taken care of if that drive is done right, very well.
Thanks, Rasika. Priyanka, you want to take a stab quickly? Yeah. 2 action agenda points.
2 action agenda points is drive equity first and then equality clearly. And that is basically changing perception and getting people to understand, driving mentorship programs at a very formative stage when women come into the workforce in their 20s, because that really matters. And that's when you change a lot of biases, you get them ready, instill a sense of self-confidence. So I think these were the, I have to add a point to your bias, which I really want to change. I know we're running out of time. Is the biggest bias we face, and this is to Simran's, the wonderful initiative that Airbnb runs, is the bias is that man is the bread earner and woman is a caregiver. So all these things that we're kind of grappling with this level, if you're pushing, confidence or self-confidence getting hit or guilt feeling, that's all the conditioning that we're kind of grappling with. So I think that's one of the biggest biases that which is subconscious and needs to change at a fundamental level. And I would link that back to the headline I started with, to say equity and not equality to begin with.
Lovely. Thank you. Rohini, quickly, your action agendas. You're on mute, Rohini. Sorry.
I think fostering an environment of learning and growth, creating that ecosystem of trust, having women, driving a circle of influence for women, and they could be women mentors, women partners, and navigating a very structural growth path for them to unlock their full potential. And I highly feel safe and supportive work environment. I stress on that. Only when you feel safe can you be at your ultra best in an organization.
Simran?
Sure, Girish. I think first off, most definitely mentorship and allyship. I think it's very important for us to understand that biases are not in a man's head. If you start looking at them as an ally, you definitely have a better chance of getting wherever you have to. Be clear in your communication. And I think a most important thing is be a champion for yourself. If you're ever sitting, if you ever have a seat at the table, just know that you're on that table because you've earned that spot. So don't so stop second guessing yourself and be your own champion.
Awesome. Arushi, two action agendas or one action agenda? Topmost.
Yeah, I'd like to say that emotional and psychological support to women should be something that should really be focused on. Because no matter how many policies you have in organizations, if the person loses the battle in their head, in their mind, I don't think they're going to pursue anything else. So I think this should be the focus agenda.
Excellent. Saloni, your views, two action agendas.
I think for me, Girish, one is to walk the talk, right, and be more empathetic as a leader. I think it starts with that in my immediate circle of influence. So I think that's something I'd like to be more mindful about. And I think second, maybe on a much larger level, not directly linked only to leadership, is to do something which is linked to education at the grassroots level, for girls. And maybe take more initiatives there. So over the next few years, this is surely something that I want to focus on.
Okay, I'm just going to summarize, but we've got one question which is out there. But before that, let me just ask this question, and any one of you can take it. Is what about when you're working with someone and you guys are doing good work as partners together, but there is still a hint of sexism, ego battles, constantly cutting and mansplaining? What should I do? Work with men as partners or leave and start my own team with women? Go women, go girls. So anybody wants to take that?
I would just say that don't lose your voice. We're in the 21st century. There's no time for mansplaining. There's no time for somebody to tell you that you should have a only women team to sort of build your life. So be your own champion. There's the time for mansplaining is gone. That era is over.
And I think just on the sexism, and I think today organizations have clear policies to raise a voice around sexism at workplace. So I think Disha, maybe this is the time for you to raise your voice as well and really work around with the policy on that front. And that would be my piece of advice. But just to close this discussion, what I'm taking away is equity and equality will follow. Create empathetic environment that will help solve both psychological needs as well at workplace. Create mentors and make sure those mentors are equally sensitized towards what women face at workplace so that they can grow and obviously encourage more. Lastly, and more importantly, be a champion for yourself. I think that's the critical piece. So with that, thank you so much, all of you. And it was lovely and pleasure. Over to you, Nehal. Thank you, Adgali, for having us for this panel.
Thank you, Girish. Thank you, Adgali.
Thank you so much, panelists. We talk about diversity at the workplace and creating an equitable corporate culture. But what about entrepreneurship? That's what our next discussion is about. Why this is the right time for women to enter entrepreneurship. This panel will be moderated by Gauri Avasti, Managing Co-founder and Managing Partner, Digital Edify, who will be joined by Ashwini Deshpande, Co-founder and Director, Elephant Design, Neha Khan, Founder, Clovia, Nisha Singhania, Co-founder and Director, Infectious Advertising, Pooja Pathak, Co-founder, Media Mantra, and Rasika Pochan, Co-founder and CMO, Kotaram AgroFoods. Over to you, Gauri ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Very good afternoon. So, do we have all our panelists here? I could see Nisha. Hi, Nisha. Hi.
I'm here. Ashwini here.
Hi, Ashwini. Can we have Priya, Rasika?
Hi, this is Rasika here.
Hi, Rasika. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, Gauri. How are you doing?
Good. Neha, are you here with us? Pooja?
Yes.
All right. Hi. Hi. Can we have Pooja also, please?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. A very, very warm welcome and a good afternoon to everyone, to all our panelists. And let's get quickly started on this thing. I was too excited. I could hardly sleep the entire night. Was thinking of just having a casual discussions with all the women around. So let's begin with our first question, and this goes over to, I believe, Nisha, which says it's always tough to begin your own business. What made you take that leap? So let's begin with Nisha and let's have that kind of a discussion. And anyone who would want to put their point can raise a hand and we can just take it away from there. Yeah.
Thanks, Gauri. And yes, I agree. It is a very tough call and a tough decision to make when you do decide to start something on your own. And this is not to take away from people who are there in in the corporate world, and because they're doing their job really well too. But I think at the end of the day, it is about what you really want to do and what is the legacy you want to leave behind. In my case specifically, I think given that I'm in advertising and I started an advertising agency, having worked with a lot of the multinationals, you realize that there were very few agencies that were focusing on Indian clients and their requirements.
Okay.
And we felt at that time that there was a space for something like that, and one that could cater to Indian clients and give them solutions that are specific to the Indian market, understand the Indian consumers. That is one. And secondly, you want to create a space or a company or an organization that really reflects your cultures and your values.
Correct.
And is true to that in every sense. And that is something that in the last 7.5 years that I've been on this journey, we've tried to do. So it is about what you want to leave behind, what is the kind of space you want to create, what is the kind of people you want to work with. Those are choices you often don't get when you're in the corporate world.
Correct. And that actually leads to a kind of aspirational setup which people would like to follow and would look up to you as leaders.
I hope so.
Correct? Yeah. Ashwini, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah,
Thanks,
so
Nisha.
thanks, Gauri, and it's great to be with all of you here. I think I'll take two parts. First one is about how I got into something of my own. And I'm talking about the year 1989 when there was nothing called the business of design. And design was not even considered a profession that exists.
Correct.
So when I was trained to be a designer and I had done my few internships in very conventional communication agencies, I realized that I was actually trained to do more than that. And looking around, where do I apply? There was nowhere to apply. So I call us accidental entrepreneurs purely because there was no choice. We started something of our own. But I believe we did become pioneers. We did become the torchbearers for design profession in India. And we are probably one of the longest standing, largest independent design consultancies today. And I feel very happy when I look back at 32 years and many, many more agencies coming up. That was first part, but second part is about when is the right time, like when do you decide what's the right time. For me it just happened, but I now work with an organization called the Indus Entrepreneurs, and we mentor a lot of startups there. And I realized that the best time to start something is when you have a great idea that solves the genuine problem.
Correct.
So either a new problem being solved by a new idea, or an old problem being solved by a new idea which is better, or an old idea being repurposed for solving a new problem. So I think if you have any of these, that's the right time to start. And there's no perfect ideal day. I think some of you who are entrepreneurs yourselves, you would know that there's no ideal day. It's when you feel ready and just you have to go for it that
Correct.
time.
It's just, yeah, it's a feeling, it's that gut that this is the time when you should get started with. Wonderful. I think, right, not breaking the context here. Yeah, Nisha. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of your work, and it's people like you that's inspired us to start off. So.
Ashwini definitely is a remarkable leader. In fact, people like me who've just recently got into the plunge of entrepreneurship look up to leaders like Ashwini. And now, not breaking the thread here, wherein Nisha started off with her journey and gave us a nice overview along with Ashwini, I would want my next question to be for Rasika. Do you think that it is any easier to start a business today than, say, a decade ago, like what Ashwini mentioned? Would you like to add here?
I definitely think it is much easier to start business today for like very very sharp reasons, right? And more so as a woman as well. I think COVID has created this massive opportunity for organizations, especially in India, to realize that women can work from home. I'm just hoping, however, it was fabulous because we used to say kudos to all the moms that we cater to because they were managing multiple roles. I mean, we are great at multitasking, and there's no doubt about that. But managing children who are doing online school and being in meetings all day, and there was a point when there was no help at home. And in spite of them, when they put their best foot forward and they proved their merit to their organization, they got the platform to showcase to them. And there were a whole lot of other, non-women folks sitting at home. So they realized what their women counterparts had to go through while they were at home. So I think that's created a huge level of realization for them. And women have got this opportunity that, where some of them do not have the chance to go out of their house, they can still take up significant roles and prove themselves there. Along with that, I also feel that women have a very good creative surge. As a result, today's social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and even YouTube, like, all these content creation platforms, they give many business opportunities. So, when somebody comes up with an idea, they don't require, women usually fall short of capital or the family supporting them in giving, saying that, like, yeah, we have X amount of money, but we are not ready to pitch in that capital for you to start business. And today they do not require their support. They can prove their product metal or do their business plan just by scaling it and, through the consumers that they meet online. Lastly, I also feel one of the reasons things are much easier today is because women get to exhibit their own work through their own voice on these platforms, which becomes a big boost. Like, for that matter, even if you look at a board, right? Like, there is a mandatory to have a woman on the board. There is a mandatory to have a woman on a panel. There is a mandatory to have X amount of diversity in the company. Today, it feels very organic, but I think it's so because over the last couple of years, these mandates have been implied. And I think it's definitely times have changed and better times to come.
Definitely, and I think we are just looking for a much brighter and prospective year. 21 has come up with new resolutions and new wish, and let's look at the entrepreneurship that ways, how women are trending up in this kind of field also.
Yeah.
Neha, would you want to share your thoughts on the same question? Would you want me to repeat the question again for you?
No, that's fine. On how it is easier now to start. I mean, I've answered it already that it definitely is easier now than it was a decade before. And in fact, incidentally, because you put the time duration of the a decade back was when we started to think on, whether we should get started on the
We were
idea
kids,
that
yaar. A decade back, we were kids.
well, who says we aren't still, but but yes, I definitely agree with Rasika, and more than COVID, I think internet I think has been a big equalizer over the last decade. It's with one laptop sitting anywhere in the world today, a girl can change her life and can get started. The true talent is what counts. It's like a democracy, right? So people will vote you in or vote out, and there is no other bias that is really standing in your way. By and large, of course, realities will still intervene. But I think, yes, definitely from policy perspective, when it comes to board seat, or in fact, even celebration of entrepreneurship, and more than that, women entrepreneurship in media like this panel is also, I think, helping out. Where the hesitation and it's easier to take that first step because earlier only mad people, I think, like when Ashwini said accidental entrepreneurship, you just went and did it. But today it's also a viable career option. So it's not, it's definitely one of the few career paths. Earlier it was, seen like as a, it was sort of, you were disrupting your life. Today also you disrupt your life, but I think career-wise it's far better situation.
Okay, I would just kind of add that as a phrase that I think we are evolving by rather than yes we are disrupting the lives of men if they feel that they have inferiority complexes from us definitely, but I think we are evolving and that's the kind of confidence what we get from our family, from the support. And just adding to the point what Rasika mentioned, definitely the multitasking bit of a woman came into a true phase in this COVID. So there were kids around. There were. I'm a pet parent also. I have 2 pets. They were more happy to find me around here at home. So no, so all kind of things were happening, and I think for our good. So we move to our next panelist and our next question. Pooja, it's for you. What women and entrepreneurs can bring a lot of social change? We've been talking about this. So if more women are encouraged and empowered, obviously we can boost up the self-esteem, the self-confidence, and an overall a well-being of that particular woman, environment, and the ecosystem. This should encourage other women to follow. What do you say? Do you think that it is a must tried or must go kind of a thing, and people should look up to women entrepreneurs? Over to you,
So,
Pooja.
yeah. Hi, everyone. So I feel, yeah. So I feel, when we are sailing in this together, and when women actually, so women have the power to inspire and empower others. So, if we are all in this circuit together, because, whenever you have a guilt trip yourself, when you're not able to manage a lot of things, so you don't go, you talk to your women counterparts and you ask them, okay, so this is how I'm feeling, and you feel better when they tell you about their stories and how they deal with it. So you kind of feel that support system. So sometimes, women are women's best colleagues in that aspect of it, and I definitely see that as an opportunity. And it's not just about how they are going to work and how is it that camaraderie has to be built up. The main important aspect is that it's an aspiration and it's an inspiration when we build it together. A lot of women forums, if you see, and networking forums have come up in real estate only because of the fact that yes, that kind of a comfort we need from each other. And yes, it is important and imperative for women to come at the forefront and not just boost the entire setup of the entrepreneurial setup, but even the economy. So that jump has to come, and I think women should be able to become that front runners. Yes.
Right. So, Pooja, from on the context of you taking care of Media Mantra, how do you think that has benefited you across your career journey in Media Mantra itself? And what's the kind of woman workforce you have, since you are a woman leader and you definitely would be? We would want to know that.
Yeah, so Gauri, thankfully the communication sector has a lot of women, but representation of women at top leader is that still has to go a very long way. So I will not say that the representation at the top leader is a lot, but yes, as far as work staff is concerned, even for us as an organization, we have maximum women who are working here. At least there is 75% ratio, and that is women. So I'm saying communication industry does
wonderful
have, but more representation at the top has to come up.
Gauri, I would like to add, because I have a personal experience on the social change.
I was coming to you on this. Yeah. Tell me, please.
All right. So, well, I grew up in a progressive household, lots of opportunities, etc. So even if in jobs people ask me questions like, when will you get married, or what are your plans of having kids, it didn't bother me. I mean, I'd become used to it. I didn't see it as a bias. But when we started with Clovia, and my own HR team came to me during recruitment and said that for these positions, HODs, head of departments, are refusing to interview women candidates because they feel that they will not put in enough time, or they will, or there was, so much gender bias that has been deep rooted in our system for so long. And I came face to face, and it was like an eye changing, or like a complete change for me. And I realized it's not just men who are discriminating against women. It was also women bosses who were saying the exact same thing. I don't want women in my team because, or a girl in age group of 25 to 26, she'll get married or go on maternity leave. So that's one change we completely, I think that's where it helped that I was in the driving seat, where I said there will be absolutely zero bias. Tell the girl she'll have to work hard, or she'll have to go in the force, in the field. She'll be part of the field force. If then she says no, that's fine, but give her an equal chance. Give her time of your day, because she may even perform better. So that's one big, I think change. Small big change is what I would probably term it as. It seems small,
Correct.
but it was a big
Because
change.
these biasnesses are there in the society. In fact, I'm sure everyone would be driving, and we are cursed to be like women drivers are the worst. I've been driving from last 18 years, and but still my father-in-law doesn't want to sit beside me. He will always take a backseat. However, my mother-in-law would support me and sit here. So I'm just telling that's a mindset which is there in the society, that women drivers and this thing. I think Rasika also mentioned a point that there is a disconnect when funds needs to be given to a companies, to a woman entrepreneur. So that needs a lot of courage, and I think we are changing for the good. India, as per se, the society itself is changing. Nisha, would you like to add something on the same, your viewpoint on the same question? Thanks, Pooja. Sorry, thanks, Neha. Pooja. Yeah. Nisha, you are on mute.
Sorry, hi, can you hear me now?
Hi. Yes, yes.
So I agree the biases exist, and it is, and I also agree with what Pooja was saying, that especially in the communications business, you'll find enough women out there represented at the junior and mid levels, but it is at the senior levels where there's a dearth. And while of course you need to give them a chance, and once they prove themselves, the opportunity is there. I also believe women are different. Women do have biological and physical requirements. They do need to, they do bear children. They do go on maternity leave. And post that, they do nurture the children. So as organizations, can we create an ecosystem which provides them or which supports them so that they can continue? Because most of it, at least in the communications business, I've seen most of the dropouts happens after they have children. It's not when they get
Correct.
married, it's not for anything else, but it is only post children that a lot of very, very talented women decide to take a break. Can we create an atmosphere that they can continue working during that? And B, more importantly, even if they have decided to take the break, can we have opportunities for them after they want to come back? So I think we need to take cognizance of the fact that yes, they are different, and they do have their requirements, and as organizations, how can we support them?
Correct. Because I would just add here that getting married, having a baby, having a successful married life along with your professional life is not a taboo for women. Women can multitaskingly handle that very well. And just to mention here that I've seen many MNCs like Microsoft, Infosys, Capgemini, these guys provide you with maternity benefits as well as a baby crash where you can leave your kid there and work and concentrate on your work. I have in my career path. Yeah.
Startups, comparing startups to Capgemini may not be, I think you all would remember that time 3 years back, is it, when maternity leave was, government changed it from 3 months to mandatory 6 months. And there was a lot of conversation in everyone's office with a lot of people, just sort of hating it. And it was thought that it's going to impact women's employability
No,
also. And I think it must have.
But Neha,
Neha, what I meant for my point is that for the good, the times are changing, and even the entrepreneurs who are women entrepreneurs, they have faced this problem. So they are setting up so that they can get their kids and they can actually offer this to other. I have a couple of friends who are there. Yes, yes, Nisha, Ashwini, I'll come to you.
I was just adding, Neha, that a year back we thought it was impossible for us to work from home, right?
Correct.
Yeah, you had to get up in the morning and dress up and go to office. And you felt that if you haven't done that superwoman job of 10 hours or 12 hours and then come, it was impossible. But circumstances have taught us that, it is extremely possible. Probably it's even better. It is far more efficient, So I think mindset change, if we are okay with, if women are okay to work from home, and that's an option that organizations can provide, So there can be things worked out depending
Why
on
not?
the
Yeah.
people and their requirements,
Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
Because the efforts are put in largely. Ashwini, would you like to add your viewpoint here?
Yeah, I think we have to think of something a little different one fundamentally, and I think all of you are probably from next or the next generation compared to me. But I want to go back to how it was when I was raising my son, and I work with my husband. He's a co-founder of Elephant, and we used to leave our son in the creche. And a lot of times, my husband would be asked, "Oh, your son goes to a creche because Ashwini works." So he used to say, "No, he goes to a creche because both of us work." And I think it just cannot be taken for granted that women have to have this whole
Just take
responsibility
care.
of
Stay
having the
back and
cash
take care
next
of
to their
family.
office. It is, I think we have to fundamentally change the way we look at raising children, and
That's
see how shared responsibilities come to us naturally and not as a forced or modern thought or any such thing. I think we should have come a long way. And there are
Correct.
creches next to men's offices as well, and they have to avail of those. And I think we have to think of this problem not as a woman's problem, and I guess that's the fundamental change that needs to happen.
Correct. Absolutely. So, Ashwini, I think I'll have a next set of question for you here. As a woman, were you in a better position to identify the product or market fit compared to your male peers? And you mentioned that your male peer was your husband. So, I think is it a difficult question to be answered?
No, it's not a difficult question at all because I have only worked in this situation and I don't know any other comparison. So it's perfectly fine. But I think what really matters for a perfect market fit is what kind of empathy you have for the user. It doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman, but I think as long as all of us, and it's believed that women have better empathy. I don't know if there is any statistics or anything that proves that, but probably it's somewhat tilted. And I think women probably are able to reach out to their empathetic selves a little more easily, and therefore they're able to figure a market fit for certain kind of brands or products or services a little differently. But I don't think it's so much about the gender. I think it's much more about how aligned you feel to your users or whoever you're working for as a media or a creative professional.
Correct. Woman comes with that EQ kind of a more than an IQ. I think EQ is also very well balanced along with the IQ setup. So it's much more easier to understand what your customer desires or even as being a people's person. So I think they are a best fit here. Anyone from the
I also feel it's easier for women to show or express or demonstrate empathy. Probably men feel it too, but it's not that easy for them to demonstrate it verbally or through
Correct.
actions or
Correct.
gestures. And I guess we have to make the most of what we have. If it's our advantage, then yeah, so be it.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Well said. Well said. Anyone else would like to add on this? On the same question? Or should we move forward?
What can I say when my business is all about women lingerie?
And it's a good one. In fact, I have been using it. It's a good one.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we move to Rasika now. Rasika, there is an effort being made to make the corporate sector more equitable. Do you think that we should encourage more women to begin entrepreneurship? And what are your thoughts on this?
So I think absolutely. I think we must encourage more women to enter into entrepreneurship. One of the main reasons is because I think I have two male co-founders, and they will say this to me without any qualms. So I'll be like, no, I can do this, and I can do this, and I can do that. They're like, we agree, we can't do what you can do. You need to understand, we can't do this, And they say like, so can you please take care of it because we are not able to envision what you do, and which clearly signifies the fact that more women entering into this industry is very, very important. And I think, in fact, I was just talking to my co-founders the other day, and with the latest association that Soulful has got into, where we can look at bigger horizons. I think something that I would like to do in the future is actually create maybe small seed funds, which could give women an opportunity to raise little capital, and they could utilize their capital. Somebody could educate them on how they can, because women are also little risk averse when it comes to money, just because of the way they are brought up, right? So they're so used to depending on either their father or their in-laws or their husband in doing their financial planning. So they're a little bit risk averse on this whole loan front. But if somebody can educate them, that risk capital is fine to take. And you can actually do wonders with it and guide them through the whole piece. And there are so many women like us who can put down a panel for various expertise and who could coach them. We are more than happy. And I've seen this, like my male counterparts, like my co-founders, if somebody calls them to say, you guys went through this, can I please talk to you for some mentorship? Not that they don't want to do it, but they just cannot get their mind together how they find to do it. But I've always seen women in my organization, they'll be like, of course, yes, let's do it today. I'll figure a time slot out. Why not 9:30 in the night after my children go to sleep? And they will, because they are far more empathetic that way and they want to help. So I feel as a cohort, we have the best resources to tap into. That being said, I also feel another reason women should definitely start a lot more businesses, because like Ashwini said, we need to state examples to our children the way we bring them up. And that is where we bring about a fundamental change. And when my kids see me go to work, and also when you become an entrepreneur, there is a little amount of flexibility that you can create in your business. So you get financial independence, you get flexibility, you're able to scale yourself at your own pace, which is not a problem. And we have various kind of talents that we can kind of, pool into. And when I have two daughters, 8 and 4, and they don't even understand another world where their mother doesn't work. And they'll ask me every day, Mama, what time will you come back from office? Or, they only believe in this, and they are so proud of me to do that because that's their way of life. And the other day, my daughter came and told me that her teacher asked that, can you tell me who makes the yummiest food at home? And my daughter says, Krishna Bhaiya makes the yummiest food at home. So the teacher asked her, doesn't your mama make it? She said, my mama goes to work. She makes soulful, which everybody else eats. So that was like that. Yeah, and that's something which she has learned on her own. So I think definitely, and more women in the industry, we can have much more efficiently run, well thought through processes. And trust me, we can cut the employee expense by maybe 30%. That might affect the global economy, because what 3 people can do, a woman can manage on her own. So yes, for sure.
Manage on own. Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
for example,
I think that's a wonderful way.
Have you ever seen an MD CEO get a male EA? Very few. He will always try to get a female EA because he knows nobody can handle his calendar better than what she will. Yeah,
Correct. Absolutely correct. And I think there's a viewpoint that a woman empowers a woman. So I think it's always good to keep empowering right from the top to the bottom. And you'll see a lot of remarkable changes also. I think definitely a woman leader who has been leading at a good MNC or an agency has different this thing. We have Indra, we have so many people. Yeah.
What is remarkable, and I think you even see that in a lot of ads that you see today, whatever is visual depiction of what happens in society, today's generation women actually support other women. It was the previous generation women who were not supporting peer women for whatever reasons. I'm sure it's easy to comment, but each one's to their own, and opportunities would have been different. But today, women in the workplace really support each other, and they're very cognizant about the whole thing. So I think we have a much more beautiful tomorrow to look forward to.
Absolutely, definitely. Neha, would you like to add your viewpoint on this?
Just if you can just tell me the question once again.
Sure. So it's there is an effort to make effort being made to make the corporate sector more equitable. Do you think that we should encourage more women to begin entrepreneurship?
Well, I think, if the question is more around entrepreneurship versus corporate world for women, I feel entrepreneurship is, it's in your mind. It's a way of mind. So I was working in corporate, and I think I worked even harder in the beginning of my career. And today I still have some sort of, some semblance of work-life balance. So, but I think all corporate, all offices, all workplaces must make sure is to create an environment where it is easier for women to work. So, for example, at Clovia, we have instead of going for a very sort of a startup and, glamorous kind of culture, we went for a very warm family kind of culture. I mean, that's one thought that as a founder you have in the beginning on what sort of culture you are going to have in office. So, for example, children are always welcome in our office. We may not have a separate creche or anything right now, but they sit, so summer holidays and winter holidays when there is no school and there's no childcare, so their kids are always there. Our parties are always friends and family, so that women have that option to bring in their families and their kids, and it's otherwise they don't attend. Otherwise, they're never part of those trips and tours, and it's difficult for them. So even any outgoing retreats, etc., outside retreats, children and family are invited. So those are small measures we make sure to make that like Nesha said, that talent usually checks out after childhood or after motherhood. So that's one thing we try and sort of manage.
Right, correct. Good. I think that was really nice to hear both your and Rasika's point of view. Pooja, would you like to add on this by saying that do you believe that the current policies, I think Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister, he announced that there's a lot of aid which are going to be given to entrepreneurs, largely to the SMEs and stuff, and they would be the believe in policy change which is affecting the encouraging women to get into entrepreneurial journey. Would you have your thoughts here on this one?
I think Gauri, definitely that push and that leverage just gives that that flexibility and that option that yes, financial restrictions will not be there for you. So you can think of any other idea, or you can start working on your business or whatever it is, but it is usually you're stuck upon finances. I think everybody else is also agreeing on that. So I'm saying that if that aspect is taken care of, or there is flexibility exercise there, then definitely there is. And you look at how the pandemic pause has happened, and owing to that, there are a lot of women who started culling out their different business models. How many of them have actually even started becoming home bakers, so many other ventures they've started from their home, and they've started selling it on online platforms and every WhatsApp groups were made. So I'm saying this is all an encouragement, and people are really appreciating this initiative for women. So definitely this push will be taken, and it should be taken in the best capacity that I think people should utilize it.
Positive and encouraging way forward, I believe. My next question would be to the panelists Nisha and Ashwini. If you're starting your business after leaving your corporate career and you have to start from ground zero, how do you get to your foot in the door? Ashwini? Nisha, would you want to start? And then we can move to Ashwini.
I just. Ashwini, you want to go?
Sorry? Ashwini, you want to
Go
go
ahead,
first?
Nisha. Yeah, no, go ahead, Nisha.
All right. Okay. So yes, it is extremely, I think, difficult, because what happens is when you're in a corporate job, there are a lot of perks that come automatically. You're used to departments, you're used to people, you're used to, so I was heading organization before I started my own agency. And you had departments, you had a finance department, you had an HR department, you had an admin department, and you could just farm out the different jobs that were there. B, the organization comes with its own legacy and comes with its own name, and a lot of people came to you because of the organization and not necessarily you. You unfortunately start believing it is you that people are coming for and not the organization. But I think once you start off on your own is when you are starting from ground zero, and that's when you need to really create your credentials from day one. And the first thing that happens, I noticed, is the phone stops ringing, you know and you have to go out there, reintroduce yourself, talk about your credentials. But people really want to know what this organization has to offer, because they would credit everything that you've done in the past to the organization rather than you. So you really have to start afresh, and at the end of the day, I think it is your work that will matter, the product that you're going to put out there. So I think the first couple of years, the only focus you need to have is the kind of product you're going to put out there and the kind of work you're going to create, because that is what's going to get people to give you the business. Your network could get you a foot into the door, but actual business will only translate once they see your work. Ashwini?
Correct. Ashwini,
Yeah.
what's your thoughts on
Sure.
this?
Actually, we have two excellent entrepreneurs here. So Neha and Rasika are right here, and I guess they can tell us how to get the foot in the door for larger things like VC and so on. But I think what's extremely important, I would say this once again, and I'm also saying it because it is generally believed that women speak too much. That you need to get your elevator pitch in place. And very, very often I see people explaining their ideas in a very, very loose, a long drawn manner, barely keeping the interest of the person who is listening. So we have to get our elevator pitch so crisp that your clarity of idea, your conviction, your passion, your execution skills all have to shine through in that whatever few seconds that you'll prepare your pitch in. And I think that's so whatever women entrepreneurs I have seen on various panels through either being on the investor side or being with TIE or being with other associations. It's I think that's the part that I've seen a little weak. Women are not as crisp. Another thing is women don't speak a lot about themselves, even though they have excellent qualities. So they're very shy of praising themselves or talking well of themselves. So I think we have to come out of that shell and give ourselves the due that we actually are good for. Women
That's
don't
always the
tend to
case.
do that. Yeah, women
Yeah,
don't
that's
tend to
always
do
the
that.
case. When we sit for appraisals also, we are loss of words.
Absolutely. There's
It's
too much
always
modesty going around, and that doesn't help at all when you go in front of an investor. So I
correct.
think we have to let go of those and just enter with more brevity. But I think
Correct.
Neha and Rasika should be able to tell us more.
What are your thoughts on this?
So, yes, so I like Ashwini said, it's very important to be able to present your idea very clearly with a viable business plan if funds is what you're looking at right away in the start. But other than that, I think my advice to people would be to have a minimum viable product going, before you start to speak with investors. Because I meet a lot of people who start with concept of that I will raise funds and then I will get started, and that becomes the first block, and it's not an easy step to conquer, and then you can just blame it that that didn't happen. But I
Correct.
think it's important to first maybe have two business plans. First business plan is when you do not raise any fund, and you whatever small, even if it's in thousands money that you can input behind, what is it that you can do out of it, and it should be able to get started with that, and then from there on you can think about raising funds.
I believe it's more on practical and theory. So
Yeah.
we talk about ye hoga, kal ko ye hoga. So giving the future plans, it's better that we start something, get
Yeah.
into that level, and then go and pitch so that you have larger say in front of the investors.
Yeah, and
Rasika,
better,
your thoughts on
and you can also present then your idea better.
yeah. And you obviously can demand a stake, and you can always talk on that kind of a stake. If you're looking at starting from scratch and then reaching out to investors, so then it's a
Yeah, of
difficult.
course. Valuation will be different, yes.
So, from what I have seen from my own experience, in fact, it's a little contrary because we went to raise money our second round in 2019, and we all know the VC journey, the PE journey, right? I mean, it's a journey by itself. I mean, that can be spoken about for hours. However, what I realized was there are many PE funds and family business houses who actually have a mandate that they need to invest in women-run businesses. So I think the first step is to identify your TG where you have preference over somebody else. That's point number one. Secondly, what I found is a huge advantage. So, there was a point where they would put me in the front and say, Rasika, you talk. And I was like, okay. And, that was a time when I realized that when I would go and speak to VC and PE funds, they would definitely be listening to me. So my content would be crisp. That I know I have 30 minutes to get them, cued into my topic. And I would pay all, I would just make sure I would go well prepared and they would be listening. So at the end of the day, delivery is what matters. Thirdly, also, I feel that a lot of these, having a mentor, okay, it doesn't, whatever business you're in, if you have a right mentor who can guide you at every single step, you go with a lot more confidence, with a lot more finesse. So irrespective of who's on the other end, the moment you understand your TG well, then your delivery is also customized to that front. So I would definitely tell you one thing: being a woman, if see you only do a business or you have a business plan that you can deliver, and hence you are in this business, right? Like for example, I had marketing, my counterpart had sales. I know for a fact if I decide to today say no, 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 I am going to head the entire sales and take on the buying industry of all the retail chains in India, I'm being stupid. Like, there's only that much change that I can do. But if I'm going to say I'm going to do something that I know well, then I am going to make an impact. So I think if you just keep these points in mind, today things have really opened up and women have preference. Government aid, I do not know. I haven't seen it come even in the MSME sector. So let's not, I think it takes a lot of time for all of that to hit the table. I'm sure it will at some point in time, but it's too much hard work and not in an agile environment like a startup. It's, you don't have the bandwidth to kind of go behind that. But definitely there's hope in the VC world.
Yeah. Thank you, Rasika. I think that was very well covered. So my last question, since we are just high on time, is to all the panelists. What would be your advice to women entering entrepreneurship? Anyone who would want to start first? And we have to just wrap this up quickly. I believe 1 minute each.
So I'll go first, Gauri.
Yes, Pooja.
Yeah. So I think my advice would be that look for your support system, have that intact, and you do not need to be 100% everywhere. Even I think 90% really works well. So have your support system, right? So that's my advice to anyone who enters entrepreneurship.
Neha, Rastika, you want to say something?
So I think I have, 3 things that somebody told me when we began our journey. One is find yourself a partner, extremely important, because you need somebody to share the load. You want somebody to be there on the lowest days of your life. And only when you get empathy, then it's easier to get up the next day. Secondly, make sure your bread and butter is assured, because first 1 year, there should be no reason that you will have to wind up the business. So your kitchen is running and there's basic bread butter taken care of, and you can focus on at least giving 1 year to make this idea a success. Lastly, have a product which has a very, very clear differentiation. It has to have a differentiation. It cannot be a me too, which is one of the, I think it's a key success for any startup or any business for that matter. And then there's nothing stopping you. Just jump. Don't look at other surrogates, how well they did, how well they didn't do. Just jump into it. It's a beautiful journey and you will definitely come out as a winner, because hard work pays off for sure.
Yeah. Neha, over to you.
Okay. Even though I hate thinking of, women entrepreneur as a woman and not just an entrepreneur, but for the purpose of this panel, this is specifically for women in entrepreneurship. Do not go on a guilt trip. And that's one thing which will keep happening to you again and again, especially if you are also a mother. So just don't go on a guilt trip, except that you will not be able to give 100% to your kids and home. That's fine. They will survive.
Correct. Ashwini, Neha, who would go first? Sorry, Ashwini and Nisha.
Nisha, you want to go?
Sure. So I think I have 2 things to say. One is that I think adding to what Neha just said, that, we are not super women. We don't need to try and be super women. Let's just be women, and that's good enough. So we can't be at every place at every time. Let's accept that and get all the help that you can and use it. There's no harm in using that. The second is, I don't think we should enter thinking with a bias that, we are in some way at a disadvantage. We are not women in a man's world. We are in our own world. It's your world. And you are probably, chances are, better than your male counterpart. So don't begin with a mindset of a disadvantage. Go in there confident, and there's no way you won't be successful. Ashwini?
Yeah,
Ashwini?
These are all amazing gems, and I wish I had heard all these when we started out. But so what I want to really say in the end is, there is a reason why you become an entrepreneur. There is a big picture in your mind, and a lot of detours and aberrations will happen along the way. But as long as you keep track of what your big picture was, I think you'll be in a good space. Also, women sometimes tend to think less of themselves when it comes to the big picture. But I think there's Nisha already put it so well that we shouldn't be getting into it with that mindset. So yeah, the big picture, keep track of it, and remember why you started it all on a bad day, especially. So yeah.
Thanks, Ashwini. I think just to add my 2 cents to that, that we are very bad at delegating jobs. We should get into that. Just adding to what Neha said, that sab kuch, leave everything to others also. Let them also do their jobs. And more from corporate getting into entrepreneurship, do not park all your eggs in one basket. Just try to keep doing things simultaneously so that your movement of daily bread butter is also working, what adding to Rasika what she mentioned. And thirdly is just believe in yourself, that I'm the best. If you treat yourself best, if you are proud yourself, you are going to create wonders. So I think with this, we would like to end the session. It was a wonderful session. I wish this is my favorite topic, and I wish we could continue on and on. And I know Bijoya would get upset because it's going to be a seamless transition to the next panel. Wonderful to have all women leaders on the panel, and such an exciting afternoon it was. Thank you so
Gauri, I
much.
must say,
Thank you.
but Gauri, you did a fabulous job. And I think you have moderated so many women all together so well. And I think nobody better than you to do an elevator pitch for us. So thank you so much for that.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you so much, Rasika. And I think, yeah, let's all be in touch, all women for women. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Have
Thank
a
you.
great
Thanks.
day.
All right. Bye. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, panelists. Now, attendees, after those powerful, power-packed sessions, I would now like to announce the first set of Women Disruptors Awards. Women Disruptors 2021 is powered by ZFi, supported by Industry Association partner Vicky, network partner PRCAI, and gifting partner Rene Cosmetics, and AdBelieve by initiative by AdBelieve. Can we have the sponsor and awards promo, please? Thank you. Now, beginning with the first set of awards, the award for Best Business Head in Media Sector in the Media Publisher category goes to Durga Raghunath, Digital Head, Times Internet. The award for Best Business Head in the Media Sector, Media Publisher category goes to Megha Mamgen, Business Head and General Manager, Jagran New Media. The award for Best Business Head in Media Sector, Media Publisher category goes to Ranjita Sehgal, Revenue Head, moneycontrol.com. The award for Best Business Head in the Media Sector, Digital Platform category goes to Swamini Sridhara Paul, Senior Vice President, Hangama Artists Allowed. The award for Best Legal Head in Media, M&E category goes to Shyamala Venkatachalam, Chief Legal Officer, Z Entertainment Enterprises. The award for Content Game Changer of the Year, OTT category, goes to Aparna Achrekar, Video Content and Audience Growth Strategist, ZEE5. The award for Content Game Changer of the Year, Media Communications category, goes to PRPOI Solutions, LLP. The award for excellence in the new business development media agency category goes to Chandni Shah, Chief Operating Officer, Connect. The award for excellence in the new business development media agency category goes to Pooja Barma, co-founder and CEO, Whiskers Marketing. The award for excellence in the new business development printing and publishing goes to Rome Bhatt, Head Business Development, Repro India. The award for excellence in news and journalism, media and television category goes to Tanvi Shukla, News Editor, Mirror Now. The award for excellence in the field of account planning, media agency category goes to Anjali Malthankar, National Strategy Director, Tonic Worldwide. The award for excellence in the field of account planning, media agency category goes to Ankita Kulkarni, Head Account Planning Strategy, Socheers Infotech. The award for excellence in the field of account planning, media agency category goes to Ankita Acharya, Business Manager, TLG India Zenith. Please show some love and appreciation to our winners by commenting emoji reaction in the chat box and by tweeting it using hashtag Women Disruptors 2021. The award for excellence in the field of account planning, media agency category goes to Suruchi Shetty, VP Strategy Analytics, Jack in the Box Worldwide. The award for excellence in the field of content writing, BFSI category goes to Bushra Sheikh, Corporate Communication, India First Life Insurance. The award for excellence in the field of content writing, media communications category goes to Harsimran Shergill, Specialist Content and Marketing, Rudafin PR, India. The award for excellence in the field of client servicing, technology and consultancy category goes to Sanghamitra Guha, Senior Director, Capgemini Technology Services, India. The award for excellence in the field of client servicing media agency category goes to Tanvi Bosnia, Group Account Manager, Brand Experience, Socheers Infotech. The award for excellence in the field of client servicing media agency category goes to Vinita Chand, Director, Client Servicing, iProspect, India. The award for excellence in the field of copywriting media agency category goes to Shefali Takalkar, Executive Creative Director, Magic Circle Communications. The award for excellence in the field of copywriting media agency category goes to Shivani Kamdar, Content Head, Socheers Infotech. The award for excellence in the field of copywriting media communications goes to Sanaya Mehta, Creative Lead, Shaban. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom FinTech category goes to Akanksha Jain, Head PR and Communications, BharatPay. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom FinTech category goes to Priya Patankar, Head of Communications, PhonePe. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom Pharma category goes to Bhavna Singh, Associate Director, Communications, MSD. Please show love and appreciation to the winners by commenting emoji reactions in the chat box and by tweeting it using hashtag Women Disruptors 2021. Keep showing your love, viewers. Excellence in the field of Corpcom real estate category goes to Cheryl D'Souza Baldia, General Manager Corporate Communications, Keraheja Corp. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom OTT category goes to Gopika Gulati, Corporate Communications and PR Lead, Disney Plus Hotstar. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom Consumer Product category goes to Indu Sharma, Head Corporate Communications, Beckett Benckiser. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom BFSI category goes to Manali Ajmera, Head of Corporate Communication, India First Life Insurance. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom e-commerce category goes to Neha Iyer, Manager of Corporate Communication, Lazy Gardener. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom automotive category goes to Neha Tiwari, Chief Manager, Corporate Communication, JK Tyre and Industries. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom social media goes to Poonam Nikam, Global Comms Lead, ByteDance. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom consumer product group category goes to Preeti Benoy, Head Corporate Communications and Government Affairs, Kimberly-Clark India. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom media agency category goes to Priyanka Mehra, Director Marketing and Communication, Awas Group, India. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom technology and consultancy category goes to Radha Radhakrishnan, Global Head Corporate Communications, Wipro Enterprises. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom media publisher category goes to Rucha Bhalikar, Marketing Manager, HCTT Pool, APAC. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom in the OTT category goes to Samika Mishra, PR Lead, SVOD, Disney Plus Hotstar. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom media communications category goes to Simrat Sangat Puri Bishnoi, VP Marketing Communications, Corporate Communication and CRMSL. The award for excellence in the field of Corpcom FinTech category goes to Sonia Dhawan, Vice President Communications Elevation Capital, Paytm. Congratulations to all these winners, and please give a round of applause and share your love for the winners of today. Congratulations, all the winners. And please, viewers, I will request you all to please show some love and appreciation to the winners by commenting emoji reaction in the chat box and by tweeting it by using hashtag Women Disruptors 2021. Please give a round of applause. For Women Disruptors 2021 awards, we had received 200 plus entries, and we had a very esteemed jury for this. I'd like to take this time and introduce to you our jury. Aditya Tandon, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Hindi Cluster, News 18 Network. Amit Gujral, Chief Marketing Officer, JK Tyres and Industry. Anita Kotwani, Chief Executive Officer, Arit India. Babita Barwa, Managing Partner, GTB India, a WPP unit. Barnali Das, Head of Corporate Communications, Uber India and South Asia. Chandramohan Mehra, Chief Marketing Officer, Bajaj Alliance Life and Bajaj Alliance General Insurance. Garima Khandelwal, Chief Creative Officer, Malin Lintas. Ghazal Alak, Co-founder and CIO, Honaza Consumer, Mama Earth. Nikhil Rungta, Country Manager, India, Verizon Media. Ritu Gupta, Director, Marketing, Dell Technologies. Rubina Singh, Chief Executive Officer, iProspect India. Shelja Joshi, Associate Director, Potato Chips Category, PepsiCo India. Suparna Mitra, CEO, Watches and Wearables, Division Titan Company. Sunaina Malik, Managing Director, India and Vice President, APAC Archetype. Thank you, jury. And now I would like to invite my co-host for the day, Preeti Adhikari, to take over. Preeti, over to you.
Thank you, Nehal. Before we begin our next discussion, attendees, I would like to share that AdGully, in partnership with Yoga, a global public opinion and data company, launched a survey to understand the impact of the pandemic on women in marketing, media, and communication. Today, we are pleased to present the findings of the report and have created a panel of leaders from marketing and media who will discuss the insights. The session will be moderated by Amit Gujral, Chief Marketing Officer of JK Tyre and Industry. Joining him will be Deepa Bhatia, General Manager of YouGov India, Meera Krishnan, Principal, Dua Consulting, Moona Jain, Chief Revenue Officer, ABP Network, Susan Joshi, Managing Partner, Avis Life Sorrento, Vaishali Sharma, Head Marketing and Communication, Sony Sub and Sony Max Hindi Movie Cluster, Sony Picture Network India. Sir, over to you.
Well, thank you so much for a coveted introduction. Thank you so very much. I hope I'm audible here.
Yeah, you're audible, Amit.
Yes, sir.
Great. It's truly my great honor to be here today on the eve of the, you call it Disruptor, I call them Achiever Awards. And truly, as a man, this is a celebration of the uniqueness, I think, for every woman leader out there who embodies infinite possibilities in her. So I think, first of all, we all can applaud for the ladies out all there. I'm not hearing the applause at all. See, I've had the privilege to work with many of such fierce, bold, and confident ladies. And it's an absolute joy to have an opportunity like this. Are we getting the YouGov team to present something, or how about it?
Hi, Amit. Yes, happy to. Just let me share my screen.
Yeah, please, Deepa.
Hope all of you can see the screen. And thank you so much for having me here on this very interesting topic to really try and understand how the past year and the COVID-19 pandemic has affected all of us. I mean, it affected all of us despite gender, but has it had any special or unique effects on women, especially women who work in Marcom? And to try and understand that, we try to do a collaboration with AdGully, where we ran a few survey questions to really try and understand what was the impact women were feeling. And AdGully collaborated with us on it. Before I get into the results, I just wanted to share a little bit about YouGov. We are an international research and consumer insights firm with offices in over 36 countries and panel today in almost 55 odd countries. Our panel is now large and global. These numbers, I'm sorry, are old. It's about 11 million now across the globe, and in India, about 200,000. So very quick methodology note. We did this earlier with, like I mentioned, in collaboration with AdGully, where we tried to reach out to women who were working specifically in the marketing and communication fields. They worked across different experience levels, as well as at different kinds of companies, all the way from agencies, professionals, in-house corporate communication, consultancies, marketers, independent freelance practitioners, but all of them within the same industry, to try and understand what they felt were the impact on them over the past 1 year. And over to the findings. And what we saw was that professional challenges were obviously the most significant, as the pandemic brought a lot of disruption to our lives. And we see that professional challenges tend to overweight the personal challenges here. But in the overall challenges, what we saw was with working women, they got a double whammy. They ended up having both facing an increase in professional workload as well as an increased amount of household related responsibilities as they went into work from home. And so they felt a little bit squeezed on both ends of the spectrum. That doesn't mean that the last year was a complete washout. They did use this time, hopefully saved from all the commuting, to try and do more things and other things that they would do. Of course, it led to a lot more bonding with friends and family. Women overall appreciated the flexibility the work schedule now provided, now that they went into work from home, and they were able to dedicate a little bit more time towards health and wellness, apart from even other things like picking up a hobby or even upskilling their skill set. The kind of coping mechanism that they employed while trying to sort of navigate this new normal and figure out how to achieve that work-life balance when all of life was now within the confines of the home. And what we see is that digital mediums come to the forefront. We weren't only using them for professional reach outs, but we were also using digital means to also connect and talk to our friends and families much more often. We were watching a lot more content, of course, while we were also focusing a lot more on health and wellness, while spending a fair amount of time doing household chores and trying to de-stress while pursuing new hobbies. Before I go into the next section, I wanted to actually share some data from another survey that we recently did, and we are launching this survey on 8th of March to mark Women's Day. We were just trying to understand at YouGov, because we have so many panels, to understand what are the sort of opinions and attitudes towards gender equality. And what we see is that geographically, these are very, very different in all different kinds of countries. What we see is that more developed European markets, so to speak, tend to have a smaller gap, if you can see this, between men and women. So we see all of them on a net score, how much of agreement do they have towards certain gender equality statements. And the gap, say, between Spain is far, far more narrower than, let's say, China. And if you can see my screen, India, the gap is still fairly wide. And if you see, we actually are in that bucket with other Southeast Asian countries as well. And what we do see is that our Eastern neighbors, us included, do still have a fair amount of room to go and to scale towards getting to that gender equality. So what led to these differences? We wanted to get into some of those statements where we saw significant differences between men and women in India. So for example, a wife's first role is to look after the husband. 63% of Indian men tended to agree with this, vis-a-vis 50% of women. I see a few smiles coming on. A woman's place is in the home. 39% of men agree to that statement. In the world as a whole, women are an oppressed group. Both genders overall overwhelmingly agreed with this statement, which means both the men and the women do feel that women as a group are still oppressed or have some amount of room to go through. It is unattractive for women to express strong opinions in public. 41% of Indian men tended to agree with that statement. And this is just to show that there is still some room to get there. I don't think any country is necessarily extremely equal. We don't see any country with very, almost 50% kind of differences. But yes, as India and as other Eastern neighbors, we have some room to grow here and to see, and hopefully we will see that change over the coming years. Sorry, I'm unable to go ahead for some reason. One sec. Yes. And I did that segue to kind of come back to the gender equality gap. We also asked women if they felt the pandemic had any sort of impact on that. Most of us tended to feel that it did not necessarily have any impact, although 33% felt it widened the gender equality gap at work. Most people tended to feel it did not really affect it either way. Did they, though, as women, feel personally supported during the pandemic by the organizations? And it's quite heartening to see that most of the women really felt supported to a quite a great extent by the companies they worked in. And they felt that that was well done. Did they feel working from home was going to become a bit of a permanent solution? And they did believe that. Women across the board did feel that working from home would end up becoming a permanent phenomenon going forward, though not for everyone. They were cognizant of the fact that this may not apply to everybody in society, and that a few of the people would need to go back into work as before. We also tried to delve a little bit into what they felt as about leadership and women in leadership. And what we saw was that an overwhelming majority strongly agreed that women make better leaders than men, especially during a crisis. And it kind of correlates to what they felt was the leadership skills of women. And what we see is it's both multitasking abilities, but also displaying empathy towards each other. And that was definitely, I think, empathy was one of the number one skill required during that last uncertain year, when where all of us gravitated towards leaders who were able to make us feel a little bit more reassured about what was happening around us. And so, in just summary, I wanted to just mention it. Essentially, what we see is that a double whammy was experienced, especially by women in Marcom, since they tend to be working women. They face both an increased workload as well as more household responsibilities. Women tended to really appreciate the flexibility that came along with COVID-19 pandemic, and I hope that that becomes something that they are able to enjoy going forward. And I think because of that flexibility, a lot of women also agreed that work from home would probably become a permanent phenomenon for the work in the future. And a large majority of professionals believe women make better leaders than men during a crisis. I also do think this has got to do with the fact that marketing and communication industries tend to give us a lot more many role models and women in leadership positions that allow women to experience those empathetic leaders and see them in leadership positions. And I think that's why the overwhelming majority agreed with the statement that women make better leaders than men. That's all from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deepa, for sharing the wonderful insights. And just to make a slight more involvement there of all the wonderful, cheerful ladies around me, any guesses what percentage of women in India make it to the Corpcom and Marcom kind of professions, who are accepted in the leadership roles in various organizations? What percentage?
11
compared,
to
compared to women in any other walks of life?
11.
Any guesses? Any guesses? Yeah, Mona, you were saying something.
I thought 11 to 17%. I don't know. I'm just making a guess.
Hey, come on, yaar, please improve yourself.
Maybe a third, 30%, you think?
I was thinking about 25% maybe, because it's
between 20 to 30%, I would say.
It's a phenomenal feeling when I express the number here. It's 34%.
Wow.
Okay, yeah.
And really, I'm telling you, it really feels very, very proud and happy that 34% is the percentage which is against mere 14% of all women across all walks of life as a professionals.
Wow.
So brilliant. Lovely. I thought I can make somewhat this thing happy to start with.
Yeah.
Super. So once again, Deepa, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think the findings have been sort of thought-provoking, and I think they are certainly worth discussing with, especially having some eminent women's personalities I have here with me today. So once again, welcome Mona, Meera, Vaishali, Suzanne, Deepa, all of you.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'm sure you are eager to really dwell further on these insights. So let me begin with say Vaishali. So Vaishali, how do you see that corporate culture has become more equitable and led to appreciation of the leadership style of women?
So that's an extremely interesting question, Amit. And, I think I'm just going to take a little bit a larger backdrop from across the world. So pandemic actually saw a very interesting thing emerge, which was countries with women leaders seem to have arrested the decline of the COVID crisis, like New Zealand and, even in a few other countries. So what happened during the pandemic is, I think, the appreciation of women as leaders. I think there was a higher appreciation, because at this time of uncertainty and during this time of unsurety and a lot of stress and not knowing how things were going to pan out, I think a lot of women leaders were able to rise up to the occasion and sort of use their softer skills to motivate, to hold hand, to kind of aid the process of working in an environment which was really stressful. And some of a lot of surveys which have been done, actually a few aspects that were really appreciated about women leaders were they inspired, they motivate, they communicated powerfully. Because at this time when all of us were on teams, I think that the communication aspect was really crucial from a women leader, and collaborating, relationship building, so empathy. These were the qualities I felt that women leaders were able to demonstrate. So normally, if you look at whether it is world leadership or corporate culture, one of the things that has emerged across the world and even in our country is the aggression of being a leader, which comes from that whole male boardroom kind of male boardroom kind of influence, which goes down into corporate companies as well. But I think there is a talk everywhere about how leadership need not be actually, aggressive, but how can leadership go beyond gender roles and actually can focus on more welfare and more empathy and more motivational skills rather than more aggressive and more so I think the pandemic really has taught us a lot in this regard. So that would be my that would be my submission, that I think there's been a lot of appreciation of the skills that women bring to the table as leaders, especially during this time where they did not let work hold back, but they were there from a very empathy and humanistic perspective to be able to provide what their companies or their teams needed. So over back to you, Amit.
No, certainly. Appreciation has always been there. It's all about realization, and I'm happy to hear from you, Vaishali, that pandemic has made you think that it's become more empathetic. Lovely. I think I would love to hear Mona on the same thing.
I think Vaishali's kind of almost kind of covered up, lots of stuff that, I just want to add on with some statistics that I had with me, it probably can resonates, and kind of, validates what Vaishali just shared with all of us. So definitely speaking, the corporate culture has evolved, over this particular year, and women leaders are, equally kind of being looked at, and being recognized. And especially, the way they've been able to balance, this entire COVID impact that they had, where they had to kind of, straddle between work and, and corporate life. I mean, there was no escape actually kind of, delivering on, job expectations, and plus also being able to kind of, really work and do the regular household chores. But it's one of these studies that I was kind of looking at, and probably that also resonates with what kind of, Deepa shared earlier with her research. I think her research was very bang on and very, very practical. One could relate to every insight that she kind of shared in the beginning. Is the research I just was going through squats and Qualtrics, which says that 37% of adults, who were spoken, which is kind of including male and female, globally kind of felt, that the corporate culture actually had improved. And exactly what Vishali said, the compassion and the empathy level of people has really kind of come about very, very clearly, and I think that's a good, impact, or a positive impact of COVID is brought about, in the corporate culture also, and probably for women also at the work front and at a home front. So that's what I really would like to kind of add, here.
Well, thank you. I I can name two women who really made the headlines. If we say so that in the pandemic time or is over or still prevailing, I would like to draw your attention on to Dr. Swati Mohan. I'm sure you have heard about her in the recent times.
Yep.
She is spearheading the development of altitude control and the landing system of Perseverance rover on the surface of Mars. Phenomenal, phenomenal thing to know about a lady, and that too from an Indian origin. Superb. Have you heard about Seiko Hashimoto? Anybody out there who has read about Seiko Hashimoto?
Yes, I did. I have heard about her. Just read about her a few days ago.
What a fate. Look at her leadership skills and how the government of Japan has endorsed her to be a head of Tokyo Olympics 2021. I think it's a huge fate for a woman to really announce to the world that she's going to head the Olympics 2021. Phenomenal, don't you think so?
Absolutely. Yeah, especially in a country like Japan. Just recently
Absolutely.
they were in the news for the wrong things, but I think they resisted women leaders.
Right.
And
Now
also-
let me come to a very, very everlasting conversation. That is work-life balance for professional. We have been talking about, we saw in the YouGov research also something being touched upon the work-life balance. So Meera, what would you say on the coping mechanisms to achieve work-life balance by women in Marcom, especially, when all of us are working from home, which has become a new normal?
You're on the mute.
Meera, you are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you, yes.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. So essentially, I will relate this work-life balance and the challenge that it poses specific to the COVID time. Um, this is something because I think I heard a lot of women say that the work life continued and overflowed and occupied all of their days, and there was, and in the face of an increasing work that required to be done at home, it was a huge challenge. But when also I personally experienced, and I also heard other people share the same thing, that technology was a bit of a game changer in this, in helping them cope, in the sense that it also helped them collaborate better with their colleagues and teammates, so across geographies, across the world if required, so that they're able to delegate and work in a more collaborative fashion, so that the demands on their time are definitely more better rationalized. Second is, I think, as the COVID situation or work from home progress, women particularly, learn to say no and do a pushback when there were unreasonable demands on their working time. If somebody unexpectedly pinged in at 8 o'clock or at night, or expected you to respond at ASAP, those were things that I think women learn to say no to and push back. The third thing is that they also realize that how can you co-opt other members of the family to also pitch in with the things that are required to be done at home, which was earlier considered only something that your help would do or the women would do. Now they learn to get other people in the home, whether it was children, your partner, your husband, whatever, to also pitch in. So those were the kind of coping mechanisms that women learned, or learned through evolving in their roles as both caregiver, as mother, and as a professional.
Nice, nice. So I would definitely want Suzanne to add further to it and what she thinks on this.
Yeah, thanks. I think, of course, Meera has spelled it out. And what we have seen actually, as women leaders who has a very high proportion of women in our team, for us, it was always something that we were very mindful of. And we also had different kinds of women. I mean, we had two women who had just delivered, and, I think they had taken a 3 or 4 months or 6 months leave, and they also came back. And I used to have a lot of challenges when I used to hear them saying that, my child sleeps at 3 o'clock in the evening, afternoon, and it's difficult to get onto a call. So I think it goes back to the same thing, that, the whole empathy that we could bring out, and that really worked very well, because we also sensitized our men folk that, if you're working as a team and there are some challenges like this, how do you collaborate? And we actually did this as a program continuously. So we had to bring in a lot more of external facilitation, got our HR involved in it, and didn't make it as a bigger issue with people who are not able to kind of manage on timelines, specifically because of certain things at home. And we all know that the initial period of COVID was really bad, when you didn't have your maids coming in and you were literally, cleaning the rooms together, washing your vessels, doing all the household work, all those unpaid labor that we all tend to get. And it's no different in India, right? We all had that work to be done. But one of the interesting things that also happened was men started participating more. And we just talked about it sometime back, that a lot of men who possibly could see the need to kind of pitch in, while of course, they must have not done as much as the women folk wanted, but they were there. And that was also one of the...
No, Susan, no, Susan, I don't agree. Personally, I can talk a lot more on this. Anyway, carry on, please.
I think I hit a raw nerve. Sorry.
No worries, carry on, please.
But I'm just speaking, after speaking to many of our colleagues, of course, I used to see this kind of a little bit of irritation coming across that, he can just shut himself into a room and talk, and I can't do the same thing. So I have to manage with this toddler walking in, mommy. So all these things have happened, I think we saw a lot of genuineness in people's life. I mean, what their life really was, right? It was all about an office and a facade of seeing them. And you knew a few people closely, but you never knew your entire office that well. And to me, it was such a huge eye-opener, because the same issues that you go through, a whole lot of people around you go, and it got us bonding better. And in terms of work life, I think on one side, when a lot of people, especially in Mumbai city, we spend a lot of hours traveling, whether it's on the road, whether it's on the trains. People were using that time to make up a lot of things. So on that helped. And like Meera rightly said, technology actually helped to become a game changer. So better planning, more organizational skills, being on time, trying to close meetings faster. So a lot of discipline started coming in. So if you see, it's worked very favorably at many levels. But yes, it also, of course, got a lot of women worked up, because sometimes long hours stretching into meal times. And I have myself done it, my meeting was going on and there is a tadka going on because I had to give the food on time, or, you have your elderly parents at home who now think that now that there is no maid, you are the only person who can do everything for them. So it's a pull and push. But I guess we've learned to work around it. People have learned to, find time. And another big fallout was also children started helping a lot more. So in the house, I think it's been a sum total of many good things which have come out of it. But yes, it was a challenge at some point, but I think the year has passed out and people are still feeling that, okay, this is going to be the norm. And this is what even the study threw up, that a lot of women still feel that work from home will continue to be. And that's why they are now finding a lot more newer methods of coping. And that's where the whole health and wellness started coming in. People started giving time for yoga, time for exercise, time for a walk, and I think that's really what has been the plus side.
Just on a very, Amit, can I just add something on a very informal basis to what, what Meera and, have kind of shared. So I kind of represent, media and entertainment industry, and I kind of work on a genre called news. So while, everything shut down, news never kind of shuts down. So therefore, while the pandemic was very much, there for everybody, I can tell you, I only had a 6 weeks of the lockdown curfew, which probably the government had implemented, which nobody could kind of escape. And post that, life was as usual, coming to the office. Obviously, we had the option to kind of work from home and also come to the office, but it so happens, so as a woman, probably there are many more, who have probably had to step out, irrespective of what, because of the, the reasons for, the kind of work that they were doing, and yet kind of, had to contribute at home, because you did have maids, who were not there. You had condo, restrictions where, you could not get in the part-timers, they were going away to their villages, all of that. So yes, so you could not escape that. So you had to kind of balance between walking out of the house, going to work, and probably coming back and contributing and adding on, helping at home too, because that was required. But one thing which really, and I really endorse that, which came about, was that, and which I think was the huge benefit, was that, the family became extremely sensitized. So where you had children probably who were not used to kind of contributing and helping in the house, suddenly became very sensitized to the fact, and there's huge pressure. I mean, I know that my kids were on, on the social network, wherein people were sharing the fact what all they were doing differently than what they were doing earlier, and how they were helping, their parents and contributing. And I think that really kind of brought about a huge change, and helped women like us to kind of, really manage the work-life balance.
So Mona, I can empathize with what you said, because I actually had only about 5 or 6 weeks of being at home. The rest of the time I was back in office, and I continue to be. So this whole work from home thing is a little bit alien as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I am reading, getting on some words like empathy, being more democratized, more punctual, more behavior, better behavior. So it sums up to ask me a question to say, Mira, do you think that for whatever experience you have had for work from home, did you realize that surroundings have become more cohesive, both on the professional front and personal surroundings?
Could you repeat that, Amit?
I'm saying suddenly whatever pandemic brought the situation, we are at home, and then you are at home not only as a wife or sis or mom, you have been exhibiting your professional duties from the home. So you had your office and home together.
Yes.
Did you observe that the surroundings have become more understanding, more cohesive towards you?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And I think that was something that both Susan and Mona also reaffirmed when they said that, it was a scenario when everybody else also pitched in because, there was a realization and, and a timely one at that everybody needs to share in the workload. And it had to be, if not equitable, but at least there was a fair share that was being carried out by others. And the other experience was that I would like to share is that having been, all the time working from office mostly, and this was a time during the lockdown, which gave me a time to actually connect better with people at home, the whole bonding thing, and which gave me an added dimension from being just a professional to actually looking at other aspects of the home and relating to it and deriving a great deal of joy from the, be it gardening or, those are things that I never looked at or even ever thought of. And these were new aspects of life at home, which I could actually develop and enjoy apart from the whole aspect of being pressured as a homemaker and as a professional. But it did give me, there was time that one could take out to actually indulge in, at least one uh, hobby or whatever you choose to call it. And of course, the bonding was the greatest plus.
Vaishali, what do you have to say on this?
Unmute.
Vaishali, now you're on mute.
Yes, sorry. I would say that actually, we belong to a small strata of society. Nowadays, I call ourselves small because I can't say that it would have been such a wonderful experience even on the home front and relationship front for many women in the country. So if you go across strata, you go across geographies, you go across demographics, a lot of women were challenged. I think the pressure, of course, one positive note is that a lot of men did do something. It is like, earlier, if they didn't even lift a plate and put it back in the kitchen, they did do that. They did lay the table, or some of them even attempted cooking and doing some of the other chores. But the stress on women was huge. The responsibility across strata of actually managing everything, being responsible for how the home would run, how her office was run. And if you go down to prop strata, a lot of men had lost their jobs as well. And that put a lot of stress on women in the lower strata of society because they had to, some of them, as soon as there was a possibility of started little bit when opening up happened, they were also the ones who had to go out and actually try and earn some money. So there is always a flip side to it. It wasn't such a rosy picture for women everywhere across. So I would actually say that relationships came under stress. I mean, even at across. So, living in with, I've heard many women complain that living in 24/7 for 2 to 3, 4 months, you're in each other's space, you're like, working from home, living with each other, arguments about what you need to do, what you don't need to do. So the relationships also came under a bit of stress at some point. I'm sure that, a lot of them let that rose above that. But there were these flip sides of where women were under a lot of stress during this time. So I won't deny that, and I would probably say that some of us are a privileged few, and we do have very understanding children and partners and in-laws or parents. But for a lot of people, the expectation was that women will continue to manage everything at home.
Yeah, just to add, Prashali, I've just, for instance, when men do something which is like, working at home, it's like, wow, what a good husband you have, who's helping you out. But women have to do it any which way, it's okay. Amit, I hope you're hearing.
No,
I'm hearing loud and clear, Mona.
I'm completely in agreement with you, because when you said something, Mona, it's like when men do a little, they get a lot of praise. But women take it for granted that they're going to manage the kids, they're going to look at what they mean washing and cooking and actually even be responsible for disseminating. So even the fact that you have to disseminate responsibility to the rest of the family members becomes a chore,
Absolutely.
Completely outnumbered, but loving it. Thank you. Mona and Mira had been exceptions to say that they have not had much of the work from home. So my next question is good to Deepa. Though you have done Deepa the research, okay. What do you think, Deepa, that organizations will include work from home options for employees? How does that typically affect women?
I think so. I think, but it's not going to be even. A lot of organizations, let's say even like my own, we were already used to working with everything in the cloud, right? And everyone had laptops. There was no challenges of sort of logistically trying to provide people with the infrastructure to start moving. It was literally, it took us one day to get people to start working from home. But I know from many of our clients, it took them 3 to 4 months to procure laptops in that lockdown, get the system set up. Even especially, if you look at the banking and financial industry, they really struggle because all the systems were built about keeping data secure in this one space, right? So suddenly having to be far more spread out, it took some challenges in systems and processes to be built. I think it's going to be a mix. I think many organizations are finding that overhead costs have reduced. And I sound very cynical when I say this, but honestly, I think it's for the first time that women's interest, employee interest, and corporate interest are aligning and helping in some amount of cost saving. And only because of that, I do genuinely believe that it may become a more flexible work kind of a future. I don't think we'll any more lose candidates because, they shifted cities or they can't come into work every day or they live really far away. I do feel like there will be a far more flexible future available, at least for some of us more privileged white collar workers, I guess.
Let me just make a question on this to all the 4 leaders I have with me here. Work from home, yes, no?
Hybrid.
I would say balance, Amit, a balance of it. I definitely would not want to be working from home all the time because, it does kind of, there are many, I had many points. It does kind of, and we saw from Deepa research also, it does at times kind of hamper the quality of work that you're doing. You are distracted, and you need to be encroaching into somebody's space also probably, who's kind of there at home. The kids need to be a little bit more, given their space. So I think women also need to kind of be going out and working in an environment which is more productive and more, so therefore I would say the balance of it. So work from home should be flexibility of being able to have a choice to kind of work from home and being able to also kind of step out and kind of go to office work.
Yeah.
I
would also second.
Yeah.
Hybrid model works a
The
lot.
hybrid model is what works. And to add to the point that Mona made, I would also say that human interacting with your colleagues and teams and, the whole physicality of it, ideation, that a lot of the times it can, you can miss out on in the virtual world, or, if you're constantly just connecting on Teams and or Zoom or whatever. So I think, it is important that some element of work from office, is comes back or is a part of the new normal. So I think I definitely believe that a hybrid model is what works best.
Great.
I
Yeah.
think it would be a hybrid model, Amit. And I think one of the significant things that organizations would learn to do is, I think, the aspect of trust and conscientiousness. I think that's come in very much because of the pandemic. You know, a lot of organizations, I'm not saying everyone, I mean, is like that, but there's always that suspicion whether people are putting in their best if they're working from home or not. But I think the pandemic taught us to trust people. We had no choice. And I think that trust going forward is something we should continue to retain and believe that people will be conscientious and therefore look at a model which is probably hybrid. And even if it is it all depends on the industry. If you really ask me, there will be some industries, there are a lot of service industries, a lot of creative fields, ours as such, which is media and entertainment, where there is a need to sort of interact more with people. So it will depend on the industry in which you belong. But I also think that from perspective of a little bit of flexibility for people, I think that is a culture which is new in India. So, in my past life, in the professional past life, when I've worked with international organizations, the concept of work from home was not alien. So there were times when people said, for this week, 2 days in a week, I'm going to be working from home, and it was work done and achieved. But for us, it was a very alien concept here in India. But I think that is something we will learn to include, I mean, as and when the need is required. So I don't think it's going to be either this or that. It won't be totally work from home, or it won't be, we will also be, I mean, flexible to people saying that, I need to work from home so many days a week or month or whatever that may be. And I think that is something that we will probably learn to imbibe as we go along. And not to forget, Amit, yesterday we were talking, I think one of the space, I think the aspect that really benefited was the universe. In the work from home, we had pollution levels coming down.
Yeah.
We had the environment being much more greener and fresher. So I think, I don't know about people, but definitely the environment is going to definitely benefit from work from home.
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
just wanted to add one more thing here. While of course it's a very interesting idea of putting this hybrid model, but we just experimented with something like this, and it's extremely important to orchestrate this whole thing, because when part of people work from home and part are in the office, it just sometimes become a mayhem, because if you're expecting to start everything at 9:30 and then you have people still traveling because they're traveling on the road and reaching office, you just cannot start everything in the same time the way it was. So we really realized that it's so important to plan this extremely well, because then a lot of it can fall in place. Otherwise it can be extremely chaotic by just leaving it highly flexible, where choices are just made by the employees, but it needs to be managed. And that's what our learning has been, and it does make, and I completely agree with what Vaishali just mentioned, that a lot of the benefit of this is also on what has happened in the environment and from where people can work. I mean, people were in cubby holes inside, especially in city like Mumbai, where you have just smaller houses and maybe some more families living together. They could now start living anywhere and start working better. So it's just a yin and yang that we need to follow and orchestrate it much better than what it is.
Great. I think we can go on to talk on this, but looking at the time now, I think we need to.
Can I just add one food for thought? I'm sorry taking this time, because this is something which is very close to my heart, and I just thought, and this is a topic of pandemic.
Sure.
We keep talking about the impact of pandemic on working women, how they're going to kind of manage, the work and their personal life balance. But think of the homemaker at home. She has a husband who was leaving home in the morning and coming back in the evening, and she had time to herself, where she was the queen of the house, and she had the power, and she was kind of managing everything else. So she was really, the CEO of her house. And now you have a husband, and how the male are, dominating and wanting to kind of, get into her space. So that's the other, Deepa, I think, since you're doing research, I think it's very, very important to delve into and look at their side of the story also, and how it's impacting their life, and and mental and physical health. I think it's a huge impact in that particular, and majority of women actually belong to that particular group, than this one.
And Mona, not to miss the kitty parties and the other activities. Because they have a very different life, and I hear it that they just hate it, the way it's happening.
So sorry, I just took this is extremely close to my heart, kind of a topic. And
no, Mona, it was good to hear you. But what I'm thinking is, away from us, there are some 50 odd participants I can see here. I hope some of them are men here. So guys, you have heard something to learn from the ladies. So I know I'm not kidding around. Definitely what we heard, there's a lot to learn from you guys, for sure. And I think let's continue, all of you in your leadership roles, let's continue to aspire and inspire the society more and more to include women in all walks of life. I can profoundly say that we men sure have a lot to learn from you, all of you, for sure. Before I end, I have some words, if I'm allowed to just express myself in Hindi. Some beautiful words by a lady on a woman. May I please?
Yes, please.
You have a permission.
Great. Thank you so much. I said, no, I'm outnumbered here. So it goes like this. जननी हूं, जीवन भी मैं, जज्बातों पे मेरा जोर नहीं, सशक्त हूं, साकार भी हूं मैं, नारी हूं, कमजोर नहीं, दर्पण हूं, व अक्स भी मैं, दर्पण means mirror and अक्स means shadow, दर्पण हूं, व अक्स भी मैं, झुका सके मुझे वो शख्स नहीं, स्वाभिमानी हूं, आत्मनिर्भर भी मैं, टूट के बिखरूं अब वो वक्त नहीं समझना आधी अधूरी, नहीं अधूरी मैं खुद पूरी, साथ चलना हो तो हाथ बढ़ाना, पीछे हटना मुझे मंजूर नहीं. That's it from my side. I'll end by saying that the future is definitely female, and wish you all the very, very best.
Thank you very much, Amit.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Amit. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Over to the organizers,
Thank
please.
you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. So moving forward, now I would like to invite Reema Nanavati, Executive Director of Self-Employed Women Association, SEWA. Reema Nanavati is an Indian social worker known for her humanitarian services as one of the leaders of Self-Employed Women Association, alongside leaders like Meera Chatterjee, Rinana Jabwala. She was honored by the Government of India in 2013 by bestowing on her the Padma Shri, one of the highest civilian award for her contribution to the field of social service. Delighted to have you as a speaker today, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And it's a real honor and privilege to be invited to this very important summit that is being organized by AdGully. I stand here representing the 93% of the workforce of our country, whom we call the informal economy. Let me show you a glimpse of these workers. Madhuraji, can you show the two small videos, please?
હું મુબારકબેન સિપાઈ હું બીજાના ખેતરમાં કામે જતી હતી માંડ 70 રૂપિયા કમાતી હતી માર ઘરવાળાની ને મારી આવક ભેગી કરતી હતી તો ઘર નતું ચાલતું મને એમ થાય કે હું એક દાડો ધંધો કરું એક દાડો મારા ગામમાં સેવાની બેનો આવી મેં લવાજમ ભર્યું સેવા સંગઠનમાં જોડાઈ પછી 10 બેને ભેગી થઈને બચત મંડળ બનાવી હું અત્યારે અમારી રૂડી કંપનીની રૂડી બેન છું પગે હેડીને તો કેટલું વેચાણ થાય એક ગામ કે બે ગામ એટલે જ બચત મંડળમાંથી લોન લઈને સ્કૂટર લાવી આજે હું 12 ગામમાં ફરીને મહિનામાં 50,000 થી 1 લાખનું વેચાણ કરું છું
दाणो दाणो एनो चोखो बाप पुरुणे भाव में सस्तो
અમારું સેવા સંગઠન જિંદાબાદ.
घर घर ने शोभा बधारे रूड़ी हमारी मूड़ी रूड़ी.
Thank you so much. So these are the kinds of women that I am referring to. And these are the workers who contribute so much to the GDP of the nation and yet hardly have any voice, visibility, or validity as a worker, especially the informal sector women workers. These women are the micro entrepreneurs of India, the street vendors, the handloom weavers, salt miners, the construction workers, the kite makers, the beady rollers, and so on, with whom I believe most of us must be interacting on daily basis in some way or the other. So we at SEVA are a trade union of over 1.8 million such women self-employed workers from the informal economy. We were established in 1972 with the main goal of full employment and self-reliance of our members. We will be now almost 5 decades old in 2022. The reality of these workers is such that they are generally the poorest of the poor. Their tools are old and worn out, and they hardly have any information about or access to direct market. The employment opportunities available in the informal economy are never constant due to severe competition, market trends, changing economic policies, and further compounded now by climate change. In such situations, these informal sector workers have to often pursue more than one trade. Innovation has become a coping strategy for survival of these informal sector women workers. She may start making kites in one season while she may work as a construction worker in another season, depending on what is more conducive at what point of time. Their trades, inventories, supply chain, even the business models change 9 to 12 times per year. And this calls for tremendous planning for these informal sector workers. Also, I think for these informal sector workers to access decent employment in today's world of work, there is a need for education that leads to vocational skill development that serves as a link between education and employment. In fact, the young members of SEVA are very clear that they do not want to study for degrees and aspire for jobs, but wanted education to improve their productivity and quality of work and help them to be better workers and citizens. Clearly, the stakes are high, and a concerted effort is required by all in the society. As our founder Elaben Bhatt says, no skill should be allowed to be redundant or obsolete from a skill-rich country like ours. There's so much opportunity in all our core employment sectors for one and all. Where are the investments in such areas, the traditional skills, the local resources? And also, our experience at SEVA shows that poverty is the worst form of violence perpetuated by the consent of the society. We believe that to be poor is to be vulnerable. The condition of being poor, of being self employed, and of being a woman are all distinct and yet interrelated states of vulnerability. Poverty makes one become a chronic victim of forces beyond one's control. With every misfortune, problems compound, leaving one increasingly powerless or setting in motion uh, a spiral descent into poverty. Only work, a steady source of income, and asset ownership can break one's fall. I don't want to paint a very dull and a gloomy picture, but I'm just trying to explain the reality of the women workers that I work with. But these are the micro entrepreneurs. But how do we also work on generating livelihoods for the majority of the workforce in our country? And we do this by building their collective strength and bargaining power. So let me give you some examples. We have about close to 30,000 women artisans who do exquisite embroidery, chicken curry work, the embroidery, other kinds of embroidery. But they had only never thought of turning this into an opportunity for livelihood, for work and income security. So today we have Seva Trade Facilitation Center, which is a Section 8 company where the shareholders are these women artisans, and they have their own brand Hansiba, which has online presence and also stores in some of the larger cities with a turnover of close to 7 crores Indian rupees. We also saw that the young women no longer want to continue being in their traditional costumes. They aspire to be also, in sync with the changing times. And so we now have a rural fashion line, which is called Harki. Likewise, we have small farmers and agriculture workers, and we have a for-profit company of close to 25,000 small farmers. And we have a cadre of 4,500 saleswomen who are landless women, but who do sales and marketing. As you saw in the film, how Mubarak Ben has become a Rudy Ben. And this company now has a turnover of 25 crores of rupees. Likewise, we have company which provides access to energy, clean and renewable energy. And in order to have, sustained work and income, you need build a cadre of grassroots managers. So we have Seva Management School. So these young workers also have natural affinity to modern tech-savvy employment opportunities. So how do you also generate newer employment opportunities using the digital technology? So we partnered with Airbnb, and today the rural homes of these very young women are turned into, Airbnb homes, and not one, two, but we have 200 such homes. And these rural women provide hospitality to all the guests which come from far and wide. And this has become a source of employment and livelihood. I was just listening to the previous session, which just concluded, where I believe you were discussing on the impact of COVID. And I think COVID has been very destructive to these kind of informal workers. But how do we turn that adversity also into an opportunity? And therefore, our Rudy, which started providing ration kits in the villages till the government relief came. And this gave an opportunity for Rudy to scale threefold. And we now have our own mobile application, a mobile ERP system, so that they are able to do real-time inventory management with the payment integration through Google Pay and Paytm. So we have real-time sales and inventory management happening. Likewise, the children were all out of school, and everybody needed some or the other form of snack. So some 500 women started making dry snacks at home. They were immediately trained into quality control, packaging, and branding. And then they started providing small packets of nutritive snacks under the brand of Kamala. We also have e-module sessions where the women were trained into social distancing, into hygiene aspects. And but I think what we need to discuss today with all these young women entrepreneurs and CEOs, and the disruption has to come from the women themselves. how can women come together under one umbrella? Be it the micro entrepreneurs like Mubarak Ben that we saw, and they all come online, or whether it's an offline retail sales under one common umbrella. And you may have different brands, but how do we have an apex collective marketing body? And that's how collectively we will be able to reach newer markets, distant markets, national markets, and regional markets. And that is what I think Seva is working to build an umbrella Seva Bazaar, which has an online presence today on 5 different platforms, and also retail presence in different states as well. So I think the message here is that social enterprises as well as digital social enterprises are the way forward to a just, dignified, and a secured future of work. And this is what, and I think, as we rightly heard in the previous session, that the future is in the hands of women. And we ought to make this future, carve out a new economic pathway, which is an economy of nurturance. We have seen that everybody talks about growth, growth, and growth. And we don't want growth at the cost of somebody else's growth. But let us all women come together. Let us all women entrepreneurs come together and build a whole new economic model with an economy of nurturance. I thank you so much, and I really congratulate the awardees who will be felicitated as well, and giving me this opportunity to share the message on behalf of the millions of self-employed women of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was an honor to get all those learnings from you. Now, moving forward, I would like to invite our next panel for the day, Marketing to Women by Women. This panel would be moderated by Chandni Shah, co-founder and COO of Connect, and the speakers joining her are Babita Barua, Managing Partner GTB India, Debarpita Banerjee, President North and East FCB Ulka, and Head Fuel Content India, Garima Khandelwal, Chief Creative Officer Malan Lintis, Pallavi Chakravarti, Executive Creative Director Taproot Dedzu, Sharina Kapni, Founder Sun Strategic, Tista Sain, Regional Creative Director Wonderman Thompson South Asia, Vasudha Mishra, Executive Creative Director BBH India. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks so much, Preeti. So happy to be on this panel. Thanks so much, Ad Gully, for having us here. And I'm really excited to share, be on this panel with some of the strongest minds of the industry. Firstly, I want to start by saying congratulations. We're finally in 2021, and 2020 is behind us. One thing I saw in 2020, which stood out a lot, is that the woman's role in her family overall kind of really stood out in the last year. I think with everyone working from home, kids learning from home, and the entire family staying home, cooking at home, I think we all enjoyed it. But, there were lots of decisions that a woman was making, in the last year. So I'm going to quickly jump into the topic for today, which is extremely apt. It's about women's role in decision making and how marketers are approaching that, and how women marketers are approaching the women consumers. So, yeah, I'm going to start off asking my first question to Babita. Babita, with all your experience at GTB, how has the conversation around women as buyers, really changed? And does that reflect in the creative briefs that you're getting from your clients?
Hi, Chandni. Thank you for the question. Hi, everyone. A lot of known faces and a lot of memories here. Yes. So, before we talk about women as buyers, Chandni, just the conversation on women overall are undergoing change. Like, if you look at pop culture, if you look at the films around us, a lot of OTT panels, in fact, they call out films or content with women in lead roles, right? That we have stand-up comedians, we've got artists, women authors on the rise. So brands more often reflect what's happening in society. So to that extent, these conversations and women centricity is picking up. However, when it comes to actual work, to creative briefs, and more than briefs, the way you review the work and the way you set ROIs on the work, what are you expecting out of the work, differs from the relationship the brand has with the woman as a consumer, woman as an influencer, woman as a secondary influencer. Now, if the woman is a primary consumer, a lot of FMCG, beauty brands which are focused on women, the briefs or the strategy before the briefs are very strongly linked to business growth, right? Because a very strong narrative on women actually help sales, because you are inspired, you go out and you buy it, right? That's really a very simplified marketing journey. But when the category, and I work on one now, which is automobiles, and there are various such categories where women are influencers, but not necessarily the larger chunk of primary buyers, right? So in that case, there's always a question of how do we talk to women? And digitization helps us, because now you can go sharpshoot. You can talk specifically to women. You can have a lot of brand experiences around women. You can have a lot of activities which are designed for women on special days without really focusing primary assets around women. So my question, more than the creative brief, would be two. One, how much of appetite does the marketing team have to take on work which may not necessarily get you immediate sales, because the number of women, if you're not a primary consumer, would be very low in some categories. But if you want to be part of this narrative for the overall progress, the matrices of measuring the work has to change. It has to be measured on how much conversation did it create? Did it provoke some change? Did some women feel good about it, etc.? And therefore, to me, yes, a good piece of work will be an output, hopefully, of a good creative brief. But it is really the role of the marketer to question himself or herself on what is my agenda when I'm working on this brand or business when it comes to women, and what I want out of this piece of work. Because at the end of the day, Chandni, much as we like it, like I love to be a part of any work which is related to women, and we have done some on our business, but we will never do as much as some of the FMCG or women brand that I worked on earlier, and I understand why. So that's pretty much what I have as my first thoughts on this.
Sure. Awesome. Vasudha, what about you? Are you seeing, these kind of creative briefs come in at BBH for women, which are focused towards women?
Of course, but I just feel overall, when we talk about briefs with women specifically in mind, what happens is we put too much pressure on that brief to be empowering, to be liberating. That's all that we can think about. But sometimes what we need to do is to keep it real. And I strongly believe the reality is far more progressive than our communication. Like, we don't have to make a big deal about women behind the wheels. Come on, that's not progress. So I just feel that we need to keep those briefs real, show the women in reality, because everything cannot be liberating and everything cannot be empowering, and because then we are just celebrating small acts and they become aberrations, and then I feel we are missing progress. Also, when we talk about women-centric brief, and I just want to digress, it's not just about bringing about change by addressing women-centric briefs, but bringing about change by correcting stereotypes that exist with briefs that are targeted to men. Truly, how do we bring about change? And how do we create better communication, a more gender equal communication, is to paint correct image of a man, the modern contemporary Indian man. And I feel both have to exist together, and we need to start seeing them in parallel and not in verticals, in different verticals. And I say this because, on one hand, I'm raising an 8-year-old boy. So what is he seeing in communication? How is he seeing Indian men? And as a woman, I want the right representation of,
For sure.
I don't want to make a big deal. I don't want to see big deal made about small things. And I want to keep it more real. So, yeah.
Got it. Tista, had you seen the conversation really changing around women as buyers in your experience at JWT? I think Tista, I think you're on mute.
Hi, Chani. Hi. Oh God. So I was thinking, I got just lost in Vasudha's, answer and what Babita said. So I was thinking of the first part of it. I don't know whether this is the right answer, but I am like highly like suspect of brands that want to empower women, because like who the hell are you, and who are you? I mean, who are you to give me permission to feel empowered? And I'm genuinely not just skeptical. I think it's scary because there's a very fine line of being insightful and connecting with women, and there's a huge other side of the spectrum which is really talking down to them and patronizing them. And any brief, and of course we're talking to women, you should only be talking to women according to me, mostly. They're the ones who are the decision makers. But if you're going to be doing briefs which are like, now we have to empower them, I'd rather tear it up and throw it away or delete it if it's on my email, because no, I have no right to empower you. Who am I? I'm like a brand. Chill. You're on my shelf. You're in my house. But to add that kind of responsibility, get real. That's not the real world, and that's not genuine. That totally doesn't work for me.
Sure. Sharina, my next question is for you. With the financial status of women increasing, we see them enters into categories like auto and BFSI, which were traditionally dominated by men. Do you see less gender segmentation in these categories, or there's a separate communication approach for them? I mean, I think Sun Strategic has a lot of BFSI clients.
Yes.
So, in your experience, how has it been?
Thanks for the question, but I just want to, hop back to what Vasudha and Tista was saying. And at Sun Strategic, we have stopped taking empathy-driven briefs, because really there is, no point in empathizing with a gender just because we want women to feel empowered. In my agency, all the management is all women, and these are women who've never had careers before joining my agency. So we've trained them, we've gotten them up here, and I don't feel that I need to empower them. I just felt that I was at the right place to kind of give a little bit of push. But these women are self-empowered. So if I'm looking at these women as my target audience, which mostly you have even for your FMCG and you have for your BFSI in terms of the small loans, etc. Most of the content that we churn out is more content to educate the audiences. Now, whether that is a man or a woman, it doesn't really matter, because the traffic that's coming to read this content and consume the content is from all over India, all over the world. But also my clients at this point have stopped sending us briefs about let's kind of show that let's do something to empower the girl child, or let's do something to empower women so that they can have a dual role, one that they kind of perform at home and one they perform in the office. I know a lot of women in that target audience who perform single roles, and they don't perform the home role, or they don't go out and work, and they're still having help at home, and they're still kind of automating things in their own little ways. So I don't see that the need to necessarily empower women at in today's day and age, especially when COVID is struck and we're all working from home. So I see a lot of progress on that. And also coming back to your point about BFSI and auto, as an agency owner, to get clients within these particular, industries, it was not very difficult. And I don't see these industries kind of looking at giving work to an agency that's run by a woman, and segregating it in terms of should we give it to a bigger conglomerate or should we give it to a woman run agency. Now, in terms of the target audience, recently, we did something, a huge digital PR campaign for an auto company. And yes, a lot of the content was targeted more towards the men, but a lot of the content is targeted to the women, because women, frankly speaking, have the buying power today. So we're not, saying, okay, now you're being empowered and, we're giving you, or the automotive industry is giving you certain added benefits because you're a woman. We're just saying that, you're an intelligent human being. So here, are your options of utilizing this financial tool or utilizing that automotive to, to your own advantage. So I don't see the segregation as much today as I would have seen it maybe about 4 years ago, which is when we actually broke into the automotive industry. So
Sure, sure. Babita, in your experience, has that evolved? Because you've been in the automobile industry for really long. So maybe now it could be a little different, but in the past, was it more, huh?
Yeah, it's changing. But I'll just pick up on the conversation earlier and then lead into this.
Sure.
I see empowerment as being different from inspiration. And I feel that as women, all of us need inspiration. We are a very evolved group of women here. We are self-inspired to a great extent. But even then, I personally seek inspiration from movies. When I read a good book, when I see somebody doing something, when I see an influencer talking about her journey or his journey or whatever. And time and again, we talk about communication being about storytelling. And how is this storytelling, in my view, different from any other storytelling around us that can be an inspiration to maybe even one woman's life? Just seeing somebody talking confidently, seeing somebody take a step against. That's what stories do, right? They play on our subconscious and they leave an impression. So overall, I believe a lot in the power of inspiration when it just comes to imagery, when it comes to conversations, and its impact on a lot of women for whom the only window to inspiration is a small screen, which is content, which is ads and more content, right? Now, to that extent, I admittedly, and Sharina, I totally agree with you that there is really no difference between this is a brief or a communication for women. It doesn't work that way. But what has changed, and again, that's what Sharina mentioned, that we do see a lot of work which is around brand experiences, right? Which are around. So, for example, one of the pieces of work which we came up with was on just showing, the capability of driving itself is very, it's independence, right? Because you don't have to depend on anybody in the family when you want to go out, you want to set up a business. So in that sense, it is liberating for you because it's your own set of wheels, right? So there was a story which was set in the context of culture of a changing mother-daughter dynamics, right? There are a lot of activations and brand experiences which are done on just drives. And for the business that I am in, it is not about learning to drive, but it's about driving smart, because learning to, the target we talk to are not about learning to drive, but really about, if I were on a racing circuit, am I the smartest driver? Do I know what it is to drive, to get the thrill of driving, right? And we've had huge response on this. So whether it is this category or any other, I will always try to find some way in my capacity, because there are a lot of other stakeholders, to get even a small piece of inspiration which can inspire the life of even one woman in this country.
Yeah, that's really nice. Vasudha, you've been managing Tinder, I think, for a really long time. And there's a, I just wanted to know, from a communication standpoint, is there like a separate communication strategy that is done for men and women, or is it
I think while Tinder talks to both genders, it cannot exist without both genders. We try and be more conscious of the women consumer. But see, for dating apps, it's easier to break in and talk to women specifically, or talk to both genders, or to keep women in mind, but have them influence the other gender, or balance the other gender. But if I have to talk about the male dominated categories, whether it's automotive, finance, alcohol, whatever, I do not feel there is equal or enough representation of women out there. And look, we don't need data. We don't need data to know. We occupy enough space on this planet to know that 90% of the products out there can be used by both men and women. So even if this brief is not targeted to a woman, when we are writing the script, and if the script is gender neutral, just put a woman behind the wheels, or just make a woman do the financial, make the financial decision. She doesn't have to be a widower. She doesn't have to be a single mom. She can be in a nuclear or a bigger family to make these decisions. And it doesn't have to be like oh my God, look, let's slow clap or underline it. Because I think in advertising, we tend to make a big deal about or exaggerate those little moments. And I feel we are at this right time to kind of neutralize it and paint a more authentic picture. And the same we do with Tinder. We are not making it, oh my God, look, such a big deal that, a girl is making her dating choices. It is what exists. And we are representing it like that. And of course, we are writing a story, we are adding, entertainment to it. But that's our craft. Yeah.
Fully agree. Yeah, I also feel the exact same way.
Like, as women, we don't need special treatment. We need equal treatment.
Yeah, fully agree.
And that should extend across all categories. Like, that's what I think everyone wants.
Yeah. Pallavi, have you seen, in any of the creative briefs that you've got, any, briefs that are focused towards, I want a campaign for, I don't know, for women specifically? Have you had that kind of an experience come from any of your clients? Which is not dominated by that sector, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, I might be making a bit of an explosive statement here, but I think today what's happening is that there's a two-way street. Brands are conscious of being seen as, they want to be seen as doing what is right, but they also want to do what is right for them business-wise. Okay, so I think that's the tightrope everybody is walking, and we as people in the industry are walking it with them, because that's what we're hearing day in and day out. So I have had experience in financial services and in fact on automobile. I was reading up today because I was thinking about the discussion and the questions that we were also stewing on, and I think on ground maybe a lot of stuff has changed with at least the automotive industry, for instance. Now you'll see what I mean when I say they want to be seen as doing the right thing. There is a Seat all-woman store. Now all women stores to sell tires. Traditionally, what do women know about selling tires, right? So today on ground, you have stores like this. Then Hector just made their, the 50,000 car was made by start to finish, turnkey project done only by women.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of thing that will get you PR. The 10 people here on this Zoom call will talk about it. Yeah. Will it actually trickle down to a woman being empowered in real life? I don't think so. So I don't think it's fair to say that empowerment currently is a boardroom/metro dream. And I think a lot of clients understand that. They want to do something. Okay, nobody wants to be guilty of taking the first step. But have we reached a level where honestly people are, I think what Vasudha said is so correct, real is more progressive than progressive. Than the dictionary meaning of progressive. So I think that's very important for us in financial services. If you were to go in, exactly what she was saying, go in with a regular, like, can it be the woman who's thinking about mutual fund? And if you were to suggest it, you will get an apologetic response from your client saying, I'd love to do this, but but we can do a special project around women in mutual fund. So we are currently special projects.
Got it. So, Debbie, I wanted to ask you my next question. Post pandemic, FMCG brands are adopting a progressive approach to marketing towards women. Do you think this will remain? Will they remain the primary buyers in the categories, or this particular progressive behavior, will that continue, or, just fade
So
away?
FMCG has kind of always kept the woman, in their good books. I don't know whether post pandemic FMCG is very very carefully looking at women, because that they have been looking at women pretty carefully. I have noticed one trend though. It's like, there's a little bit more of your now. I think they've understood probably the power of women is a little bit more when it comes to these kind of purchases, or the fact that she's buying a lot more, people are at home, the consumption has gone up. I have noticed this. There was always a fear, because there's the narratives that have been built in from boardrooms, which have been primarily represented by marketing men, has been, let's not alienate women. I mean, you're doing popcorn advertising. Why will it alienate women or alienate mothers? I mean, I've heard this so many times that, they are a little bit scared about women because they don't know what to do, yet they know they have the power. I think that fear post pandemic has gone up a little bit more, because now it's become a little bit confused. So let's say if there is a food brand, where now they are saying, oh, because now the father is also staying at home, he's also helping out in the kitchen. And that has been the case. Men have shown up to the party. Some men are still trying, some men have reached there. It has been a little bit confusing for marketeers now to say, should we open it up, should we broaden the category and speak to all, but then will we alienate the women? So this conversation has kind of gone up a little bit more. But otherwise FMCGs have always been like, पहले माँ से बात करते हैं या पहले औरत से बात करते हैं, as if
So, Kenaz, do you, at Ogilvy, are you also seeing, there are lots of FMCG brands out there. So is this a similar, behavior, or are you, experiencing anything else?
Sorry, I was on mute. No, so I agree with a lot of things that were said over here. Having said that, I do believe that we have to give our clients some points for intention. Because I work on a lot of FMCG brands, and you're right, they sometimes falter, sometimes they over-index on certain things. But I've often seen that at least brands are showing intention to do something which is not regressive. So let's say we are there right now. I don't think I completely agree that this entire thing about being progressive is sometimes a bit too forced and unnecessary. And, it doesn't really happen like that in real life. But I believe that even FMCG brands are clearly showing intention. There could be many reasons for that intention. I'm not doubting that. It could be public backlash. It could be the amount of, social media pressure that is there nowadays. Because if you do something regressive, you're going to be ripped apart on social media within hours.
Yeah.
But the fact that they want to do something is certainly there. They are scared. So it's baby steps. It's completely baby steps right now. But I have been in advertising for close to 20 years. And from where we were to where we are, it's really different. So I'll just give you, I just want to give you an example. Like in yoga, I recently discovered yoga. In yoga, there's a lot of emphasis given on awareness. Be aware of your breath. Be aware of your body. Be aware of the pain you feel. I think and they don't ask you to do anything about it, because awareness makes a lot of difference. I think we have reached there in terms of advertising right now. At least brands are acknowledging that they need to be aware of how they are communicating. They can't be completely, idiotic like they were with a girl standing in a bikini next to a car. You can't be there. I don't think we have solved everything. I don't think they have a single piece in Indian advertising which is as empowering as the film Mirch Masala, when I saw it as a young teenage girl, and I felt so, that is what was really empowering for me, That to me is a piece of communication that can make a woman feel, yes, I can do anything I want. Not necessarily driving or having an all-woman tire store like Pallavi said.
Sure. Garima, any campaigns that you want to talk about which have had this progressive approach towards women marketing in your experience?
Yeah, hi. So, obviously hearing everybody speak, and I just thought that we can thank the pandemic for making it look progressive, that men can use household items And in fact, for a recent launch of a vegetable cleaner, we put the ad, using it while the TG was still the woman. But I think that shift is possible only when you know what kind of segments that you're talking to. And it's okay. You may not be alienating the woman by not showing her, as long as you're really speaking to her about her day-to-day reality. And I think that shift has happened, and it's here to stay, is what I think.
Yeah, for sure. Pallavi, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, just after hearing what everyone had to say, I want to say that on this, I'd like to comment on the change of brief that we have seen. There are certain conversations that are changing. We've all grown up on the staple diet of this is Neetu. She wants her children to have strong bones and teeth.
Yeah.
Today, we may have come to a point where once in a while you'll hear about Neetu wanting to have strong bones herself.
Sure.
Or, somebody else who wants their husband to wear clean clothes to work, and have the whitest white. And today it is about you are worth things as well. So in terms of FMCG, I think they have, I think it's already been stated. We have permanently, aggressively, progressively, whatever it may be, talked to women on FMCG. I don't think that's about to change. They're very much going to remain front and center, my view, remaining pivotal to this category. What may change, I think Devapata spoke about it. Also, I think in consumer durables, I'm seeing a difference because this is exactly like Garima said, all thanks to the pandemic. Men have discovered that yes, when Bai is not around,
Yeah.
dryer becomes important, dishwasher becomes important. So in durables, I'm seeing clients turn around and say there is more of a joint decision and there's more of an interest being taken because damn right, for, not having a dryer or a dishwasher in the house has cost men dearly. So today, I think in that category, it is becoming, I don't know if it's temporary or a lasting change. I don't know if it's as long as the pandemic will last, but that's a sector where I'm seeing a slight division of interest as far as marketers go.
I agree with Pallavi on that. I think it's an interesting point that she has spoken about. I feel the pandemic has been the greatest accelerator of change. Men and women were stuck at home and they were making these decisions and they were being more involved in choices. And I think that has given us access to talk to men in certain categories which were women dominated. Again, 1 year, I don't think so this would have happened if there wasn't this phase that we were stuck at home and sitting on online sites and ordering stuff and making these decisions ourselves. This wouldn't have happened, and I think it's an important time where we can address and talk to men in certain categories that have been just focusing on women.
Yeah, I've heard from a lot of e-commerce clients also that a lot of the decisions, I mean, it's eventually the man who's kind of buying it off the particular marketplace, but it's the women who's influencing the decision. And specifically in these categories, yeah, there's been a significant shift from that standpoint.
I'm going to jump in here because it's actually made me think, which is, is it the pandemic and the lockdown that's brought it up, or is it that for once we've been forced to really think about how people actually live at home? There's been this whole, I mean, it's like table stakes that, women are working from home, husbands are going to work, and what happens behind closed doors. So of course, there's been, as Pallavi put it so eloquently, a bi problem. But the truth is, did men not help before? And is it only the pandemic, or is it that marketers have been forced to confront the truth, which means deep diving? And I always feel that always helps so much when you're not just insightful, but when you're really being, as everybody's been saying, authentic and real. It just brought it to the fore. I'm not sure whether it's just a broad stroke of, oh, thanks to the lockdown, now men are, involved. Maybe they were. Maybe we just didn't bother about it earlier because they were not because it wasn't, like right up there. And perhaps if before the pandemic, a brand actually decided that, hey, let's get the men more involved, maybe it would have a completely different result. It just, what irks me is it takes this, of course, the pandemic and the lockdown to bring things to the surface. But maybe if we had, been, I don't mean, well, brave and really progressive and really saying, let's change the narrative, why couldn't we have this conversation before? Would it be so alienating, or would we actually have women then say, yeah, great, that's what I'd like to see as well? And it's something just worth thinking about. I mean, I haven't, it's always been pre-pandemic and now, oh, pandemic communication. But a lot of it might just be, self-inflicted by, well, marketers and us, and perpetuated by us. And now it's all, well, coming to the fore. And I'm just wondering whether it's only the pandemic that's responsible, or whether it's our, blinkers that said, let's not go beyond this right now because they're not ready. We all ready, actually. Everybody's been more than ready to embrace something new. And that's something just worth considering.
No, I just feel, no, Tista, like if I can just, I mean, Robbie, jump in it, that we are just so used to generalizing and stereotyping, right? Like that's how you actually grab attention and,
Yeah.
speak to the masses. And I think maybe pandemic brought everybody at that thing that everyone could relate to it. I mean, I think earlier than that, it probably would have been niche, or something different. But now it just became something that easily was talking to everybody because everyone's reality was reflected in that. I think that probably steered it,
But it's a very interesting
maybe.
thought. Yeah, I don't know whether it was us or whether it was the pandemic. It's just.
No, like maybe it was always happening, but just the fact that you could make the point by not feeling that you're making a point, to be different, but actually to talk to everybody, probably made the change.
No, I do believe that the pandemic has had it was a bit of a catalyst. So it'll be very wrong on the other gender to say that they were not helping. But I guess there's a bit of a distance between help and ownership. And, the whole, looking at, let's say, domestic partnership came with a sense of ownership maybe after this journey, and maybe their empathy with FMCGs and what shampoo to buy and what detergent to buy became a little bit more because they were dealing with it day in and day out. They might have been given the task in a month or two to maybe order the list or go fetch the list. So I guess the interaction with these products and these categories became a lot more from a responsibility point of view rather than, oh, you want me to help you out and I'll help you out. So maybe that's why their their association with it went more. And marketeers are also, lots of marketeers are men. They must have felt it themselves, and hence like stretching the category and making them also part of the conversation.
But I want to chime in here just for a second. I want to chime in here. Yesterday, I was on the freeway and I saw a couple of ads by a soap, very famous soap. That here is, for example, Shalini. And Shalini was not accepted by her in-laws, but we think she's beautiful. So, this is the soap that is being used by Shalini. And I just want to bring that to, our conversation here in terms of whether it's FMCG and whether it's, pharmaceuticals. I have worked with plenty of pharmaceuticals where, they've worked on campaigns which are gender neutral. For example, antibiotic, Save Antibiotic campaign. And the brief that we got was, okay, we have to focus more towards the men because the women are not, using so much antibiotics. I don't understand. There is a soap that is talking to women saying that you are not considered beautiful by your in-laws, but we think you're beautiful. And that same soap is actually being used in my house by my better half. I don't use it. I'm a woman and I don't use it. And then when you're talking about a gender neutral campaign, which is to save the antibiotics, which could be popped by a man or a woman, the brief is that let's just focus more towards the men because the men get this. So this happened in, let's say, from the year 2019, 2020, and today we are in 2021. And just yesterday I'm seeing that on the highway, that her in-laws don't find her beautiful, but we find her beautiful. I find that very regressive because it's not about why are you making this person feel so bechari. The person feels beautiful when they look in the mirror, and there could have been a better communication, there could have been a better message out there instead of going back and like painting the in-laws black. Because if, especially in a cosmopolitan city like Bombay, I'm not talking about another place where people are probably living in joint families. They do here as well, but in that stretch where you've got the top companies and you've got a lot of commuter traffic, they're talking about how bad the in-laws are, and therefore we are a great soap company and we think you are beautiful. I would like some kind of feedback or some kind of thoughts on this, because I just feel that it's very regressive considering it's 2021.
I think this whole panel would agree with you. It's very, very regressive. Any thoughts, guys?
I mean, I think, you know, these things now at this day and age, they seemingly look like mistakes. Like it looks like a big, big error somewhere, and somebody just probably, missed it out. I had seen an ad on front page like a year back, maybe a year and a half back, saying, I think there are. So the mistake happens both ways. Like it was like upgrade your man. It was I think one of the news channels, had put it up saying that, upgrade your man, let him watch better news. So it's just that there is a lot of wrong language that goes on there. So yeah, I mean, it is regressive. It can be just a huge copy error. It could be the proposition might have been something, but the way it came out was wrong. So I just look through these things, like no point burning your fuel on that, really.
Yeah. So, as a woman, or not you guys maybe, but like women consumers, do you think that they, they would consider buying from categories that don't speak to women? Is, what are your thoughts?
Right. I mean, if you have the buying power, like real estate speaks to primarily men then family, because women are the influencers. I mean, I had to buy a house. So you have to go out there and buy stuff because now you can buy whether the category speaks to you or not. So yes, I guess you end up being a consumer, whether, advertising is really helping you or not in that, because of necessity or because of desire. So
yeah,
sometimes you end up. I think it's even brought up over here. Categories, I think, are comfortable sometimes not speaking to women and counting on the fact that women will buy in any way, because I think it was Vasudha who said it, like, we're not going to not go out and buy a car because they show a man behind the wheels.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. So I think it stands to reason that, I mean, the question is, what does one want to do? Kenna spoke of intent. What is important? It is not like people are not going to, I'm not going to go out and not buy a whiskey because, hey, men drink whiskey, So, and I know there's a set of us, we're the privileged few on this call, but I think that holds true for anybody. Even if you see a man in communication, I don't think people will decode it as, I will not do this because it is talking only to a man.
Not do this,
You
but do
know,
you
yeah.
have,
Sorry, but the same holds true actually. If you think about it, if there's a 25-year-old really good-looking guy driving a BMW, I'm sure a balding 50-year-old man is not thinking that car is not for me. If you think about it, advertising is not really, it's just making you feel like you want it and, relate to it, not by always showing you using it. I think that probably is, also something that, because again, it has to be massy, it has to be talking, talk to some like people at a larger scale, as opposed to, of course, different from what Babita was talking about in the beginning, that which is specific, targeted advertising. But if you just look at it on a broader scale, it's just have to relate to the emotion of, like Pallavi saying, there is no whiskey brand actually that is using women endorsing it, but women are drinking whiskey. So
yeah.
Yeah. We also shop for, say, your spouse or the male member of the house. So, for example, say shaving products, right? Now, they will not talk to me. I don't even use it. But when you go out to shop, you buy for the whole family. And there are a lot of families, especially in tier 2, tier 3 towns, where it's a monthly shopping still. It's not online shopping, and it all goes as part of the shopping list. Sometimes the man doesn't even bother, she just picks up whatever is the best deal and buys that. So there's some of that as well, where the category doesn't talk. I don't even buy it for myself, but I'm always buying it every month for the person who uses it, who happens to be a man.
Sure.
Okay. I just have a point there. I think, what's happening is that we are just looking at the gender and obsessing about the gender and not focusing on the individual behind the gender. And if we start focusing on the individual behind the gender, what life stage, emotional stage, financial stage that person is, I think we would have more relatable work, because then it cuts through gender and it becomes, more neutral. We are operating in parallels and progressing in these parallels, like, maybe 40, 50 years or maybe more down the line, there was communication which was saying, okay, women stay in the kitchen and men stay outside the kitchen. And then someone said, no, that's not progressive. Let's show women go to work and then come back and cook. And then someone said, no, that's not progressive. And then, take it forward. But in order to go, I feel in order to go one step ahead, we're taking two steps back. And maybe that's This is just my opinion. But I feel maybe we should step out of these verticals, be more, like create more, talk to individuals,
Sure.
That's a great.
doesn't
Actually,
try
that's. I mean, and also reflecting back into the advertisers, right? I mean, I think we tend to put segments into, okay, women should work on beauty brands, and like so on. But I think that gender agnosticness that needs to come in, that you're really talking to individuals and life stage. Absolutely, I think that's the really a big point for
Yes,
us to really
some
go
really
on
good
with.
work
Yeah.
is happening, but I think we are undoing the damage that was created many moons back. What was it? A few men that sat around a table and decided what beauty should be for women and just transferred their fantasies there. And now we are just dealing with those insecurities and trying to undo it. So,
Yeah.
I think this is the time to assess, are we creating something more that needs to be undone down the line? Or can we start talking not in genders, but as individuals and at different life stages? Perhaps.
True. Okay, guys, my last 5 minutes before the panel ends, and my last question also. Kenaz, what has been your most audacious pitch to a client targeting women in this new context?
Yes. So my most audacious piece of work, and luckily it was for an NGO and not a brand because a brand would have never approved it. In 2016, we did a campaign to end acid sale, where we used an actual acid attack victim to give beauty tips. So we made a channel for her, and she gave beauty tips on that channel. And one of the tips was to ban the sale of acid if you really want to protect women. And I think that it would have been almost impossible to sell it had a big corporate got to put money behind it. But the fact that I was talking to a small NGO, and she absolutely loved the idea. We got the girl, to do the campaign, and she went on to walk the New York Fashion Week the next year. So I think that was my most audacious piece of work, and I think it will also be one of my most special pieces of work, because I feel that and honestly, it's like that NGO received whatever donations and targets that they wanted, but that girl, her name is Reshma Qureshi, it changed her life. Like today, she's
Wow.
a sound engineer. She's studying that. She was doing absolutely nothing. She was 18 years old when there was acid thrown on her face. And I don't know how many people were affected, but Reshma Qureshi's life changed after that campaign. And so it will be not only the most audacious, but one of the most special things I've ever done.
Nice. Tisha, what has been your most audacious pitch?
Unsuccessful to begin with, and I think I echo Kenas. It takes a certain kind of braveness and a boldness to embrace work which is audacious. That's a huge word, and that doesn't sit lightly on I think any creative person's shoulders. Because we've spoken about empowering and we've spoken about inspirational, but being audacious is really like a huge call. So, and I'm not talking about like, I mean, audaciousness is yet to come where as far as I'm concerned. I mean, there's work in bits and bobs and dribs and drag, and it's a huge struggle to get that kind of work out. But to really label audaciousness on it would be very audacious of me actually to say this. But 100 years ago, well, not 100 years ago, many years ago, when I was just starting off, I remember I did a campaign for a skin brand I worked on as a junior writer, maybe with because my grandmom has such lovely soft skin, and I thought I was so clever because I did a campaign with grannies endorsing something which we were selling to 20-year-olds, and only I was excited, of course. And but my but I'm remembering that period, and I kept thinking that I've stumbled on something fantastic 20 years ago, and they will all like well, kiss my toes and like celebrate my brilliance, and they allowed me to take it up to a client because I'd spent a lot of time and work on it, and hours over like craft. And then they looked at me and they said, we talk to 20-year-olds, and you're suddenly saying the brand should start talking to old people. And I had my rationale at that time. I was probably in my 20s, all thought through. And I kept thinking in my mind then, you're being moronic. I mean, I'm trying to give you like a breakthrough. But it's lessons learned, I think, about ageism, about, what being audacious really is. And I think if brands have to be really audacious, they need to embrace it themselves. The conversation has to start, when they are briefing creative or their agency and discussing the work, because it takes, it takes two, definitely not just two to tango. It takes 25 now to tango together, and it needs to be approached, on either side. So yes, attempted, failed miserably, and I hope it, and I definitely feel it's yet to come. I mean, there is interesting work, but audacious, no, not as yet.
Sure. Pallavi, do you want to talk about any of the most audacious campaign that you've pitched to a woman consumer?
I have to go with Tista saying I'm hoping audacious is still to come, but I want to talk here about the opposite of audacious. I think at every pre-production meeting, if I can manage to sell a cast member who is not conventionally beautiful and who is not gory and chitty, I think for me that's a win. Any on any
Now, you're seeing brands are open to that.
No, but that's my point. When brands do that, it is because they are making a statement. If you do a film only with dusky women, it is because you want to make a point. Hey, here we're doing a film with dusky women. I'm talking about normalization. I'm talking about when you're doing a 20-second promo, जिसमें somebody is making roti. In that, are you okay to show a lady who is not pretty?
Sure.
Yeah, if we can do that, if she's a fine actor, if she's a performer, if she can uh, realize the director's dream, my dream, I'd say even that's a win. But as far as audacious campaigns go, I'm hoping someday, yes.
Sure. Okay, so I'm going to conclude today's Power Pack session. Thank you, Adel.
Sorry, I just want one thing to say because I can't lose this opportunity. There are so many influential women on this panel, and so many of them work with the auto category, and something bleeds my heart. And I just wanted to request to see if we can do anything about the way auto expos treat women. And every time I've gone to an auto expo, I have been interested in the product, but I've seen women being used as props, and I can't think for the love of God, why are they standing there posing? And if anything can be done for this category to not use women just as props, I mean, it would be really, really nice, because now women are becoming the consumers more and more. And just to see a reflection of them standing there, nothing against the way, it's just that they have been put there for a purpose, and it's got nothing to do with the power of the engine. So just that bit. Over to you, Janvi.
Yeah. No, this is, yeah, for sure. If I get an auto brand, I'm definitely going to make sure that this doesn't happen. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Adgali, and all you awesome panelists for making this so insightful, so interesting, and jumping in whenever you all had interesting points. I have taken a lot back. I hope the rest of the audience also has. So, yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Moving on to our next keynote speaker for the day, Lisa Verma. Lisa Verma is the founder of Lisa Production and Management. Lisa Verma is one of the leading fashion show director of India and event planner, who has directed and managed over 2,500 fashion and luxury lifestyle in India and overseas. Lisa has been a former Femina Miss India. She has modeled a number of campaigns and walked the ramp for the leading miles of India. She has also debuted as a leading heroine in the Bengali film Duti Pat. Over to you, ma'am. Sorry for the inconvenience. There's some technical issue. We are waiting for Lisa ma'am. Good evening, Lisa ma'am. Ma'am, you can start. You're on mute, ma'am.
Hi, I think I lost you guys for a while.
Ma'am, you're on mute.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me for this wonderful session. Thank you, Adguli, and thank you, Madhura, and thank you, Mr. Anup Sharma, for inviting me here. Well, as a keynote speaker, I don't know, I've really not done much of keynote speaking, but anyways, I think I'll start with my life a little bit. I started my life at a very, very early age, at the age of 16. And I started having a dream in my life to become, somebody in my life who will be talked about in this world. Well, I went through a lot of experience of life, and I thank my parents who supported me in my dreams, what I decided to go ahead with, and always supported me very nicely. Well, at a very young age, in those days in 1980s when I started my life, I don't think, media and, becoming a model and joining a Miss India contest was much accepted by people. So there was a conference in my family, and, my grandparents said that, our family children don't get into such kind of business and things like that. But thank God my dad was educated overseas, and he had lived in UK and did his education, and he was a very broad-minded person. And he said that you must go ahead with what you have decided to do. So I started joining a couple of small contests in Calcutta, and Touchwood, I started winning all of them. And I started getting, I always had this confidence in me, always in my life. And then, life became such that I became an actor also. And, I did a lot of ads in Calcutta. And eventually, I always learned from everything that I went and joined and did in my life. So when I became a model, I used to always check out how the photographer works, how the makeup artist works. I somehow want to learn more and more, and thought that, why don't I organize a similar thing myself? So I used to walk in the fashion shows over there in Calcutta. Very flesh fashion shows used to happen in 80s, to be very honest. But I started learning, and soon I decided that, why don't I myself choreograph the shows? So I became a show director and started choreographing shows in Calcutta. I would say very frankly, those days, I think in the whole year, there were about 10 shows, but I did very well. And Touchwood Media was always with me, and I've been very lucky to get fame at a very, very young age. Obviously, becoming a Miss India, you're covered on the cover page of a magazine like Femina, and you're covered by other magazines, and I was much talked about in Calcutta. Then I got into movies, and I could have been in Bollywood also, but I took a call not to be part of this. There were many reasons, of course, being a woman and a young girl, people take different, like advantages of life. And, as in for it, I wouldn't say really advantages. I really felt that there is some problem in this industry, which a woman can't make it straight if you just have caliber and talent. So I decided to move on in my life and, got married at a very early age, had my children. In the meantime, I decided to why not check out some corporate jobs, and I did work in a couple of corporate companies like well-known brands like Taj Group of Hotels and Citibank and Alitalia. And eventually, I realized that that was a phase of about 4 or 5 years while my kids were growing up, and I learned a lot once again from all these experiences. Then I told myself that I loved being in the world which I started in my young age. Why don't I go back to the same industry once again? So I got back to modeling once again and did very well. Eventually, by 1999, I had done enough modeling and became pretty famous and was much written about. And I told myself that, I want to get into events and let's take it up seriously. So when a woman gets into business, serious business in the world of men, which is all about men in this world, it's not easy. It's a lot of difficulty because you're pitching into clients every time, and you come with a better presentation. It's not easy to, make yourself popular and famous, and or work hard, or get achievements or being appreciated by people. So it's tough. I fumbled and fell many times in my life, and I am a very ambitious person somehow or the other, and I work for passion more than, honestly, money. I think I would always think of doing an event production where I would make sure that all my production is fantastic, and all my, models or artists, whoever are performing, are the best of the country, so that, the event becomes a good event. That was my focus always. And that's how I think each event by event, I started getting a lot of better work, and I started really doing well for myself. And I would always say that Times of India always supported me, and I was always covered very well. Once again, when I started my event company, I was written about much, and given a lot of support by Times of India. And then I realized by 1993, 94, I think, when Shushmita was joining the Miss Universe contest, she used to be a neighbor, and I said that I saw her and I said, you must join the Miss India contest. So she said, oh God, no way, I don't think I'm worth it. I just said that you are going to be one of the winners. So that was the first time I actually realized that I can get into grooming and training. And it was more like, not like a profession, it was more like a fun sake thing for me, let me just check out if I can do this well. And true enough, she won. And true enough, it helped her, whatever I helped her. And this way, one by one, it carried on. And then I became a part of the Times of India consultant of Miss India team from North India. And I was training and grooming many. And one by one, my girls started winning. And, I have this huge power of motivation, which I give to people, because I have myself faced every area of, being a model, being a client, being being in advertising, being in the corporate world. So I think I learned a lot over the years, and that's how, which helped me to become what I have become today. And my whole vision now is to take Indian fashion and talent go global, which has been there for the last 8 years, to be very honest. And I've been fighting on it, and eventually I'm making it happen. And I have set up a couple of my event IPs in different countries like Canada and Australia and UK and UAE. And also the other side is of training and grooming, people and youngsters and freshers who are coming from small cities, and who has the talent, but there's nobody to help them out, and really find talent in them, and brush them up and polish them up and make them stand in front of the audience and make them feel, yes, you will win. So that motivational power I have, and that's how I think I trained Manushi in 2016 to 17. She won, which actually gave me a lot of power once again, because I realized, oh God, my girl really won. So I really have it in me. Even though there are lots of other girls in between, at least 8-10 Miss Indias were trained and groomed by me. But this Manushi has been, and she herself actually told me that, ma'am, you must start your own academy and you must start promoting girls once again. So once again, after that, all the girls have been winning every year. This year, my girl has won again, Manika Shukan. She's become Miss Grand. So one area I do events and weddings, and I do fashion events a lot. On the other area, I am actually doing skill development of training people from remote areas and giving, literally train whatever their size and shape they are. I feel that I can make person a personality, whichever size, shape, whatever they are, so they can be, like finding their dreams to make it into a reality. There are lots of options in this media industry, so everybody now decides and wants to become famous because of the social media that's happening. None of us had social media before, but now we have social media that helps you to become famous very fast. And when you become famous, it's easy to achieve anything that you want to achieve in your life. That's what my belief is, and that's what I am trying to do. So I'm part of lots of other pageants other than Times of India, Miss India contest, and there are people from Pune, Bareilly, different cities who are like, may not be tall or whatever, may not be the right figure for joining the Femina Miss India contest. They could be married, they could be a doctor, they could be a lawyer who had a passion, they had children, they had family. They went to a different passion. They want to do something else in life. They want to become a television host. They want to become a DJ. They want to become a part of the entertainment world. Why not? To give it a shot. So I help them out to find their career and help them out to be a part of a certain contest. And after that, I've helped them out to search for work and get work, because I myself do events a lot and I have the network of the whole industry. So I get a lot of casting calls on a regular basis, and I'm able to help those people. So I'm so thankful to all of you that you're calling me a woman disruptor. Yes, I am a woman disruptor, no doubt. I have tremendous motivational power. I'm, as models tell me nowadays, all my contestants tell me nowadays that you are a johar, that you find amongst all the coal, you will find the like the light in light over there, to find the light in the person, and then you will motivate the person and also shape the person in the right manner to become a winner. So I always believe that failures happen in life, but that should not put you down or make you feel bad. You should always come back in a stronger manner, and fight back, and figure out a better way of doing it. You can't imagine the kind of losses financially also I've had of doing events, where one of my events got cancelled just 2 days before in UAE, and I had a huge financial loss in that event. It was difficult to pay back the people who had paid to be part of that event. There was some kind of a critical problem within the sponsors, and that's how the event got cancelled. But I did come, help them out once again, doing another event in Canada, doing another event in Australia, where I took these designers to other countries. And again, they're all back in the industry. So our industry is not easy. The whole media industry is, sometimes you go up, and sometimes you fall down. But you have to learn to, accept your failures and, move ahead and learn more. Of course, you do need your family support to help you always, and give you strength, because I see that many women go through a lot of problems of a woman being famous, a woman being doing well. It's difficult for the man to accept. So 90% of the women who become famous, they have difficulties in their own families, and they have difficulty in their own I would say spouses. So I feel that I had similar problems in the beginning of my career, but over the years, I guess I have managed to make my family understand that this is what my dream and desire is, and I will never stop with my dream and desire. I am known in India today, but it has to be a global figure one day or the other. So I'm going to carry on with my career all my life. I mean, I know it very well that I'm a very energetic person. I do not stop working. I actually sleep 5 hours in a day, and I work. Any project comes on my platter, I have to make sure that I complete it on time. I have to make sure that I'm there on time to start my job. So I'm very, very systematic as a person, and that is very important, I think, for any kind of woman to achieve. I feel that all women in this world have, everybody has caliber. All women, all men, all people, everybody has caliber. All you need to do is just understand what is your passion, what is your caliber, and how will you go about it in your life, and how will you achieve. Failures will keep happening. There'll be a lot of backbiters. There'll be a lot of jealous people all around you who will not, who will make fun of you. But it doesn't matter at all. It makes no difference in your life, honestly speaking, as long as you're focused, as long as you're carrying on, as long as you're going by your dreams, and as long you're helping other people who are part of your life in this industry, or your team workers, your people, all the people who are learning from you. help them to also find a way to achieve and find their dream. And I'm always, I don't know why I'm just going on continuously, even with the people who work in my house. I keep telling them, okay, fine, you're doing this, but you could do something better, which you could make more money and which you could become much more, you can give your children a better life. So I keep doing that all my life. Touch wood. Right now, like over the last 4 decades, life has gone ahead a lot. And, I am actually not only a mother, I'm a grandmother now. And I married early, as I told all of you that, I started my life very early. It was, thank God, I had my very strong father-in-law who always found that this girl at the age of 17 and 18, when she achieved so much, she can achieve back again. And he was one big support in my life, which was very, very nice. And my mother-in-law, I lost her very early. So anyways, she was a wonderful person. And I feel that, every human being should carry on with what they dream in their life and, eventually achieve it. Whatever comes across your life and whoever is troubling you, or whenever you see any negative people, just cut them away out of your life. Just cut the cord in your life and just focus and focus and focus and be determined to achieve whatever you want to achieve. Thank you so much. I think that's about all. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer. I hope I was audible.
Yes, ma'am, you were. All right. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your speech. It was really motivating.
Thank you.
Attendees, before we begin with our next round of Women Disruptor Awards, I would like to call on stage Bijoya Ghosh to come and make an important announcement. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me all? Thank you, Preeti. You spoke. Thank you, Lisa. You really spoke from the heart. It resonated with me. There are so many things that I personally think which you kind of shared. Attendees, hope you enjoyed our session so far. I have an important announcement to make. It gives me immense pleasure and honor to announce the Lifetime Achievement Award for 2021, which this year goes to Preeti Vyas Gyanati, Chairman of Vyas Gyanati Creative. Thank you, ma'am, for thinking differently and taking up the challenge of being on your own, which at that point was a tough task. You have set the bar for relatable, timeless, and outstanding advertising and design work. You opened multiple doors for women like us in the M&E sector. We present you this award in recognition for your tireless efforts towards the Indian advertising and design industry in various ways for the past 3 decades. You are one of the most outstanding design and creative person with a great creative mind. Over the past many years, you have significantly contributed to the Indian advertising and design industry, which will always be remembered. Your exceptional efforts in setting some high standards and professionalism have helped the design industry grow from strength to strength. And today, design is viewed very closely by every brand in their journey to establish themselves in the marketplace. This award to you is in recognition for your outstanding vision, creative mind, and for demonstrating great entrepreneurial spirit, leadership, and management skills, and your contribution to the business world and society at large. Thank you, ma'am, for accepting the award. Thank you, ma'am. Before I take leave, I would like to invite Sonal Dabral, writer, director, creative consultant, who has graciously agreed to be in conversation with Preeti Vyas Gyanati today. Over to you, Mr. Dabral.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Bijoya. It's not graciously agreed. I mean, Preeti, my senior from college, such a fantastic designer, always been an inspiration. I had to do it. I kind of jumped at the opportunity, so thank you for inviting me to do this, to have a chat with Preeti. On an official platform, every time we bumped into each other, I've gotten nuggets from her, from the time that we were at NID to, into advertising and everything. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonal, for being there. When Bijaya asked me, so, can I have Sonal talk to you or should it be somebody else? I said, no, I want Sonal to talk to me.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you. And so huge congratulations on this, the Lifetime Achievement Award, Women Disruptor Award. And couldn't have been to a better person, because right from the time, again, going back to NID, in my third year or fourth year, I think I decided that I must join advertising, because everybody was, as you know, getting into pure design, and some people got into NGOs and all that. And advertising was seen as, just selling soaps and toothpaste and, and a lot of fluff, and nothing serious. And I decided I have to join advertising, And the leading light that I saw was a senior who had gone out and very early in her career had started to make waves, And that was Preeti Vyas. So thank you for that. So, and that's why I said that in my head, in everybody's head, you've always been a disruptor. So this award couldn't have gone to a better person. And just to kind of apprise people of the stuff you have done after graduating. You've done music, you've taught, you have sold stuff at flea markets. You went traveling, I believe, after NID for a year and a half, 2 years, and after that, enterprise contract and all the great stuff that you did. So my first question, I think the best part about such chats always is some amount of inspiration that kind of people take away, and which might nuggets that help people in their own journey, in their own decision making. So my first question to you is kind of related to that. In NID, you took a decision to get into advertising when people were actually not getting into advertising. After that, again, pretty early in your career, when later it became kind of accepted that people were going out on their own and opening their own design outfits. But you did it at a time when everybody felt comfortable in a big agency, working in a big agency. But pretty early you opened Preeti Vyas Gianetti studio. And so what I wanted to know, some of your experiences, how difficult it was in the beginning of your entrepreneurial journey in design and in advertising, and kind of making a headway and then becoming so successful. What were the some of the difficulties that came, and how did you kind of navigate your path?
So, the first question let me address is when I was in NID, I realized pretty early on that what NID was teaching me was fantastic, and I think a lot of my cultural heritage, a cultural DNA is formed by NID. And I'm immensely grateful for that, But I felt that if I were to go out, I wasn't quite ready. And I was honest enough to know that, to acknowledge that, I know all of this, but to put pen to paper, I'm not quite sure. And I tell you, I was so lucky to actually go out and say there are no design agencies, which there weren't at that time, Sonal. And but there are advertising agencies, and they can maybe use some of the skill sets which NID was teaching us. I was so immensely fortunate to land in contract where Mohammed Khan was the creative director.
Sure.
And it was a tiny little office. It was a little startup of a place, and it was very important that I do I did my diploma project with Mohammed. Okay, and then of course after the end of it, he offered me a job, and of course I took it up. My salary early on was 500 rupees, and then I graduated 1,200 rupees, and I was happy about it.
True.
But I'm glad I did that, because if I hadn't got both NID and if I hadn't got the exposure, the experience that Mohammed brought for me in terms of how to ideate. What is creativity? And because for a designer, it's you can just stay in a cocoon and design beautiful things. But when you mix it with the idea of there should be a strategy, there should be a creative idea, and how all of this comes together. So for me, that was fantastic. That was alchemy. Okay.
Super.
And the thing is that when I went to advertising, I got threat calls from NID students saying, "What are you doing? How can you go and sell shampoo?"
So, see,
You're right. And I don't give a damn. Okay. So I think that one part of me always saw the truth in things. And I always felt that, fine, I don't care what people are going to say. I genuinely believe in my heart that this is the right thing to do and I'm going to do it. But having said that, Sonal, I felt that I belonged to a much larger world of creativity. When people started to try to pigeonhole me into either advertising or design, I just couldn't understand why. I just feel that the world of creativity is so large that it can encompass everything. I mean, for me, I see no difference, if you ask me quite honestly, between design and advertising and digital, and tomorrow the world will open up to something else. My DNA is creative and I will just embrace whatever comes along. And I think that's what it was. And which is really the reason why I felt that there was no one place which understood who I truly was. And I think I have tended to be always sort of an independent individual. Even in my family, I took a very different route. I come from a family which is rather conservative. And I have a sibling who's an engineer, ticked all the right boxes, he went to an Ivy League college and, is a CEO in a large multinational corporation. I have a sister who's a doctor who also ticked all the right boxes. Wow. And I just decided I was going to be creative. So it was not easy coming out of that kind of background. So I think that wanting to be independent was important for me. And whilst I learned everything from a lot of places, I felt eventually I should really do what I think is right. And I should follow my vision. So that's why Vyastinity was formed very early on. And even though Trikaya Grey happened, I became part of the dream team of Trikaya. It was always as a consultant, never as a full-time employee.
True. And, I remember those times, that some of the lovely, beautifully designed work. And as an art director, when I used to see that work, I used to keep marveling at it, and I keep saying, this is Preeti Vyas, Preeti Vyas, Preeti Vyas. And I took a point from what you just said, and that's actually such an important point, which is that one thing couldn't pigeonhole you, right? And I think there's a bit of a learning there, and I would like you to elaborate on it. And that's why you're a fine artist, musician. You are into interior decoration. You've done pure design, advertising. So from your point of view, and the problem right now is that there is so much of pressure of time on these youngsters that you have to churn out work really fast, and demands have become that much more. Less money, less time, both are the pressure points. In that case, it's very easy to not actually expose yourself to things outside of your domain. So if you're in advertising, you get stuck in advertising books, advertising briefs, advertising campaigns. So I think this point that you made, that for a creative person, it's very important to keep going out, keep exploring, and because that's where the real food comes in for the soul and the mind. So few words on that. How does it personally help you to do so many different things?
As I said, for me, creativity is a universe. My profession is a part of my life, and my life is in a creative zone. And when I went abroad, I became a hippie. I was traveling in West Africa, teaching children's, English and art. And I was surviving. I was working in daycare centers. I was a waitress in the United States. And the learning I had from that, and I allowed myself that sabbatical to do that. A lot of people don't do it. but it opens up your brain cells to the way the world is. And it always keeps you hungry to know more, to understand people more. What I find is that when people follow a linear path, it becomes a very incestuous journey. Like advertising, people talk only to their advertising colleagues. Design people talk only to their design colleagues, and they're actually doing work for each other.
True.
And I have found that it's not satisfying for me personally. One of the early things which happened to me was in my 20s. I actually read the Bhagavad Gita, and I said, "This is amazing. How come nobody told me about this?" And I said, I'm going to model my life after this. I'm going to be true to myself. I will only work till I find that it's rung up a sort of a note of truth within me, and I will not bother about the results. Okay, and I said, this is the way I'm going to model my career. This is the way I'm going to model my entire life. And until and unless it doesn't resonate, the solution doesn't resonate with me, I will not express it out, I am exposed to the world, but eventually I only listen to my own voice. And I think that that's important. And when you abdicate the rewards, you are really stress-free. Even as you mentioned that we're living in a world which is increasingly fast, we have to think on our feet. They expect the world out of us as creative people. Yeah. I find that this exercise is very helpful. A, expose yourself to everybody and everything, but B, cut out the static, listen to your own voice, and be creative, but then abdicate the results.
So this, just to kind of interject here, before one loses the thread, I'm now fascinated because I've been I've read bits of Gita, but I've been meaning to read it. So what from Bhagavad Gita, what are the lessons that you kind of applied or continue to apply? Just a couple of them?
Well, definitely. The first one, of course, is that you have right to your actions, but not right to the rewards thereof. What that does is it releases you from the stress of what the results are, because you've been honest. You have to be honest. You have to be ethical to yourself, Sonal. That's very important.
True.
We talk about ethics, but we're always talking about ethics as if we're addressing optics. We don't talk about ethics as what it really means to us, because you can fool the world, you can't fool yourself. So when you've taken on a project and you've done something creative, is it genuinely something which you think is right? Is it genuinely something which is what was required? Or have you just wanted to just get it out of the way to move traffic? And I think these are things which for me are very important and have always been important. And if you do that, somehow it connects to a higher energy, and you are channeling actually a much larger cosmic ability to ideate and express. I genuinely feel that. And then once I've done that, I surrender. And when I've done that successfully, somehow everybody loves it. The client loves it. The world, the consumers love it. It's always successful. So there's some magic there. So I think that that's a very big lesson. The many lessons, how to stay involved but to stay detached, how to give without expecting, how to make sure that you are, whatever state of life you're in, you are performing all your duties towards your family, towards your career, towards the people like my employees or clients or everybody. And I've had to do that. And as a woman, I'm always running 2 shifts, and I've been single mother for a very long time. And so I've had to do all of that, but I can say, I'm sure others are listening, but some of my family members might be here. I've tried to do my best, and I've never tried to compromise. So it's whilst you might say that I've disrupted, I think that I've always met a very disruptive life journey, which of course, thanks to Bhagavad Gita, I was able to ride over it. So
that's absolutely wonderful, the thoughts, And everything that you said makes so much of sense because it talks of balance, it talks of commitment, it talks of disciplines, it talks of expectations, that you do your best and don't expect karmanne vadikaraste mafaleshu kadachan. So fantastic. And one more question that I had for you. I mean, I've got lots of questions, but this one is kind of related, which is that for a long time, design was seen as like something that is non-essential. I mean, it's good, but non-essential. And with the kind of work that you've done, and lately brands have, not lately, I mean, it's almost now close to a decade or so that brands have now woken up to good design. And the fact that design actually makes a difference, makes a fiscal sense. It makes economic sense to have good design and good design thinking. You started something called designomics, which is a very, very interesting concept of uh, marrying design with effectiveness and business part. Just elaborate on that a bit, because I think that's a very, very important subject to be spoken about.
I was on the India Design Council.
I mean, how did it come about also?
Yeah. So
how did you think of
it? I went to Japan as part of India Design Council. We collaborated with the Japanese government. Japanese government Japan has an award system which is called the G mark, the Good Design Mark. And when we collaborated as India Design Council, we collaborated with them. We also wanted to have an India Design Mark, and so some of us were sent to Japan for training. When I was exposed to the Good Design Mark thinking and the history of it, Sonal, it was established in the mid-50s.
Wow.
1950, soon after Hiroshima. And the country was devastated, right? It was so poor. I mean, made in Japan was as bad a label as made in India some time ago. Okay? True. Now, how did they change? The Japanese government said that the only way we can change is if we become competitive. And if we are going to be competitive, it is going to be through design. What vision they had in the 50s, and they said that the economy of the country will change if we adopt good design. So the Japanese government fostered this award. They encouraged every business house to have an in-house design studio. Those days were for manufacturing, so a lot of it was product design. Okay, but it is the government. Okay. And then, of course, the industry immediately, of course, embraced it very much. And now the government has stepped back, and it's industry who embraces it, And it's no longer just, in-house studios. There are, of course, many Japanese studios around. But and I was so moved by it. I said, if I have to do something for my country, this is what I should do. To help India rise and actually become, a visionary leader, which we have the capacity of. And I know the amount of design history and legacy we have. Yet we look outside and ignore what is with us. So as part of the India Design Council, I tried to foster this. But, working with the government sometimes can be a bit slow. I said, I'm not going to wait. And I can be quite impatient about these things. So I said, I'm going to start it myself. So I started Designomics. And I said, designers already know the importance of design. Yep. Why don't we make the industry wake up to the power of design? Because good design is good business. Increase your profitability through that. So then I worked with Bloomberg, and I don't know if you'd seen those series, but I interviewed.
Yeah, I've seen. I saw a couple of. Yep.
So I said, at least that will be inspirational. Then I started an event and a knowledge platform and an award series also. And that's what we actually use. It's our process of design thinking for our clients, because we're successful through this.
Excellent. And in your journey because when you came in, there was graphic design and there was advertising, and still actually at places that's kind of divided. And that has always irked me, that there is advertising art direction and there is graphic design, and in effect, that thinking should be totally married. And many agencies now have kind of adopted that and woken up to that. In your journey, because you have had a long advertising design journey. When did you see this? How did you see this evolve? The 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 advent of graphic design into communication, mainstream communication. And any anecdote, any story from your time?
Uh, when it's a bit strange, but the advertising community always said, "Oh, she's very good, but she's a designer." And I always also, the design community would say that she's very good, but she's a creative director in an ad agency.
True.
So I was sort of in between the two places, and each one wanted me to take another chair altogether. So finally, I said that I really belong to nothing. I'm just going to ignore all of this and just do what I think is right. I think when international agencies started to come into India, and acquisitions started to happen. And I have to say that at that point in time, a lot of people approached me as well. But I really felt that I would be much happier going on my own rather than selling out to a big house at that point in time. And that's when I think a lot of agencies woke up to the power of design. More from the fact that you could charge a certain amount of fees to clients. So it came from the wrong reason. It came from a revenue reason. It didn't come from a quality enhancement or understanding the power of design reason. And I think that became the mistake. So a lot of the advertising agencies started to have in-house design cells, but
True.
those only became instruments for pitches. Almost, or a little bit of work that went to them, but it was never really a substantive offering because it didn't come from the right kind of understanding, is what I feel.
True.
So, are there any anecdotes? I can't think of any right now, except that I was very wary of advertising agencies wanting to buy VGC out because I knew they would make me unhappy. And this is a passion for me. Why would I want to, sell out cheap?
So how did you thwart the advances?
Sorry?
Must have been a lot of pressure. How did you thwart the advances of trying to buy VGC out?
They were very upset. And some of them were, they still remain, I mean, they remain good friends. So they understood. And they're really lovely people, but I just saw that the future for me at that point in time was that I really needed to consolidate my own business, If earlier on, and this was very early days, to kind of just sell out, I wouldn't have done what I've done now,
And yeah, so again, you had a fantastic entrepreneurial journey, and you took those decisions very early, and you kind of gave a reason also for that. Any tips that you have for somebody who might be thinking of getting into or starting on one's own instead of joining a place, or somebody who's possibly working right now who would like to start on his or her own? Yeah. Any tips?
Sure. I think that for those who are students and just want to start out, I would say really don't do that. Go look for a company or individuals whom you admire, whose work you admire. Don't think about money. Spend time with those people. Work for free if you have to, but do that. Money will come, but your learning, your foundations should be set right. For those who already have been working and want to start out on their own, I would say as designers, as creative people, if you're planning to do that, understand your clients better. Understand business, what drives their businesses better. When I, started VGC version 2, that's another reason why I call it version 2. But when I started VGC version 2, I actually couldn't go to a business school, but I did everything possible to learn the language that my clients were speaking. I subscribed to every business publication that I could possibly lay my hands onto. And I realized that if my clients will understand the design that I'm offering, I actually have to learn from them, and there was a time, up to a period of time, I've learned from my teachers and gurus and colleagues. But beyond that, I've learned from my clients, and learned how to partner them. And when you understand how clients actually conduct their businesses and what is important to them, you then steer your design thinking to provide a solution for their end game, not the other way around. Otherwise, it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's just something that you do it for doing for yourself. You're never going to be effective.
No, you are, and that's so right, because for creative people, it's very easy to fall in love with what you're doing. And because creative people, by and large, one can say, are sensitive people. And that's something that we have to be very, very wary of, that one doesn't fall too much in love with something that one has done. You have the passion, but don't fall so much in love that you forget to listen to, forget to get into the strategy, forget to forget the fact that whatever design you've done, whatever layout you've done, is actually a solution to a business problem. There's always a business problem behind, which has to be understood totally. So I think that point very well made. Yeah.
There's a difference between pride and ego. Be proud of who you are. It's very important. So that you don't sell yourself cheap. And I've sometimes have, I won't name names. I've really been upset with clients who've not given that due respect. I don't care. I will not work with you. But this is what I bring to the table. And when I'm showing you my work, I would like you to look at it. Sometimes they can be very dismissive, but when there is an ego coming in the way, that's wrong. So you have to discriminate between pride and ego. When to say, yes, you're wrong, you will go back to the drawing board. And increasingly, when you become senior, you're doing that, performing that role also for your colleagues. You are also going to let them know that, this is something that's not going to really, working. It's not going to really work for the client for these reasons. There's nothing wrong with your idea, but it doesn't meet the parameters of the brief. So things like that. So as we move along, these are the things that we have to learn to do.
And now one thing that is very, very becoming really clear now, that as we are, everybody is now suffering from ADD, because this attention deficiency syndrome, because there's so little time and we are being exposed to so much. And in this whole day and age of Instagram, Facebook, I mean, the popularity of Instagram is because of the fact that it's a visual thing rather than a written thing, right? So in this visual world, right, as we go forward, to my mind, and I would like your thoughts on it, to my mind, design sensibility, graphic design, art direction is becoming that much more important. And that's something that the younger generation that's coming in and the current design students should keep in mind. Your thoughts on it, that we are living in a very, very visual world right now, and it's going to become more and more important.
Even more important. And I think that when you're operating in that much little space, every nuance you're putting out is communicating something about what your message is, about your brand, about your personality. It's very important. And I think the students are quick to learn. I find that, clients need to learn this more. And why I say that is, unfortunately, in India, most people think digital is a cheap option. Digital is the key option right now. And I think it deserves the kind of respect that once upon a time we gave to television and once, all of that kind of stuff, and instead of looking at it as a cheap option, because what you're doing is shooting yourself on the foot. You need the best minds, best creative thinkers, and best creative directors, best designers, best storytellers to do this for you. You're just throwing it out of the window because you're counting pennies and losing pounds. So that's my message to clients.
And and there's an irony to it. What you just said is so true, because there's an irony to it, which is that because there are 2-3 posts going out in a day, does not mean each of those posts should be kind of ignored in terms of quality, in terms of the thinking that goes into it. Possibly what one has to do is to everybody now, and actually, as I'm talking about this younger generation that's coming in, is to train oneself to do stuff fast, but not lose the craft. This whole craft of, when one talks of craft of kerning, of colors, of the right composition, and the kind of pains you would have taken for uh, all the layouts that you would have done in your, during the enterprise days, and that stuff that you continue to do. That pain has to be, pain has to still be there, but it has to be done in a much faster time, and that's something that one needs to train oneself on.
Absolutely.
That's what my thought has been on this.
This is a message for design institutes which are now, teaching UI, UX, and kids are just going directly into specialization of that. What they haven't done is give them the grounding of classic graphic principles, visual principles, which are non-negotiable, no matter what you do. Like you mentioned, kerning, typography, fonts, and now increasingly motion graphics, animation. I mean, these are things, if you don't learn, you haven't learned ABC and straight away moving to XYZ. How will you then express yourself in a way where you will become a classic, where you will be remembered? So everything we see right now is a sort of a quick job, because a lot of the people who are hiring the UI, UX designers are not even designers. They're business teams of digital companies who are hiring them. They don't know the graphic principles themselves. So I do believe that design institutes should pay a little bit more focus on that.
So my one question that I want to ask now, it's about the future. We've talked a bit about it, but I'd like to know from you, in the next 10 years, where is design going? What's going to happen? Is there any trends you've been thinking about, or where do you think the future of design, pure design coming in, whether it's communication, in our lives, in everything, where is it headed?
I think design is heading into a kind of a free fall space. The world is changing as we speak. We have to be so relevant all the time, very quickly, because every 3 months, things are changing. Trends are changing. The way people are talking to each other is changing. New brands are coming up. New entrepreneurs are showing the way of how different kind of businesses will happen. And I think designers have to stop thinking themselves as just, of course, they need the craft and the discipline, but having learned all the rules, you need to also break them, in the sense that you then need to become a kind of a larger design mindset, a creative thinker, to be able to, you may eventually find a solution in writing something rather than designing something. You might find a solution in a place where a typical designer won't go. But if you go on thinking of yourself as, I will only give a design solution, I will only give an advertising solution, you will never become that larger creative entity which the world is increasingly going to be looking for. There are times when we have worked with our clients and given them marketing ideas which they weren't thinking of. So you don't necessarily have to think within the little room that you've created for yourself. You can actually help your client create a new business vertical. If you are a true creative thinker, a true design thinker, that's what you would do. So I think whilst design thinking is being used a lot, you really need to be a genuine design thinker to be able to operate in a world which is very rapidly changing.
Excellent. There were so many nuggets, and I got so much out of it myself. And one of the things, obviously, which I'm going to apply from tomorrow, is trying to get learnings from Bhagavad Gita and apply the work. So one last question I have, which is again a slightly selfish question, because I'd like to know, which is, you do so many things. You do painting, you do design, you're into interiors. How do you schedule your day? How are you able to manage all that? And I'm sure lots of people will benefit from this.
Yeah, that's true. I do. Apart from running the house and bringing up a child and looking after a parent and all of that, I have. How shall I say? If there is something new, I don't have the ability to say no to it. If it excites me, I will find a way of doing it. So right now, yes, I'm painting. In fact, I'll just show you something. This is something that I did quickly for something.
Lovely.
So I have my, acrylic paints handy over here, so I'll do that.
Beautiful.
I also study the Upanishads. So I just finished a course in Kaivalya Upanishad. I also do a lot of scriptural reading. So that's a very important part. Because I wake up at 5, do my meditation. I think my meditation master might be here. So I do my meditation. My day doesn't start without my 1 hour meditation. That's very important. Then I read. I get in touch with the world. I understand trends and things, whether they're business or creative. That's very important for me. I do my workouts. So I have all sorts of stuff sitting here. So I'll sit here and I'll work out as well. I also write. I find time to do all of this, and I also find time to watch Netflix and stuff like that. I'm not
Very good.
So, but I think that, Sonal, if you really want to do it, you can just do it.
Yep.
And most important is cut the static. As I said, if you're ethical to yourself, and if you listen to your voice, and you know that end of the day, that's the only thing you're going to be able to take away with you when you leave the world, then you really want to enrich yourself.
I think cut the noise, cut the static is wonderful. Yeah. I think so. Suddenly you center yourself into yourself, and therefore you're able to. Yes. I guess that therefore you're able to find time to do so many things. Yeah. Super.
So I think
what a wonderful conversation. Thank you, people.
So lovely talking to you, and I'm glad you asked such lovely questions. Thank you so much.
No, it was a
pleasure. I was so looking forward to talking to you.
Same here. And we have to now things settle down. We have to meet faster. So I'll give you a call and we'll meet.
I say that myself. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, PT ma'am, and thank you, Sonal sir, for gracing our event. We will
Thank
now like to announce our next set of awards. Women Disruptors 2021 is powered by Z5, supported by Industry Association partner Wiki, network partner PRCAI, and gifting partner Rene Cosmetics, an initiative by Advocate. May I have the sponsor and awards promo, please? Thank you. Now beginning with the first award, Excellence in the Field of Human Resource. The award goes to Soumya Pattabhisatara, Chief Executive Officer, Unnati. The next award for Excellence in the Field of Media Planning, Media Agency category goes to Rashmi Sehgal, Vice President, TLG India Zenith. The award for excellence in the field of media buying, media agency category goes to Neha Verma, co-founder and chief operating officer, Whiskers Marketing. The award for excellence in the field of public relation role, hospitality and travel goes to Gargi Agarwal, assistant manager, brand communication, Jet Privilege. The award for excellence in the field of public relation role, media communications category goes to Naina Agarwal Ahuja, founder and chief operating officer, Talking Point Communications. The award for excellence in the field of public relation role, media agency category goes to Parul Parmar, PR professional, Monk Entertainment. The award for excellence in the field of public relation role, media communication category goes to Radhika Mehta, Consumer Connect Practice Lead, India and Branch Head, Rudafin PR India. The award for excellence in the field of public relation role, social media category goes to Samarpita Samaddar, PR Director, Bumble India. The award for excellence in the field of public relation role, media communications category goes to Sonam Shah, founder and chief executive officer, GS Communications. The award for excellence in the field of public relation role, media communications category goes to Sunanda Rao, Erdem, founder, chief executive officer, Surfem Communication. Viewers, I would like you all to show some love and appreciation to the winners by commenting emoji reaction in the chat box and by tweeting hashtag Women Disruptors 2021. The award for excellence in the field of public relation role, media communications category goes to Tarunjit Ratan, managing partner, Nucleus. The award for best blogger and content creator, media agency category goes to Niharika NM, digital content creator, Monk Entertainment. The award for excellence in the field of social media, media agency category goes to Arunima Singh, Vice President, Health Digital, Avas Life Soreto. The award for excellence in the field of social media, media agency category goes to Gauri Avasti, co-founder and managing director, Digital Edify. The award for excellence in the field of social media communications category goes to Isha Amin, Vice President, Integrated Solution, Shabab. The award for excellence in the field of social media agency category goes to Kinshuk Kotari, Social Media Manager, iProspect India. The award for excellence in the field of social media BFSI category goes to Serena Pace, Senior Manager, Marketing India First Life Insurance. The award for excellence in the field of social media agency category goes to Shalaka Kulkarni, Lead Global Communication and Employer Branding, Brilio. The award for excellence in the field of social media agency category goes to Smitha Lakshmi Narayan, AVP Marketing, Tonic Worldwide. The award for Most Promising Women Disruptor of the Year, Redefining Women, Redefining Beauty, Consumer Product Group, goes to Ashka Goradia, founder, Rene Cosmetics. Please show some love and appreciation to our winners by commenting emoji reaction in the chat box and by tweeting it using the hashtag as hashtag Women Disruptors 2021. The next award for Women Leader in Journalism, Media Television category goes to Navika Kumar, Group Editor, Politics Times Network. The award for Women Branch Head of the Year, Media Publisher, goes to Archana Roche, Facebook Measurement Lead, HTTP Pool, APAC Experience. The award for Women Branch Head of the Year, Media Agency, goes to Nazneen Joshi, Vice President, Brand Strategy, Rep India. The award for Women Brand Manager of the Year, Real Estate category, goes to Nima Kirtikar, Chief Marketing Officer, Shade Developers and Realtors. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year, BFSI category, goes to Elizabeth Venkataraman, Joint President, Consumer Commercial and Wealth Marketing, Kotak Mahindra Bank. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year, Real Estate Services category, goes to Rakha Kashu, Head Marketing, CBRE India, Southeast Asia, Middle East and Africa, CBRE South Asia. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year, Technology Platform category, goes to Rama K, Director Marketing, Jiffy AI. The award for Women Marketing Head of the Year, Lifestyle and Apparel category, goes to Sheetal Shea, Head Brand and Marketing, Raymond. The award for Marketing Head of the Year, M&E category, goes to Suma Nair, Vice President, Head of Marketing, CNBC Cluster, CNN News 18, Forbes India. The award for Women Technology Head of the Year, Technology Platform category, goes to Kavita Shenoy, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Voiro Technologies. Award for Women Influencer of the Year, Media Publisher category, goes to Aarti Desai Jasni, Facebook Creative Agency Partner, HTT Pool, APAC. Award for Influencer of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Gauri Awasthi, Co-Founder and Managing Director, Digital Edify. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year, Media Communications category, goes to Divya Karni, Chief Executive Officer, Dentsuvex. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Hiru Ginda, Chief Executive Officer, What Consult. Viewers, please show some love and appreciation to our winners by commenting emoji reaction in the chat box and by tweeting it using hashtag Women Disruptors 2021. Women Agency Head of the Year Award goes to Lavina H. Amaranani, Director, UCID. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year, Media Publisher category, goes to Meera Mohanthan, Managing Director, HTT Pool, Malaysia. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Prachi Bali, National Head, Client Partnership and Business Head, North Foxy-Morong. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Rajni Daswani, Director, Socius Infotech. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Shraddha Agarwal, Chief Operating Officer and Strategy Head, Grapes Digital. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Unmisha Bhatt, Chief Strategy Officer and Director, India and MENA Tonic World. The award for Women Agency Head of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Vritika Dauda, Director, Ideate Labs. The award for Women Startup of the Year, less than 5 years, e-commerce category, goes to Kaveri Utreja, Artisanal Desserts and founder, Just Like That. The award for Women Startup and Entrepreneur of the Year, less than 5 years category for health, wellness, and fitness goes to Lovina Sirohi, co-founder and creative director, India Hemp Organics. The award for Startup Entrepreneur of the Year, less than 5 years, Media Communications category goes to Ruchi Deepak, co-founder, board member, ATDB Communications. The award for Women Startup, less than 5 years, goes to Shimonti Sigdar Gupta, co-owner and partner, Food Mafia. The award for Women Startup Entrepreneur of the Year, less than 5 years, Media Agency category, goes to Vishaka Mota, co-founder, Brand Century. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Digital Entertainment Company category, goes to Aditi Srivastava, co-founder, Pocket Aces. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Pet Wellness category, goes to Anjali Kalachand, co-founder, Better Life NutriBoost. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Technology Consultancy category, goes to Anuja Bashir, Chief Executive Officer, Orocop. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Aisha Shenoy, Chairperson and Founder, Rep India. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Art and Education category, goes to Bindu Subramaniam, Founding Director, Sapa Institutes. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Healthcare category, goes to Dr. R.M. Anjana, Managing Director and Consultant Diabetologist, Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialist Center. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Jhalak Rawal, Partner Chief Operating Officer, Monk Entertainment. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Media Communications category, goes to Kulpreet Freddy Vesuna, Founder and Managing Director, Impact Public Relations. Viewers, please show the love and appreciation to these winners by commenting emoji reaction and by tweeting it using hashtag Women Disruptors 2021. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Neena Das Gupta, Chief Executive Officer and Director, Zirka Digital Solutions. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Media Agency category, goes to Nisha Singhania, co-founder and director, Infectious Advertising. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Media Communications category, goes to Pooja Pathak, co-founder and managing director, Media Mantra. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Media Communications category, goes to Radhika Nihlani, Chief Executive Officer and founder, Thinking Communications. The award for Women Entrepreneur of the Year, Beauty and Skincare category, goes to Vaishali Gupta, co-founder, M Caffeine. The award for Women Disruptors Lifetime Achievement Award, as ma'am announced, goes to Preeti Vyas Gyanti, Chairwoman and Chief Creative Officer, Vyas Gyanati Creative. Congratulations to all the winners. And that concludes our event. And I would like to congratulate all the winners and thank our wonderful speakers, jury members, attendees, and most of all our sponsors for making this event a success. Women Disruptors 2021 is powered by ZPI, supported by Industry Association partner Wiki, Network partner PRCAI, and gifting partner Rene Cosmetics, an initiative by Adley. Please watch out for our Digix 2021 Digital Marketing Summit at Adley. Thank you and goodbye.